Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good to see you all here. I hope everyone had a good Christmas. Let me make sure I get this muted. Can everyone hear me? Hope everyone's doing well. It's been a long time. I'm back. Darlene McGee. Good to see you. I hope you had a good Christmas. Tell me what everybody do. AB, good to see you too. Merry Christmas. Jackie Fox, Zulion, Stephanie. Hey James, how you doing? Paris, Mountain Bushfires, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Merry Christmas, Stephanie. Thank you. Merry Christmas to everyone. I didn't do too much on Christmas. Hey, Buried X Blade, how you doing? Premiere. Did I set this as a premiere? Backwoods, glad to catch you live, brother. Hope all is well. Everything is well. I hope everything's well with you too. Stephanie Martin, hello. I didn't see you. You slipped by me. James Cantonese. Yeah, I miss you too. I miss everybody. It's just ever since I took that time off, I just been pulling myself more and more out of the system as much as I could and being more self-reliant. Built greenhouses, put a pavilion, all kinds of stuff. I'll be showing you. I got a 9.6 gallon water distiller. I built a pit for it. Got a chainsaw. I got a trailer for my tractor so I can go get the wood for it. First, I tried it. I bought a 12,000 BTU propane burner. Make my own distilled water. You make your own essential oils. So I got pounds and pounds and pounds of medicinal plants that I chopped by hand. But Santa Claus brought me a garden chipper. It chips and shreds. That'll be a big help for next harvest if we're still around. Best Eddie, how you doing? Good to see you. Merry Christmas. I didn't bring any content tonight because I figured it's Christmas. This is supposed to be a good day, not stressed out. Which is a point I wanted to make too. It's good to take some time off, pull away a little bit. I mean, stay updated, what's going on, but it's good to have some time yourself. I've been having a lot of time to myself, chopping wood, cutting it up, and building a pit and doing stuff, plus the gardening and all that. So what did everybody do? I just had a little dinner. That was it. Yesterday, met up with some friends. Had some food, hung out for a while. So what's everybody up to tonight? Everybody belly full? Christmas dinner? I made a brisket, just a small one, because I got a big one for New Year's. Oh, playing guitar. Oh, if anyone wants to come up, I forgot all about it. Like I said, just hanging out. Here's the link. You want to come on up? Come on up. Just like old times. Everyone's welcome to come up. You can bring your links in here if you have something you want to share with other people. You can drop your channel links. If you want to connect with other channels. That's actually why I started this channel, connecting, trying to get everybody together. United we stand. Sam Crawford, what's up? How you doing? Blickum, how you doing? Bro. Here we are. You gotta come on up. I just dropped a link. Click on it. I know we've been talking several times about doing some natural health stuff together. We'll have to get together on that one. Sam La, hey, how are you? Been a long time. How you doing, Sam? Can everyone hear me okay? Is everything working okay? It's been a long time. I have to show you the harvest though. One of these times I got pounds and pounds and pounds of all kinds of good stuff, Blickum. All right. But I still have bags of like a red sage. They're like almost 4 feet tall and it's too hard to chop up. So I waited till I got my chipper and I put it in there and it just sucked it right down, chopped it all up. Oh yeah, Sam, you moved. Yeah, I remember that. Or did you move again? Yeah, I'm gonna try and make essential oils since I got that distiller. Billy the Kid Cooper, what up, y'all? God bless you all. How you doing, Billy? Good to see you here. Hope you had a good Christmas. Just chilling tonight. But like I said, if you have any links you want to share, you're always welcome to drop links in this channel, whether it's your channel link or just a video that everyone should see. I'll put my email in there too, because you can always email me. Here's my email. If you ever want to send me links or anything, or get in contact with me. I'll be back at it for a while. Probably try to do 2 or 3 days a week. I was doing every day. Oof. 8, 10, 12 hours, 13. I think 13 was the longest. That was crazy. You live on the side of a mountain. It must be nice and cold there. I hope you're in a good place. Yeah, I hear that, Sam. You guys in mandatory lockdown. Well, in New York City, yeah, you have to have your proof, your card. Hey, Sarah. Sarah, normally in the house. Merry Christmas. I bet it's cold. Yeah. In the summertime, it's good though. Got my coffee. Cheers, everyone. Aquarius, how you doing? Wishing you a Merry Christmas also. I see the chat is going slower on StreamYard. So anything exciting happen? Building a greenhouse, that's what's up. Smurfette did it. What? How you doing, Smurfette? Click the link, come on up. A building greenhouse, that's awesome. That's what I did. I built one in the beginning of the springtime. That's when I started taking my time. I built all kinds of raised beds everywhere. Cattle panel I used to build my greenhouse. Still December, and I still have celery and pulling carrots. Oh, thank you, Smurfette. Good to see you too. A rare day off. Been busy, huh? Well, come on up, join me on the panel. Say hello. Be good to see you too. Oh, good. Cattle panel is very simple and it's pretty cheap. It's always good to see you. Thanks, Aquarius. Yeah, I think I did 4 panels. It was $30 a panel, but they're like 4 feet by 16 feet long. And it was like $100 for the plastic. It was only like $200 for the main parts, and then a little bit of lumber for making a window at one end and a doorway in the other end. Yeah. But yeah, everything went crazy. I had long gourds, almost 4 feet long. They're long. Darlene McGee, Merry Christmas. Hope everything is going well for you. Haven't seen everyone in so long. I'll drop it again. We're gonna see what Blickham's got for us. I know he's got something in store. So what do you do for Christmas, Darlene? Peachy. Yeah, peachy as can be. Okay, Lang. Kamusta na? Jackie Fox. Hello, how you doing? Merry Christmas. Yeah, that's what's up, Samla. Everyone should make one. A greenhouse is it's very simple. It's not really expensive, and you can grow a lot of stuff during the winter time. Same here, Darlene, but I got together with my mother. We made like 1,000 cookies. To made some cookie platters for everybody. Skies above. Hello, how you doing? Good to see you. Merry Christmas. Same here, Jackie. Making the best of every day. The longer I stayed off of YouTube and doing my own things, the more peaceful, and it's really, I don't know. I was into a hardcore. Just got to pull back a little bit. Staying foreign, but pull back. Put time for yourself. Yeah, only 1,000. Let me see. Did sugar cookies, chocolate chips, peanut butter, molasses, the gingerbread, oatmeal, and granola. That's what's up. It was sunny and warm day there, but it was cold here. But it's warm enough. We got just enough snow to make it a white Christmas, but it was gone. Gone already. Cookie Monster. Yeah, I ate too many cookies. Had to try them out. Yep. World has gone crazy. And it's pretty much gone as far as it has because of compliance, though. You know, that's why I titled it, Can You Comply Your Way Out of Tyranny? I don't think so. But who am I? It's my opinion. Rumbles, that sounds good. And peanut butter cookies. Yeah, I hear you. It's not the same as it used to be, but it is what it is. 50s. Wow. The ring man. You remember. I took that title off on my other backup channel. No longer Ringmaster. It's Truth Seeker. Come on up, say hi, Jack. Wow, 31. Yeah, it's more like here. It's been like 30 at night and maybe in the 40s during the day. I hear that too, Sam. I'm fed up with it as well. A lot of people are. You're right. Raining. Rain sucks. Aw, thanks, Jackie. Paris making green beans. Green bean casserole. Yeah. No snow in Florida. Can't say your name. I don't. But hello, how you doing? Yeah, same here. The wind. When it's windy, boy, it's cold. Stephanie, I was thinking that when I was saying it. But here in New York, it sucks because we have plenty of rain. But in California, yeah, you be loving it. Red wine vinegar, yum, awesome. Sounds good. I usually make the green bean casserole, but I didn't bother. Yeah, on the side of a mountain, that's windy and cold. Phoenix Josh Fox. Say bye, much love, brother. Good to see you and hear you. Merry Christmas and to you and yours. Thank you. Awesome. Good to see you too. Glad everything's going good for you guys. That's what's up. Hang in there. Live life to the fullest. Yeah, I forgot to mention too, I got like another 12 cases of cannon jars. Whew. That's where a lot of my garden went. Foxden in the house. Yeah, green bean casserole. It's like once a year, so it's good for that. Yep, with the onions on top. So what did Foxden do for Christmas? Seems like everybody just chilled out. That's what they want us to do, right? Stay home, divide and conquer. Yep, me too, Sam. Wow. I ended up buying a big, huge pot. I got like my Canon pot holds 7 quart jars, so I had to buy a pot that I make my whatever it's soup or whatever, so I can hold at least 7 jars. Plus, it takes a lot of time. Yep, same, Darlene. I didn't do too much dehydrating, just drying all my medicinals, let them hang dry that way mostly. Then I chopped them up by hand. Wasn't expecting. Oh, that was a lot of work. Like I said, I got a garden chipper. You should check it out if you have that much stuff that you want to chip up. I think it's like 130 bucks, whatever. 15 amp. Does 1 and 3/4 inch tree limbs, but I don't have that many little tree limbs, so it's mainly just for medicinals and stuff I grow. So I chop it up, no problem. 2 years ago, yesterday, we were singing Christmas carols with me on your live. Wow, that's crazy. Was that 2 years ago already? Or was it last Christmas? Wow, I've been going a long time. It's awesome to see everybody. Well, everybody's not here, but I didn't expect everybody to be here since I haven't been here in what, about a year? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's around springtime. I started chilling with the YouTube. Wow. I'm sorry about that. But like I said, when I started doing my own thing and pulled out of everything I was doing because I was always trying to come up with everything I could and try to beat this monster and get everybody together. Instead, it ended up being a lot of drama, a lot of stress, no sleep, killing myself. Yep, we all did, brother. Game got changed. Yep, it did. But I'll be making time. like I said, I'm gonna be probably 2, 3 days a week, and it's not gonna be the 10, 12 hour streams like I did. But we can get together and share each other's information like we used to. If you got links, of course, we'll share them. It sucks we're all so far apart. Kelly Kibo. Oh, thank you. Glad to see you here. I'm glad to see everybody here. This is awesome. I'm glad you all remembered me. I remembered all you. I thought about you all the time. Oh. Okay. You can share, of course, Darlene. You know. Nice reunion. Yes, exactly. We'll get everybody back together once I see I'm back. I'm back. Okay, Blackham, what happened? Let me try. I'll drop the link again. Okay, Darlene. United we stand. Always. But I've been seeing a lot of the opposite going on. Boom.
Ah.
Jackie, how you doing?
Hi, Bob. How are you?
Is that you, really?
It is me.
It's been so long. What's up? I hear you, Josh.
He's laughing.
Yep.
Bob, I'm here.
He's there. He's
What's
there.
up? There he is. Awesome.
I can hardly hear you. I hate when StreamYard does this.
Maybe it's me.
Why don't you turn yours up? Do that.
But then you won't hear it. It'll be different.
That's okay.
It'll be short.
Oh my gosh.
Who's this guy? What? Look, good to see you, brother.
He's laughing.
Yep.
Oh, see, now we're.
What's up? There he is.
Got it.
Let
Awesome.
me get off for a second.
Only
I can
took-
hardly hear you. I hate when StreamYard does this.
Maybe it's me.
Why don't you turn yours up? Do that.
But then you won't hear it. It'll be different.
That's okay.
It'll be short.
Oh my gosh.
Who's this guy? Got a mute. Look him.
What's going on?
I think you got YouTube open and StreamYard.
Wait a minute. Let me cut you off on the. I got you on the big busy guy, so Mom can hear. Mom says Merry Christmas, everybody.
Why don't you turn yours
Merry
up?
Christmas, Mom. Oh, what happened? Hello.
Hey.
There you are. I don't think it was you. I think it was Blickham. with his
It was,
TV.
but I figure if I bounced off and then back on, maybe that would
Yep.
stop the echo. You know how it
Okay.
is.
Yeah.
StreamYard.
What is that, darling? Is that a song? I don't know. I don't want to get strike my first day back.
Sure you do.
Yeah, why not?
Isn't
Give
that
me
the
another
best
2
way?
weeks or a week off. What's one more week?
Ah.
Well, I don't know what happened to Blickham, but Sam Law says, Merry Christmas, Mom. Joe Cool in the house. Merry Christmas.
So what were you saying about 12-hour streams, Bob?
Yeah, I know I said that before too, right?
Not going to be long tonight, just a few hours.
Right.
12
That's what I'm
hours
playing
later.
anyway. Yeah,
I would go to
before.
bed and then I would wake up in the middle of the night, 5 in the morning, it'd still be alive.
Yep.
I talked to emailed with Deaf Bread not that long ago.
Hmm.
A few weeks ago, I think it was. He's still around. He got quiet too. We all get quiet. Who
Yeah,
else?
I
Karma. I messaged with Karma less than a month ago. Kind of lost touch with her for a while, but she's doing really good. Bubba, I just FaceTimed with him today. He's still around.
Hmm.
So, who else? Meep. I don't hear from Meep too often, here and there.
Yeah. I don't get any kind of notifications from anybody.
I hardly ever do. I was
And I
surprised I saw
never
yours.
see anyone online.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? You'll get like all these notifications. Like Josh will never get a notification whenever I do a video or anything, and he'll get them for really stupid stuff. I'm
Right.
like, we live in the same house. How can you not get notifications from me? I'm like, it really
Yep.
makes me mad.
Even some of the notifications, you're not even subscribed to them.
Yeah, I'm like, unsubscribe to me and resubscribe. Maybe that will help. He's like, I'm not doing that.
I've already done it.
It doesn't work. Who else? Grumpy Troll. I message with him every once in a while. He's doing
Yeah, I
good.
haven't heard from him in a long time.
I know.
Yep.
He's doing good.
Well,
His business is doing awesome, growing, and
that's what's
yeah,
up.
he's doing good.
I just had to put that one up there because that's me all the way.
Yeah. We got a little sick coughing one downstairs. We're up in the tree house. We have a tree house at our house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we're up in the tree house. It's our little relaxation area. And the girls are right downstairs. We just put them to bed, and the one's coughing. She's got a little cold going on.
Uh-oh. I'll take care of it.
So how's neighbor Mike doing?
I was just over there yesterday, but I haven't seen him too much because I've been so busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much the whole summer I didn't see him.
Yeah.
Yep. You wouldn't believe it. I've been just so busy.
So busy not working now.
Well, I'm working too on my own.
Yeah. Oh, my eyes itchy.
Put my skills to work.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I feel like there should be some music on.
There should be music.
I feel like there should be music. I feel like it's really
Should be
quiet.
Christmas
There should be
music.
music. Meep, where are you? I'll be surprised.
Yeah.
I did. I'm calling him. Meep. Come with your guitar.
Yeah, you got mad at me though.
We all get mad.
Not you.
Uh-huh.
Got a lot of people that got mad at me before, remember?
We just I don't talk to Tony too much anymore, but he's still around too. I popped on one of his lives not that long ago.
Mm. Yeah, it seems like everybody disappeared. I don't know if they changed their names or
Yeah, they do
just
that
stopped.
too.
Yeah. I don't know. But
So you'll like this one, Bob. A little bit of comedy here. Oh, my eye is so itchy. I'm sorry. Well, that could be why I'm starting to shapeshift. Is that why my eye's itchy, Josh?
shapeshift.
So I made that video that I sent you where I said what I was seeing in the hospital and, pouring my heart out and why I quit and everything again. And so some lady watched my video. She was real moved by it, and she screen shared part of my video onto her channel as, like, let's get this truth out there type thing. Well, I guess somebody who she is friends with on her channel or whatever put out a warning of who she was sharing that, and she made a whole apology video to all her subscribers that she put that one up sharing my information because I'm really a shape-shifting reptilian. And she took one of my older videos and like slowed it down and showed my face like morphing and my eyes doing weird stuff and things growing out of the side of my neck.
For real.
For real.
So
Yeah.
I've seen people do that though.
Yeah. And you could,
Shifting
and it was like a
videos.
really poor quality video. I just do them on the fly, and it was a really poor quality video. I'm like, really? I showed Bubba, and Bubba's like, couldn't she at least pick a video that it was like a better quality if she's going to like, use video to prove that you're a shape-shifting reptilian?
Well, I got it now. I got
Yeah.
it.
And because my name is Fox now, and Fox equals 666, I guess. And then I have my 333.
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
definitely evil.
Yep.
So you better watch out. Stuff might start coming out of my neck, and that's crazy. I'm like, really, people? You don't even know me. You have no idea who I am. And you're
So
just
now
going to
I'm
randomly
screwed, though.
do a whole video, like tearing me apart after you just made a video saying how great it was I was getting this information out that had nothing to do with anything religious or spiritual or anything. It was just what I was going through at the hospital.
Unreal.
Yeah, so yep.
So there goes this channel. Now
I know.
I'm allowing shapeshifters on my channel.
You do. All for the numbers, Bob. That's what it's about, right? Because she got
That's what
over
I was
400
told.
hits on that video of hers.
I've heard that so many times.
I'm
Unreal.
like, if even a little bit of it was true, like a little smidgen of something in it somewhere, I'm like, honey, you're the farthest thing from the truth right there.
Yeah, well, I've always told everybody, don't send me anything, because the only reason why I did it was so YouTube, it could pay for itself.
Right.
That's all I cared about. Just let it pay
I
for
know.
itself. But if I'd pay for it, you know what? This whole time I've been off, I'm still paying StreamYard their $25 a month, and I'm still paying for my logo things, not logo, whatever you call it, introductions and stuff.
Exactly.
I haven't stopped none of that because I kept planning. Well, maybe, I was gonna come back, and and just never happened. I just kept getting deeper into my things.
I know. I get it. We signed up for StreamYard a couple months ago because we haven't done much of anything in years.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, we're gonna start doing some stuff, and we've been putting some stuff up, and then we did a couple live streams on my channel, me and Josh, and I'm like, I'm just gonna get the StreamYard because we wanted a panel and do all that. So we get the StreamYard. So they've been taking it out for about 3 months now, probably, Josh, around 3 months ish. And I think we've went live 3 times. Like we could have just stayed with the free version probably. But
Yeah.
It is, when it hits you, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. You can't force it. Well, you could, but it wouldn't be good if you did. Got to stay with the flow.
Yep.
Oh, Darlene, you are possessed.
Yes, look at that. Come on, Darlene.
You're a demon and a witch too? Oh, Darlene.
You said you got booted
I
before,
can't talk
too.
to you anymore now, Darlene.
The demons and shapeshifters.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I could be, though. I am RH negative, you know? I don't know.
What was this video, Darlene? I don't know if I should play or not. I mean, I'm rusty at this, actually. You know? I haven't touched StreamYard or anything for a long time.
You're an alien. Well, yeah, I think we're all aliens in some way, shape, or form.
Wow, is that what it was, Blickum?
What's the video?
No, he got booted off.
Oh, he got booted off.
Yeah, before he said a word.
I know, because I heard all I started to hear was echo. So I thought I'm going to go off and come back on because sometimes that will help when you have an echo thing going on. Hold on.
What is the link again, Blickum, if you want to try? Oh. You got booted, but it wasn't because of that word. They've got me on that word several times. Did you see it?
Yep, that's right, Kelly. They did a similar thing to you. Yeah.
Which planet?
They did a similar thing to you. Yeah. There it goes again.
I'm back.
Hey there.
You got two.
How's that real time? Okay, the echo's gone. Yeah, I had an echo too.
They did a similar thing to you. Yeah.
It's just still an echo.
I'm
back.
Hey there.
You got two.
How's that real time? Okay, the echo's gone. Yeah, I had an echo too. Still here.
Listen, I'll pop off for a minute because I'm going to go get my charger anyway, and then I'll come back on.
Oh man, I don't want to step on anybody's toes.
You're not. Stop it. Stop it. You're not. I'm going to go get my
You're
charger
stepping on
and I'll come
toes.
back. I'll pop off for a minute because I'm going to go get my charger anyway, and then I'll come back. You're not. Stop it. Stop it. You're not. I'm going to go get my charger.
You have YouTube and StreamYard open? Because if you have YouTube open, you gotta go to YouTube
like
and mute
infinite
YouTube.
echo. Let me
and StreamYard open?
Yeah, that might be it. My dumb ass might have that open.
You gotta go to YouTube.
Okay, I'll mute StreamYard, right? Or what?
YouTube.
Mute YouTube. I'm a dumbass. Okay.
Woohoo!
Wow. Sorry, guys.
There you go.
This is the first time I've ever done that. What's going on?
Not much tonight. Just chilling.
Yeah, you're not going to believe this, but this afternoon, I mean, not 3 hours ago, I was just thinking, man, when is it going to go live? It'd be cool if you go on tonight. And
yeah, Christmas, I was like, I have to do it today, at least, you know.
Well,
get back into it.
This is great. Yeah, I've just been exploding, you know, looking for outlets, share information. You know, it builds up, you know, like a truth bomb. But what's been going on?
Oh, I got so much going on. Hey, Madam Mystic, how you doing? Good to see you. Merry Christmas. But I've been just doing a lot of construction, building those raised beds, filling them with dirt, planting, harvesting. I planted more trees. I got more peach trees.
Who are you talking to?
A yellow delicious apple I added.
Yeah. Mom wanted to know who I was talking to again. On the big screen. Uh, she's we're just celebrating the last of the holiday here. Yeah, you put up a video about your garden, didn't you? A couple of months ago, maybe.
Yeah,
Put out some
yeah,
new.
that's one of the,
Yeah.
Oh, it's bright.
Well, I've gardened vicariously through my friends at this point, but except for a few little pots on the deck,
right.
what have you. But how's the dehydrator? Still going?
Haven't been using it so much. Not so much dehydrating. I've been doing a lot of canning. Well, a lot of it is because a lot of cases I've had were actually when I canned was back 2017. So I was like, well,
Wow.
these guys need to go.
Time to rotate stock, huh?
I haven't been rotating them good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I stuck them away and forgot about them. That was like an emergency stash. So anyway, I got like another 12 cases. Not just me, my mother too, because I help her out too. And she got 12 cases herself.
Well, what's the story with her?
She's doing
How's she
great.
doing? Man, that is just because this has been going on. This, when you really started this deal, well, almost 2 years ago, right? Now that
Yeah.
you really
Yeah,
got
well,
serious about, kind of doing your deal with her.
yeah, it started with my stepdad, but he passed away.
Right,
But that's
right.
his side of the family was interfering. They were coming out and they were cooking on meals every week for
Look
the
at
whole
that
week.
kitty.
And he couldn't handle it. He needed the good stuff, not crap, the processed stuff.
Right. Oh, exactly.
Anyway, so I'm dealing with hospice with her. They're saying she has to do this, 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 and this, and I'm talking about water fasting. They said no, that's dangerous, and they're trying to go the other way, But now they're realizing, and I guess some of them are doing some research because now they're agreeing with me. And plus they see the difference because in the
Right.
beginning
That's
she couldn't.
proof's in the pudding, my man.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
was out of it. She looked like she was dying, but now she's out there swinging a hammer with me, hammering, pulling nails, and cutting wood.
Man, too much.
Yeah,
Well, it's
goes out.
legit. I wouldn't have been messing with it all these years if there wasn't something to it.
Yep.
I gave some of my famous green goo I'd given some to a friend of mine with an older dog. I make this stuff, spirulina and coconut oil and multi-collagen and turmeric, this and that. And I hadn't heard from him in almost a month. I was thinking, oh God, what if something happened to the dog? Because I usually see him walking every other day, but I saw him today. And he said, man, that stuff worked too good. He said the dog was running around like a puppy again. He's 15 years old, and said he kind of fell down a couple of times because he got too rambunctious. But anyway, so works for animals too.
Speaking of animals, now you brought that up. One of my cats, he couldn't pee. He got
Wow.
blocked up.
Oh.
And it cost me $2,200 at the
Lord have mercy. I've been
vet.
looking at animal insurance.
Yeah.
God.
And they were
You
like
probably use
basically
it more
yelling
than
at
you
me.
would your house insurance.
Exactly. Your cat.
But
Hey, Hank, Mom, can you see that cat on the screen?
Yeah.
Who does that look like? That looks like a cat I had named Nelson. I
like my
mean,
cat.
that's your cat?
That's my
No.
cat.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, he looks
It looks
like a cat I used to have.
It's Star. His name's Star.
nice.
Oh, I like that. He's beautiful. Here's excuse me.
He's not very nice.
But anyway, they're pretty much like yelling at me, like, "What do you feed the cat?" And I say,
Oh,
"Well,
yeah.
I go to the store and I buy him the cat food, so it's
Looks
from the
just-
store is what I feed him." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me get the light on better.
And they're like, "Well, he's got to be on a special diet for the rest of his life." Blah 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 blah. And I was like, you're right, because now I'm taking it in my own hands
Yeah.
and I'm doing my own diet. He gets
Yeah.
apple cider vinegar instead of their, yeah, apple cider vinegar with some lemon juice just to keep his pH and keep the salt crystals from forming.
Yep.
Stored animal food is just terrible. We have
Yeah.
we
And
have
we've
3
me and
cats
Brittany,
now and 2 dogs,
oh,
and Donna Flagg lives with us now. Who's another YouTuber, and she is a total animal
Hey,
health
buddy.
activist. She cooks these animals fresh chicken and feeds them fresh chicken, fresh
right.
vegetables. Tries to stay away from as much of the store bought any kind of food as we can. She's feeding half the outdoor cats in the neighborhood. They're coming
That's what
for
I do
blocks
now.
for her fresh chicken. She cooks daily for them.
Yep.
Eggs, you know.
Nothing dry.
No, that's what
Always,
she said. She
always
said you got to
moist.
just keep all wet
Yeah,
food, everything wet.
that's
Yep.
very, yeah, that's a kidney deal
Oh, here comes the other
Yep.
one.
right there.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to show my beagle, but he's on guard duty right now.
Yeah.
But I've just finished a batch of the dog treats. I only cooked half the dough, made it, I
Yeah.
make a gigantic batch because there's so much daggum work. But I like them warm out of the oven with just a little pinch of pink salt on
Oh,
them. They're no, seriously,
well, Kat, you're so
I used all like human, they're based on pumpkin seed. They're tasty, man.
yeah.
That was sort of the secret weapon because they're dog treats, but they're also like, the ultimate whatever hits the fan food. I made them all people quality.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah. Awesome.
the dog likes them, and that's what counts.
Oh, I know.
So I've been giving them out as Christmas presents to all the neighborhood dogs.
Oh,
But
Darlene's got a bunch of stray cats and she does it for them. She don't buy them canned food.
No, yeah.
yeah, people do that around here too.
I do too. I got a cat that comes visits my cats and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have about 8 or 9 that come and visit our front porch regularly.
I have one.
I know, it's terrible. I'm like, Donna.
Yep.
I'm a critter attractor.
Yeah,
Back, man. I don't know what it is, but that's okay.
sure is.
I enjoy it. But
Yep.
man, I really would like to figure out how to speak in code or hold up signs or do, help share a little room system information. Good grief, man. Just been dying to do that.
Well, you can tell us what you've heard.
Well, I just want to be careful, Same
Yeah, I
thing.
mean, you just,
Hey, Drop.
you're allowed to question it and talk about it, but
Yeah.
not as if this is the savior.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, it seems like I made every disclaimer, that I could
Yeah.
make still, because that's right around the time you got your little 2-week vacation, man. I was on there
I
yakking.
had plenty of them. And you still take my videos down. Every month they're taking 1 or 2 videos down. The whole time I've been off. They even took one down. Even in December, they took one down. I was like, "What's going? I mean, come on, just take them down." How you
Yeah.
doing, Drop?
Hey, Drop.
This is not a violation. This is just a warning, whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of nailing me, they're just like all my stuff. All the good ones, of course, that we talked about, good stuff, are gone.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Yep.
a lot of
Bubba had
people.
his whole channel taken down about a month ago. He had put out something about the vid, and they took his whole entire channel down, like deleted everything. Luckily, he had all his videos backed up on some other platform or whatever. But he fought
He
it.
didn't
He
have
got
any
it
other
back, but he
strikes?
still can't do content on that one. on his main
You didn't have any.
channel for
You
a
didn't have
while,
any.
but
I'm
Did you say
sorry.
Bubba News?
yeah, Bubba News.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I hadn't seen him pop up.
Yeah,
You didn't have any
he has a
strikes.
backup channel. Bubba on Your Side is his backup,
Okay.
but his main channel, I think he got it back, but it's going to take, they have that period of so long before. Yeah, but he fought it and he won. They reinstalled it, reactivated it.
Just the more hoops they can make you jump for, some people
Mm-hmm.
are just gonna fold, man. A lot of people are gone. We all know that. But I just want to get on there and just start talking. And then it's like, what's the point, man?
Come on, come on up.
Yeah.
Someone else come up. Let's get this panel loaded. Well, I thought that that last video I did saying what I've seen in the hospital, I was kind of concerned I was going to get something on it, but I didn't.
Yeah, you're pushing
I really
it.
thought, because I was saying real words.
Yeah, I thought about that when I was watching it. I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah, that's what I didn't though. I didn't.
But I see some videos really put it out there, and I'm like, how the heck they getting away with that?
Yeah, no kidding, man. I can't figure out how.
Yeah, I think because even my title was even still a little bit like you might wonder, but I think because basically my channel's content isn't anything like that what I put out, so maybe it kind of flew under the radar that way.
Well, my original title was "You Can't Fight Tyranny with Compliance," but then I'm thinking, that's like exciting, so I changed it to "Can You Fight Tyranny?" Or no, can you? What did I title it?
You don't know. It's not there anymore, right?
You know what I mean? I changed it to be hopefully more YouTube accepting. I don't know.
Algorithm for dummies. That's what I need, man.
Yeah.
I can't even figure out how copyright. You can do reaction vids.
Yeah.
Long vids, and then you can whistle 3 seconds of a tune and get a copy. I just seriously, I've tried. I really have. Like, do you know about it?
So you've had it happen to you?
Actually, I got a warning for.
Sorry, Flower.
There was a Leo Kottke song playing in the background. I mean, how many people know who he is? And yeah, they didn't really, I just got a warning. No big deal. But like, how do they even know that? It was so faint, 3 rooms away, man. It's crazy. But anyway, AI, they get better and better every day. Slicker and slicker.
What was that, doorbell?
No, my cousin gave me this little drum.
We were just asking for music.
Well, that's true. I haven't learned it yet, but anyway.
Yeah.
Thought I played it earlier.
Upload songs all the time.
Huh? Oh, I've got a ton of music.
Well,
hi, amazing.
What?
I've got all kind of
Hi, Bob.
What's up, Job?
Woo!
Been a long time.
Not much. Just
I was just looking. I wasn't saluting, actually.
I know.
oh, well, you do something like this, right?
Wasn't ever in the military.
Yeah, well, I was. So there you go.
Well, I already got shapeshifters and all kinds of stuff on here. I want
That's
people.
me.
I was already
Yeah.
accused of that before.
So how's Christmas going for y'all?
It was a great Christmas
Peaceful.
of I don't know what.
Peaceful's always good,
Yeah, I would call it like negative space Christmas. That's what I want to call it.
Negative space Christmas. Okay, that's kind of a condescending oxymoron type of statement,
it is.
right?
It's like it was like, is it Christmas or? But it's quiet. But I don't know what it is. It felt
Yeah,
very.
I didn't even put up a tree, Jackie, because like the wife's been gone for 5 years and just me and the kids, so we just had a decent
Yeah.
meal and put it away. And both my folks passed away earlier this year, so from old age.
Yeah, I'm
So,
sorry.
at 80, 89. They were 89.
Yeah,
Alzheimer got
well,
them.
cycle of life.
Yeah, well, it's just I wish for one more year of Christmas to actually host them and give them a good time, but I've
Aw.
had enough time with them, last 5 years. So yeah, it was great to have them around, and I remember them and during my blessings and my prayers.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
yeah,
We got a tree this year, but we bought a potted pine tree that we're going to plant in the yard after
excellent. I
the
like that idea.
holidays. Yeah, because we went
Yeah,
we went to go get one, live one, and Josh is like, if we're going to spend like $80-$90 on a cut down tree that we're going to burn in the backyard after, why don't we just get a smaller potted one?
plant the damn thing.
Yeah,
Grow
I'm
something.
so excited to plant it in our yard.
That's a good idea.
I did so good on beets this year. I stopped weighing them after 60 pounds of beets. Yeah, I cut up a lot of them. I was sitting there for 3 days cutting them up and
Yeah.
freezing them, putting them in the freezer, which was good.
Just a few days ago, I took the rest of my beets out.
I think I have like 14 dozen eggs in the house right now. I need to give some to the food bank. We have a little local food bank here in the town where there's only 400 people. So 70% of them are like on welfare, you know what I'm saying, or retirement checks. They're all over 60 and most of them are ex-military and all that crap. And
Yeah.
every other Friday I usually give out eggs. So I got 11 chickens, 10 of them produce. I get a lot of eggs every week. Farm fresh, organic eggs with no GMOs in the feed.
Wow. I
You
would
know what I'm
love to
saying?
get some unwashed eggs. Excuse me.
They're
I've
all
been looking
unwashed.
for a source of unwashed eggs for a long, long time.
They all
That's
are.
what I
They're all,
get.
they're all
My
unwashed.
neighbors got chickens, and believe me, sometimes it's got shit on them.
They got shit.
Yeah, they do. They do
They're
have shit on
gooey.
them. I bought this April. I bought 5 golden sex-link chicks, and those hens right there are laying out nice large eggs now. They started laying them like 2 weeks earlier than my orps did. I have some black orps, and I have some spangled orp, and I have a couple of golden laced whiteouts. They're nice birds, but these golden sex-link, they also call them something else. I forget what it is. A different name for them. Jill's Small Gardening Space actually bought a couple of these chickens, and I forget what he called them. I'd have to look it up. But it's the same chicken. These are so friendly when you go into the chicken coop. Okay, I have a chicken coop cage in the chicken coop. You go in there, and they surround your feet, and they're like, "Love me, love me, love me." And I was like, "Oh God, you guys make me sick," because the orcs will run away from me. They run every which way they can. But these things are so lovable. When you go to pet them, they sit there and squat down like that, and they're like, "Oh, scared, scared." It's like they're wonderful chickens. They really are. I mean, I would suggest if you're going to buy chickens, golden sex link chickens. Yeah, I would. They got nice brown eggs. The yolks aren't as big as the orps. The orps give me like extra large eggs. So,
Hey Lou, good to see you. Thank
you
you.
mind if I swig a
Merry
beer or
Christmas.
two?
Go ahead.
Is it okay to swig a beer?
Why
Put
not?
my hand on it.
Oh, the
Breakfast of Champions. There we go. How's your wife doing,
cheers.
Bob?
Good.
She was sick last time you said something about that, so want to make sure she's okay. And of
It's like
course,
a
Bess is,
24-hour thing.
and of
But
course, Bess, our friend Bess over here down the road, and where I know where she lives, but she's being an asshole and telling everybody a bunch of crap again. It's like, I don't care, girl. They ain't got no money anyway. I would check them all out, and they're losers.
well, like I was saying, so far so good. But she says you can feel it. You can feel something. You know.
What do you feel?
I don't know. That's what I keep saying. What do you feel? I don't know. Something's just like up in here.
Hmm.
So I don't know. Just keep doing
Yeah. Well, the juice is full
juicing.
of folding protons. I mean proteins.
Yeah,
So
they're probably all connecting
yeah,
the
you know,
wiring
wink, wink.
system. You know.
Well, it's I think they did a run with the chronic wasting disease for animals down in the Midwest before they actually rolled this shit out. So there you go. I think you know what folding proteins are, right, Jackie? Because you're a nurse.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I was.
I think that's. Oh, you quit. You quit
Yeah.
then. I don't blame you. I would have walked out too.
I'm now a bartender at the local VFW, hanging out with the
Wow.
vets.
I used to be a member of the VFW
Wow.
until they kicked me out for being too drunk one night.
No, not
Hard to
you,
do,
Tom.
brother.
Oh yeah. They walked me out the
Hard
door.
to do get kicked out of the
It's a
VFW.
good place. You can make a lot there too.
I'm
You like
having
to
a great
talk.
time.
Yeah.
I think
Here,
it's
tip,
great. I'm
tip.
like, why
Yeah.
didn't I do this sooner? So now I own
Yeah.
three. Now I own three um, official licenses. I'm a licensed hairdresser. I'm a cosmetologist. I'm a licensed respiratory therapist, and I'm a licensed
Got your
bartender.
haircut.
I didn't know you had to be licensed. I have like an official
Yep, you actually do
state
have to be
licensure
licensed.
for
Be a
bartending.
bartender. You do. You have to be licensed.
I didn't know that. I'm like, when I applied, I'm like, oh, what do I
I
got to
want you
do?
in
Well, you
my
got to go
group.
on. You got to take a test. You got to pay your $50 and whatever. And I'm
You
like,
know,
all
hardest
right.
question on that test is, do I serve bathtub gin or what?
Yeah.
You know, it's
Wow,
funny, but
Lou.
yeah, you know, you'd be surprised how many licenses you have to do to, you know, cosmetologists.
Oh,
They
yeah.
have to have a license. They
Yeah,
have to be
That's
licensed.
what's
that was way back in
that's
the
what's
day. I
say
don't even know how many years
congratulations to
ago.
Lou real quick.
30,
She got her dad
35
out
years
of
ago.
nurse.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Huh.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting too much tonight.
No, I didn't mean to
The drunk.
interrupt. That is me.
Yeah, I'm being a
I
jerk
just
though. So whatever.
Lou
Ho ho
said, Lou said she got her dad
ahead,
out of
Mr.
the
Lou.
nursing home and moved to the country. Got chickens and a pig. That's
There
awesome.
you go.
Yeah,
There you
pigs
go,
are in
Mr.
my
Lou.
future next year as soon as I move to Texas. I'm
Not
getting
just
the
the
hell out of
pig. She
here.
got her dad out of nursing home. That's the main thing.
That's the biggest thing for sure.
You know, that's
Hi,
really a
sister.
good thing because nursing home you go down fast. I noticed when we moved the parents to the nursing home, they were going fast. So it's like,
Yeah.
Hey,
who's the
sis.
dog? There's the dog.
Merry
Oh,
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Mr. B says Merry Christmas.
Oh, here's the
Or Merry
people.
He
There
said,
he
oh,
is.
yeah. I thought
oh.
about getting a dog, but I don't want to move one. So you know, whatever. You know, I did a joke like I called up a realtor. I actually emailed them earlier, but a couple months ago, and I put this place. I told them I want to sell this place for 4 times what I paid for it, and they kept calling me night and day.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay. Well, I know real estate's going to crash, but this area right here is not going to crash. So it's like a gold thing. Because when I bought this place, Bob and Jackie, I actually bought this place because I needed to move my parents up to Spokane area. And I was living over in Georgia. The wife just died. My mother called up, says I need assisted living, you know, and I was like, oh Jesus. And like my 2 sisters live in Seattle. So I worked my way up here over 6 weeks looking for places to live. And I bought this place because it has 6 residential, 1/4 acre lots on it. So it's all set up
Wow.
for a developer. So I thought
That's
about it that
awesome.
way. So that's why I bought the place. Plus, it was close to Spokane, so I could run in and out and take care of my folks while they were, you know, in assisted living or whatever the hell it was.
So
You
you
know,
got an extra lot?
I got 6 lots. This place sits on 2 of them, but to be honest with you, I would sell to a commercial developer, you know, because they would like the 6 lots because they're building 2 houses right up the road. I mean, right down the road from me, you know, like crazy. You know,
Mhm.
Spokane is one of the biggest growing developments in the country.
Yeah.
Can you get
So-
the picture back?
Oh, what happened? He just went off.
Yeah, so I actually, you know, I bought this place and keeping in mind that it would be an investment. as well as a place to live. So
That's
it's
cool.
not like I want to live here, right?
You rather be back in, where were you at? Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. I like Georgia, but it's too crowded nowadays.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of Yankees moved down from Ohio. Sorry,
Yeah.
no offense to the Yankees in the chat, but
Mhm.
yeah, a lot of people moved into Georgia. Like it's like 12 or 14 million people in that state now.
What
That's
part of
almost.
Georgia?
I lived up near Athens, Georgia, where the university is. Where the
Okay.
Bulldogs are at. Yeah, that's a nice place up there. It was nice when we lived there. But when the wife passed, I actually just decided that I should go and take care of the parents since they were whining
Yeah.
anyway. And it was a good move because I got to spend the last days with them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
It filled up my time, my depression from my wife dying of cancer,
Aw.
by the way. Yeah, she died of cancer. Apparently she knew about it, didn't tell me, but
Oh.
Mm.
Well, you're enduring, Drop. You're amazing. You're still amazing, Drop.
I try to be upbeat and happy and try to,
Mhm.
to give people
Have
uplift
to.
in life, even with all this crap that's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Because
for sure.
it's all fear,
Yep.
fear, and they're controlling the masses because they have a reason. Because I can tell you the reason. The reason is they know that this is a 2,500-year cycle of the climate. They know what's
Mhm.
coming down. They're trying to restrict travel because people migrate in times like this.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, how come, Darlene, you never come up and say hello? Smurf it. Come
Yeah.
on, girl. I mean, how long we all known y'all? You know?
Smurf's
I
been up
mean,
before.
has she?
Darlene's a shy one.
Yeah, she's very shy. She
Some of
probably
her
I'm
sounds
here.
comments
like a
not so
Texan
shy
too.
though.
She probably sounds like one of them Texas girls too. By the way, I know they think I got one of them. Jesus, you have to be an interpreter. I remember one time I was working up in Seattle and I was doing electrician work because it was paying well, and these boys from Southern Georgia came up there and did some steel work, and I
Mhm.
had to be an interpreter for everybody on the job. What did they say?
I can do
You know,
that.
'cause they had a real heavy, thick Georgia accent, really thick, and that happens a lot, and my brother's mother-in-law, she's from Manchester, UK, right?
Yeah.
It's like I always had to be an interpreter for her, for my folks, because they couldn't understand the damn thing she said. So I'm pretty
Hey,
good with
Rock Uncle.
accents. There we
Hi,
go.
Rock Uncle.
No
So
No
how y'all
notification.
doing? How y'all doing
Good to
anyway?
see you, brother.
How y'all doing?
Hey, Rock.
How y'all doing anyway? You guys having a good Christmas, or are you just kind of hanging out and just doing whatever? Or...
It was a good day.
Very nice here. Very,
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah. It was just a simple day.
A nice gift to see our man here in my top
Absolutely.
left corner of the
Yeah,
screen.
we missed you, Bob.
Oh,
Really did.
thanks,
Absolutely.
man. Thank you.
That's a
Thank
good
you.
present,
Appreciate it.
sir.
And
How many
believe me, I
strikes
thought
did you
about
have to wear
everybody
off?
too. When I'm doing my thing, I'm thinking, I think of everybody too. And I felt bad too for not coming back. I plan on
I
coming back.
got slammed at Christmas time, Bob. I got like a bunch of websites to build and all this other crap to think about. And it's like, are you trying to push me into the 32% tax bracket? Are you?
Mhm.
Really? No, I'm
Just say
seriously
no.
right in the film. I'm actually trying to slow it down till the first. I haven't cashed any stocks because I've been doing. I did a joke. I said, "Well, I want to do $10,000 investments in stock money just for fun. I'm not going to touch my retirement accounts or nothing, right?" Well, $60,000 later, I paid myself back and I got some fun money for the year. So I'm trying not to cash any more stock in and make more money because I don't want to pay those capital gains taxes,
Yeah.
and hit that 164,000 thing. So I'm trying to
Hey.
be a good boy. Yeah.
Gotta
So
Oh,
I won't
thanks,
do.
Rock. I hear you. Me, I've been pulling my money. I've been spending it. You know why? Because you only live for now. Enjoy it. Of course,
Yeah,
don't
you
go
know,
spend all your money. But I've been
actually the
I've been
shelf
spending
over
a
there,
lot, thousands, just getting
right there.
everything like the distiller. It's a 9.6 gallon moonshine distiller.
I bought one too, Bob. I bought one too, by the way, a distiller because I want to make vinegar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna be making essential oils. Yeah,
There's actually this
essential
one called the
oils and a lot
Magic
of distilled
something.
water.
The Magic
What's
something. I
that?
forget what it is. Magic something. I forget what it is. I don't know if you know Lionecrest over there in Texas. Lionecrest Outdoors or something like that. That's a good channel. The guy's really
I don't
smart.
know.
He's a really smart guy. He actually uses something like called the Magic Hands or something like that for making tinctures.
Mm-hmm.
But I did buy it still, by the way, to make tinctures and also to make hooch. So I'm not gonna lie about that.
Hey,
Oh,
Cambo, good to see you. Merry
and
Christmas.
and I do have I made a few balls of vinegar. Good stuff. What's
Mm,
balls of vinegar, Darlene? Come on, girl, tell me. I actually did buy a water bath canner, and I did buy an All American canner, pressure canner. And then I bought this other one called a Carry electric canner, which actually runs really good for doing small batches. And it's almost like automatic. All you got to do is let it vent first, and then you shut the vent, and then the rest of it's done in its cans. Better and faster than trying to do all
Cool.
those big on the stove canners. Have you tried one of those Carry canners? It's
no.
Carey electric canner. Take a look at it. I bought one of them. I made a whole bunch of ham bean soup, and I didn't. We ate it all by accident, so we didn't get canned. But whatever.
Let me ask you
But
something.
it's
You got a still now. How you run it? 'Cause I bought a 12,000 BTU burner to hook up to the grill tank.
I didn't. I haven't actually used it. I actually haven't made any hooch yet with it, but I got it just in case I needed still water for emergencies.
Right. But see, the another thing I did because I figured, well, this isn't really feasible for making distilled water because you're burning tanks of fuel because it's nonstop. You know what I mean? Just going through tank
Well,
after tank.
I tell
So
you
I
the truth.
built a pit, and I bought a grate for the
Yeah,
top that's made of a half-inch solid steel that'll hold the pot. And so I had to buy a chainsaw, bought an axe, bought a trailer for my tractor. So now I go cut the wood, got it all chopped up and everything. And you just keep throwing logs in it every couple hours, just keep that thing going. You know what I mean?
actually, you can build a rocket stove and do it the same way with a lot less wood. And actually, I have a bunch of lava rocks out in my backyard in the back
Mm-hmm.
3/4 acre. So, what they use lava rocks for, right?
Yeah. Yep.
They hold the heat.
Yep.
So I could just stack a bunch of
That's
them up and
right.
make a rocket stove and actually put the damn thing on top of that. I could put the canner on top of that, whatever. I can burn sagebrush. Sagebrush burns really well. If you didn't
Another
know
good
that.
thing that the lava rocks are good for, if you crunch them up and grind them into a powder, it's got all the nutrients in from the inside the earth that you can sprinkle around in your plant in the dirt.
It has pumice. It's actually like
They love
rock
it.
dust. Rock dust is what you're talking about. But we also, if you look at the area where I live in, um, from Spokane used to be a big lake when the glaciers were here, okay? And then when that
Hmm.
thing finally broke, it spread all the lava rocks all the way down where I'm at. And so we got the white ones, the black ones, and the brown ones. So I got the best of all three worlds as far as lava rocks go. If you look at Western Washington State University, they talk about how this happened in the glaciation of this area. Okay,
Hmm.
Here's
so
some white pumice.
What's that? Oh, nice.
Here's some white pumice. Just got that
right,
from my plants.
and I buy
Yeah, it's
that. I
good
buy that
stuff.
stuff. I buy that stuff. Um, I buy that stuff out of Central Utah. Azomite. Have you
Hmm.
heard of that?
Lava
Azomite
ash.
rock dust. Azomite rock dust.
Hmm.
Azomite. Azomite rock dust. That is the best rock dust you can get. Has the most nutrients than any others. Even a glacier type of rock dust and stuff like. I can't believe we're talking about rocks. Huh. I sound like a
My
damn
bad.
gardener, don't I?
Went from lava rocks holding the heat to garden dirt or lava.
Yeah, I've been gardening since I was 5 years old. We lived in Montana. We had a 3/4 acre garden because we had to grow it to keep from starving in the winter. So I've been gardening since for 50 years now, so or more.
Nice.
Just look at it that way. So I've done a lot of stuff the dumb way, the industrial way, and then in the last maybe 10 or 15 years, I've been doing stuff the organic way, which is
Same
the way to
here.
go. Almost like permaculture, you know what I'm saying, in a way.
Only this year I'm actually making my own dirt. I didn't do that before. I wasn't.
I did make my own compost and I used it this year in the garden.
Mm,
And when I put that compost out there, you know what happened? I started seeing cilantro and carrots and onions and other stuff show up because guess what?
Mhm.
I guess some of the seeds
Hey,
migrated
buddy.
because I get a lot of wind here, and all the seeds, if you don't pick them on the right time, they gets into the dirt, and then all of a sudden you get
Mm,
carrots and cilantro and onions
Yeah.
and so it's a surprise garden next to the cabbage, and I found out, well, geez, all those are actually companion plants to that cabbage, so it worked out well.
mm,
I don't know if people know what companion plants are, but they're either nitrogen
Oh,
fixers
yeah.
or nitrogen takers. And so you plant them
mm.
next to each other. So I'm sorry, Bickham, what's your real name?
My name is Kelly. My real name is Kelly.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I want to call you Kelly, not
Please do. And it's a pleasure to
not
meet you.
not Blickham or whatever. So yeah, companion planting is very important, and also rotation of crops.
Yeah.
Not only your composting, whether you do green composting or whether you do, the regular composting, because regular composting, you include animal parts, bone meal and stuff like that. Green composting does not include that. Am I
Right.
correct or wrong?
No
So
animal
yeah,
parts. No meats. No
Yeah, no
bones.
meat or fat.
right.
No.
But I found that you put a
Keep the
compost
proper
pile next to. I
balance.
found if you put a compost pile next to the chicken coop, the raccoons and the skunks like to go to the compost pile instead of your chickens.
Hmm.
Go figure.
Mm.
Animals like the easiest meal they can get, right? Unless they're plain ornery. And people are the same way, You put your decoy stash for your bug out stuff in one place where they can be easily found, and they rock down the road and then they drop dead because you put rat poison in it. And, you get your stuff back after they raided your place. No, just kidding. I didn't say that, did I? No, I didn't say that, did I? Whatever. But it's easier than doing, the biggest part about prepping, the first part about prepping, I'm going to say to everybody in the world right now. Okay, you're a big bad prepper and you do this and you do that. Okay, how much money do you owe to the bank? Do you depend on somebody else for a paycheck? Do you take a check from the government? Oh, you're on welfare or you're on Social Security and you're taking money from the government and you're a prepper? No, you're not, because you're dependent upon somebody else. Sustainability means that you have wealth in financial settings where you are actually independent. And if the world went to crap tomorrow, you could pull out a couple thousand, $3,000 like I can, show it right in your face, and I got gold and silver and all that other stuff. I got resources on hand, not just in the bank. You're a prepper when you're actually financially prepared too. You can't just be having a wall of this stuff right here and say I'm a prepper and 30 pounds of seeds, which I could pull 2 boxes out and show you all that stuff, to grow your own food because I harvest my own seeds this year. You're a prepper when you are prepared for almost anything, but you have to be prepared up here in the mind. You have to have a solid footing on what you're going to do when this happens or that happens, but you have to be prepared financially in your
Yeah.
resources. If you're
I'm
not one of
tired of
those,
being prepared. Bring it.
you
Let's get it
know,
over with.
I know, and I find a lot of preppers in the prepper community will sit there and do what Best did. You know what I'm saying? Full of crap, not even close. and they sit there and they run each other down, and they're not really preppers. They will eat each other. They'll throw
Well,
each other under the bus when it comes by. I just
yeah.
really don't.
A lot of these prepper channels though that I don't agree with though. I mean, they're telling people to go out to get these canned goods and everything. They're supposed to. I mean,
Even my
all it is
sister,
fill. There's nothing in a can that's actually going to be healthy for you. It
why
might
don't you
fill your
buy a bag of
belly.
salt? Because that's what's in them, Bob. Right? Salt
You know what I'm saying?
everywhere.
It's got so much crap in all their processed nonsense.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a bunch of garbage, and it's full of salt.
So if you actually want
Yep.
to survive, you want to have some nutrition to keep you healthy, so you can keep doing what you got to do, and not eat just can of beans and rice that has no nutrition, and that's gonna just break you
Right.
down.
Well, a lot of this dehydrated food, you try that for
But
a couple of weeks and see how you work
not a
out on that one, right?
doctor. That's my opinion. Just gotta say that real quick. It's true. I'm not a doctor.
Okay, here comes the disclaimer. I'll do it for you, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a doctor. I'm not a pediatrician.
I'm not giving
Some of my
advice.
family are doctors, but I just take their advice and I do my own personal crap. And this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a fiduciary, and I'm certainly not your pediatrician. So when you start acting like a baby, don't call me.
Whenever I talk
There
to
we
a
go.
doctor, I educate them. Same thing with the nutritionalists. Same thing with the surgeons. They don't tell me anything except nonsense.
They're all pill pushers for big
There's nothing that they
farm,
can tell
the
me.
farmland. Yeah,
I know too much.
yeah. It's really stupid that I actually made yellow rice today, and when I made yellow rice, I put turmeric and cinnamon in it because those
Right,
things are good for you, and you
They
shouldn't
go
do
good
things like
together.
that.
right.
And well, a large part of the diet the Indians do has turmeric in it, and really, why would they eat all that stuff? It's yellow rice. Somebody peed in it, but it's good for you. Of course, I indulge and put butter in it, so I'm guilty of, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I put butter in my yellow rice, but hey, it's not margarine. Plastic stuff that they invented in World War II to replace butter. That's where margarine came from. They invented margarine in World War II because needed they couldn't produce enough butter, so they created margarine. Did you know that?
No.
Yep, that's where it came
Wow.
from. So something that's almost a plastic substance. People eat it every day, and they're like, "Oh, I love my
Yeah.
margarine on my toast. I can't believe it's not butter." Oh, wait a minute! Don't make me put my hair down and act like Fabio and do the commercial, right?
It's got.
I
It's
can't,
got.
I can't believe it's
If
not
you
butter.
look up the ingredients, you might find antifreeze also.
Yeah, it's not good for you. I got a 5,000 BTU solar power inverter this week and need 2 more batteries. I'm going to get a wood stove and chainsaw this next week, getting ready for the dark winter. Oh, that's
That's
nice.
awesome.
LKW. Actually,
That's
I
just.
have a gas dual fuel right here next to me. This would sit in a box. I actually need to take the battery and charge it. I've got propane
What?
bottles. I've got extra fuel in the 3 other cars that never drive, so I got a siphon can, and I have solar panels. I have 4 different solar systems. I have one for my personal
Nice.
office, a couple panels charged up here. Right now, the battery
Nice.
voltage is 12.8. It has 300 amp hour batteries on there, the standard ones. I have another 300 amp hour battery system with the wind and solar. I have another MPP solar. It's a 2.4 kilowatts that actually can run my freezers and my refrigerators. That has a 400 amp hour life PO4 batteries, which are lithium iron phosphate batteries. And then I have my standard one, which runs my greenhouse, which turns off and on. I don't have to even watch it. I just have to go water the plants in my indoor greenhouse where I'm growing stuff that has 200 amp hour light pole batteries, lithium iron phosphates. And so I doubled down, and I actually have 1200 amp hours, plus all the little batteries I have that are like 35 amperes. I have like 6 of them. So those are going to go outside eventually, and they're going to run a little heater from the chickens at nighttime if I need to, as backup during the daytime, and then I'll run it off regular stuff. So yeah, I've been kind of getting ready for things for some reason, because there's a bunch of jackasses that want to sit there and blow up Europe and China and other stuff, and I'm just like,
That's what I've been
and
doing.
freezers are full, the stocks are on the shelves. This is just one of them. Okay, so I'll eat that canned food and all the salt I can. I did a little canning this year. I did a little freezing. I still have canning supplies, stuff, canners, any way I can to can stuff. But I'm just not a prepper because I don't know what I'm doing, and life's like, I might want to cancel stuff, but I've been, I used to can when I was a kid. Our mother used to make us all stand in there and help her can. So we learned how to can when I was a kid, my early teens. Okay. And my dad made us all learn how to change the tire, work on a car, fix appliances like washers and dryers. And I even taught my dad how to fix a TV after he bought me a Radio Shack set when I was 12. So I learned about electronics back then. And when I was 15, I fixed the family TV when it blew up. So if it breathes and leaves, eats electricity, I could probably fix it. I got a couple of cheap microwaves. I need to replace the diodes on. I'm sorry, is my voice that irritating, doggy? Yeah, so I've been fixing stuff my entire life. I've worked in electrical engineering R&D for 14 freaking years. I did military, medical, all that stuff, commercial, aerospace. You tell me what I can't fix, what I can't design, what I can't build. It's not, I'm telling you. If I walk up to your camp, you better have a steak on a platter for me, because I'm going to be your best friend when you need somebody that has those skills. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my medical crap is worthless. So I'll need a doctor in my group, But no, the last 20 years, all I've been doing is hanging out and doing IT stuff and building websites and coding and all that crap. So I'll be worthless to the world. And I hear people that say they're preppers and they don't have any of those skills. Really? You can't fix nothing? You don't even know how to use a screwdriver? You barely know how to grow food? People better wake up. I'm telling you, they better wake up and learn these skills. I saw this one guy, Will Price, Price or Pros, whatever. He has this like a solar channel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now that guy went from living in an RV just with the basic 12-volt system, barely knowing anything about solar panels or solar systems. That guy's rocking it now. That guy would be and could be probably take a state test and be licensed as a professional electrical engineer. The guy's good now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if you sit on your skill set and you don't improve it, you're not improving yourself.
That's right. Spinning the wheels.
I forgot how to crochet and knit. I did that when I was a kid because that was also taught to us by my mom. We all learned how to do it. So I actually subscribed to a few knitting and crochet channels because they were part of the homestead community. So I can sit there and watch them do it so I can learn it again, because I think I can do it, but I may have lost that skill set and I want to get it back because it's valuable.
Yeah, like Lou said, at the January 6th, they're going to be rolling out the,
Well, we all know that this is going to be horse shit for the next 3 months, right? They're going to starve and freeze everybody out across the world. No, they are. They are. Get rid of that right there. That guy right there.
Buckle
Get
up.
rid of him. Did you get rid of
Huh?
that troll? They're doing that shit. I'll get rid of it. I'll get it right now. Boom.
Guys, excuse me. My
Is
little
that a
dog
troll?
needs to
Was
run
that a
me out.
troll? Check it out, Bob. Was that a troll?
Okay,
'Cause
Kelly.
I've been seeing a lot of that.
BRB.
Yeah, probably was. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll
And I
be
saw
here.
that.
Thank you.
I saw that. Yeah, there's a
Thank
lot
you.
of that stuff going where they're trying to drop links into your chat. Okay, so they can exploit it. Because they're right now I'll tell you what they're trying to do. They're dropping a link in like that, so it gives them an open link so they can put an exploit into YouTube, and then they can take down YouTube and other stuff. So that's intentional. That's part of hacking, and I know about that because I'm an internet security expert. Okay, you get what I'm saying? That's what I do
Yep.
for a living too. Also, I do that for a living, but I'm just a computer guy that's a hacker nowadays to some of the prepper community because little Bess ran her little mouth about that, and I was like, no, that's not true. I do white hat hacking because I actually have to protect my clients' servers and websites. You know, did they get that or not?
Oop.
You're obviously looking at something else.
Yeah, just check because there was another one before, but I want to let everybody know you all have wrenches in here.
That's what your mods are for. Take care of your channel. I just
Yeah.
happened to see this because I'm looking at StreamYard and I'm looking at that and I saw that and it's like I've been seeing that all week. So
Yep.
yeah, you just need to nail them and get rid of them. You see anything with the dot in there with the something like that, guys?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and nail them because they're nothing but trolls. Christmas trolls. We got Christmas trolls. Isn't that
Merry
fun?
Christmas, Megs.
Ho ho ho! Christmas troll. Goodbye. Click.
Yeah, Christmas trolls. You gotta love them.
So I guess what's her face? Forget her name now. She gave up. She got tired of all the crap. Hi, Jacob.
Drop.
What?
Yeah. There we go.
Actually, you said knitting, and I forgot I'm making a washcloth for a Christmas present I'm giving someone tomorrow.
Right.
And I'm in the middle of it. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta finish it up before tomorrow.
I scared you.
Thanks, Drop.
You probably knitted that shirt you're wearing too, by the way, didn't you?
I didn't, but I wish I could. I can only do things that are square and rectangular.
Yeah. You know, I learned to knit.
I learned it on YouTube, actually.
I learned to knit.
Self-taught myself to knit on YouTube.
My grandmother, my mother, and my aunts taught us all how to knit and crochet, by the way. I actually like crocheting better than knitting.
I love knitting. I love having 2 needles. It excites me. But I started making these 100%, speaking of natural things, 100% using yarn that's 100% cotton and making these washcloths for like dish towels, dish sink cloths. They are amazing to wash your dishes with. You can't even imagine the difference between using a store-bought washcloth or a dish rag or whatever compared to this 100% squishy. It has like a really good texture to it. It really cleans the dishes really well, and it just feels really good in your hands when you're washing them.
Oh, I know.
Why am I enjoying this 100%?
Actually, Jackie, some of my friends up in Canada, Hickory Croft Farms Homestead.
Yeah.
She actually makes stuff out of their Highland sheep wool that they actually produce themselves.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really a good thing. I probably should just drop their link in there if you want. Is that okay, Bob? Because they're really good people to know. I like them. They're really good people. They're honest people. They're wholesome people. You know, they're not jerks. You know what I'm saying? I've cut out everybody that's an asshole in my life because I'm just tired of it. I'm not going to put up with it anymore. You know?
No, why should you?
No, I'm not. All the garbage out there, it's just like forget it. You know?
Yeah.
I mean,
I made a cat bed out of merino wool, really chunky merino wool, and I did a couple of those. But then I was talking to Grumpy Troll, and I showed him one of these cat beds I made. I hand knit it. I don't use needles. I use my hands, and I actually
Grumpy's
hand knit
probably
it.
all over that.
Oh
He was
yeah,
probably
he
all
was.
over it.
So
Yep.
I made
Yep.
him and I mailed him one. He loved it.
Yeah, check out that channel, Hickory Croft Farms.
Oh yeah, thank you.
They are excellent people. There's also Darren and Bridget, and then there's Mel and Ben over there. This Quebec homestead, which is really
Yeah.
nice. They're actually right around your area, Bob. Can I drop their thing too?
Yeah, of course. That's
Yeah.
what we do
Okay.
here.
Yeah, these are really good people. I love them. They're like brothers and sisters to me. You know what I'm saying?
I just want to let everybody know that. Remind them if you have links to other
Oh
channels
yeah,
or
definitely.
videos,
The people
you
like,
think
yeah.
yeah.
Can I
Feel
tell?
free.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
tell a funny little story?
Oh,
Do you want to hear a
funny
funny
is-
little story drop?
Sure.
Okay. So I had a dream 4 nights ago. I had a very realistic, crazy, wild dream that I was running for president and I was campaigning. And they're like all these, like, all the high political figures were all around me. And it was like no big deal. Like I fit right. I was part of it. No big deal. And I was like, I was going to win. Okay. So then my dream switched to me gambling because I work at the VFW now and they do a lot of gambling there. So it
I'm
switched
sure
to
they
that.
do.
So my dream ended. I go to work 2 days later at the VFW and I'm bartending and I bring up this dream to the only one guy that was in the bar at the time. And I love that at the VFW, the older vets are such truthers and they are so like more awake than I thought that they would be. It is so much fun. Like they're like shocked at like how much like I know or that I'm like attuned to.
You didn't know my dad. Trust me. When I got sat down, I was 15 years old when he sat me down and told me about the world. It really was.
So I tell him about
Really
my
was.
dream. He leaves. A couple more of the regulars come in and they're having a drink. And out of the corner of my ear, got a little bit busy. Out of the corner of my ear, I hear the words Jackie and president in the same sentence from some of the guys on the old guys at the other side of the bar. And I'm like, what did you just say? And they were like, yeah, you should just run for president. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so weird. I just had that dream like 4 days ago that I was president of the United States. They're like, yeah, you'd be a way better president than what we have now.
You know what?
But it's like a really weird synchronicity that like I had that dream. It was so real.
Serendipity.
It definitely. I'm like, that's just crazy. Why would you even say that? And then my name's Jacqueline, and I was named after Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy. That's who I was named after because I was born around the time when she was super popular. My mom loved her. And I'm like, I'm even named after like the, truther president's wife, I'm like, oh, this is too weird. And then we were watching the new Matrix all at the same time. I'm like, this is too much at one time.
It actually, it's the signs. Look at the signs. Maybe you will be president. I will vote for you. I appreciate you. I think you would make a great president.
Oh, thanks. Amazing. You're amazing. You should
Can
change
I be your
your name back
bodyguard
to
and
Amazing
pay me
Drop,
a lot of
by
money?
the way.
No, this is actually my garden channel. Okay.
Yeah.
I actually have a drops preps and I have a drops stock channel. And
oh yeah,
like
how many channels do you have? Yeah, that's probably true.
Well, on this account, 8, and God, I sound like a troll. No, I actually have Papa Smarf, drops preps, drops financial thing, whatever. And then my other one, I have 3 other channels, and that's about it. So about 8 channels. Yeah, about 8 channels.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still have the Amazing Drop channel, but it's the main channel. I don't do anything on it anymore because if they snuff that out, all the brand channels go away.
Yeah.
This is a brand channel, so
that's funny. So I have one more weird, funny story thing. So me and Josh go to open up a joint checking account about, I don't know, like 3 months ago. So we go in, she has my information ahead of time. So we just have to go in there and basically sign the papers to open up this joint checking account. So we go in and she suddenly asked me a very strange question. The lady at the bank, she said, are you part of the FBI, an ambassador to the UK? And
nope.
or something that has to do with that. And I'm like, And of course, I'm really sarcastic and very aloof about strange shit because strange stuff happens all the time. So I like paused and I'm like, well, and then Josh is looking at me like, oh my God, do I not know who I'm with? You know what I mean? And I'm like, no, I'm not. She said, because it's very strange because I pulled up your name. For some reason, they did some kind of search on me before I opened up a checking account there. And I am somehow tied to this ambassador to the UK who's part of the FBI. My name somehow got tagged with her name.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. So I'm like, what? So she wasn't supposed to show me, but I'm like, can I see that paper that she had printed out? So I saw the name of the lady who supposedly I'm tied to. So of course I have to go home and I have to investigate it. And there was like just really weird synchronicities with like her life and my life, of course, because that's how that happens. So I go to work at the VFW a few days later, and there's this vet who comes in. He's younger than me. He's like in his 40s. And we start talking, and he's telling me all this stuff about 9/11, the 119 and all this other stuff. And we're getting into all this conspiracy stuff. And he goes, he never goes to the bar or anything. He says he just happened to come out that day, like very randomly. And it was just me and him at the bar, and we're talking, and he goes, you're not part of the FBI, are you?
Wow.
Are you serious?
I've been accused
So
of
now
that.
I am. Wait,
But
I'm a
actually, I do have a
shapeshifter.
friend that I grew up in high school with that learned
Yeah.
Russian. She does work for a 3-letter agency, and she does have a husband and 3 kids.
Isn't that crazy? I'm like, I'm like. So now I am not only a shape-shifting reptilian. You missed that part earlier in the show.
You're not a
I'm
reptilian because reptilians avoid me because they can't hide themselves from me because of my
Oh,
vision.
see, so there, I proved it because
I also have
love
night
you, Drop,
vision.
since
I
day
also have
one.
night vision, by the way. I can
Yeah.
see in the dark.
Yeah.
So I've always had that, and when I started
So look
pointing
at
out
me.
reptilians,
I'm
my mother took
I'm
me
not
to
a
a
reptilian, am I?
psychologist. No, you're not. My mother
Okay,
took me to a psychologist because I was talking about this when I was a little kid. Okay,
Uh-huh.
because I could see the Queen of England was a reptilian, and other
Yeah.
people, and so she took me to a psychologist, and he checked me out and stuff like that. He was half reptilian himself. So it's like I'm sitting there looking, I'm going like, oh Jesus, another one, because there's these green people walking around with those
Yeah.
scales on them, and
Yeah.
I could always tell when I was a kid, you can't hide that stuff from me. That's why the reptilians won't show themselves.
I love it. That is
Homestead Aquarius.
awesome, Drop. That is so
Homestead
cool.
Aquarius. Homestead
Yeah.
Aquarius.
So yeah, somebody tried to out me as a
You and your
shape-shifting
frogs.
reptilian on YouTube, and they were cutting apart one of my videos
Oh.
and showing how my eyes were turning slittish and how I'm
Well,
demonic
to be
and
honest
I'm a
with you-
witch and all this other stuff that I'm
To
not.
be honest with you, okay.
Yeah.
To be honest
Yeah.
with you, we're
Yeah,
all
go ahead.
reptilian based anyway.
I know.
Give it back.
Because you're a medical person. You know what I'm talking about right now.
I know. Yeah.
When a baby's first conceived, it looks like a little reptile.
Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. And
But
and we're all aliens and we're all whatever. But so now I'm a shapeshifter. I'm in the FBI and I am going to be president of the United States.
And you know how to knit.
And I'm just little old Jackie.
I know, and you know how to knit. That's the most important part of it right
I
there.
can knit, and I taught myself to do it, and I'm an expert at it. Squares and rectangles.
You don't wear a poopy diaper, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Well, I'm just checking.
Not yet. I'm getting old enough to, but I don't yet.
Oh, you ain't old enough, girl. Shit, you're a young spring chicken.
I am. Yeah. Well, compared to you, I might be.
Oh, wow. You're
Oh.
going to insult me now?
No, that's not
Here,
an insult.
this is part of the drama stuff in the chat.
That's
so
not
you guys
an
go ahead and
insult.
roll the comments along and, tell me how old I look and all that stuff,
No, only because you said how old your parents were.
I'm an old Phil grandpa, and I'm just, I'm only like in better shape than half the guys my age at 25, and
No
I'm
kidding.
twice as strong as their asses too, by the way. And Bob's
Me too.
built pretty well too, by the way.
Me too. That's what
You
I
got some
said.
muscles on there, Bobby.
No one can believe I'm 54 years old, and I could still do cartwheels and balance on one foot like no problem.
I don't need a hip replacement. That's all I thank God for.
Let's see that cartwheel.
I just turned
I'm
57.
knitting, Bob. You know what, Bob? You go live again. I will
Calling
do a
you
cartwheel
out.
and a split. I can still do a split too.
You know, Jackie, I just
Whoa.
turned 57, and I can still hold up a 50-pound bag of feed over my head and throw it 10
See,
feet. You know,
you're
it's
not
like
that much older than me, buddy.
these young kids half our age are weaker than crap. You know, if you
Oh
think
yeah,
about it, right, Bob? They're weak.
Yep.
They got man
Yeah.
buns and I don't know what the hell they're doing, but
man
Not only
buns
that, you can go all day long, you know.
all
yeah,
day.
I see these younger ones is like they don't know what work is even. Hey,
oh
Navy
hell,
dogs.
I don't stop all day. All day.
Yep.
if
Same here.
they tried to, you know, my neighbor said one time to me, well, I can just mow your lawn. You just pay me like 10 or $15 and I'll mow your whole front lawn. It's like, dude, I push this little push mower for exercise.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that's why I don't have a mower. I have a little push mower to cut the grass, and I live in the damn desert anyway. So give me a break. Why would I want you to cut my lawn?
No.
You know, that I do stuff physically during the summer, especially when I have to work out in the garden. I do it by
Yeah.
hand. I don't use power tools because I want to be
Hi,
able
Navy
to.
dog. Hi, Sam.
Yeah, you know,
Uh-huh.
I want to build up strength. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want
Oh,
to get
no
old and
kidding.
weak. And even today, back when I was a kid in high school, there's only been one of my weightlifting records that has been broken for my weight class. Do you know that? So, how weak is the generation we got? They can't break my stupid records. Come on, you can you can you can shoulder
Oh my
press
God.
375 pounds, you know, over your head when you're 147 pounds. Come on, do it. You know,
Just look around you and look at the people around. It's
people my age are fat, walking, waddling down Walmart, dying of pills,
Yep.
prescriptions, and everything else. And I don't take a dang thing other than natural health stuff for my
Oh.
stuff. You know what I'm saying? I have a little
Yep.
bit high blood pressure. And what do I take for that? What do I take for that?
What do you take for that? You're not supposed to take anything for it.
Well, instead of blood pressure pills, I take something like this. Beets, because they're full of nitrates, good for your heart and lower your blood pressure. People,
Exactly.
if you eat a good diet, you don't need those kind of control. So that keeps my blood pressure down.
Mm-hmm.
like Smurfette said, all done by design.
Yep.
Yeah. By the time
And actually,
you
Bob, Josh quoted you the other day to someone. He goes, the best advice I've ever heard from everyone was from Bob Truthseeker when he said, all of your body's problems can be solved. It's either a problem in a lack of something in your body or a toxicity. He goes, if you look into one or the other, you will cure anything in your body. You're either your body is craving something or you're putting something in that's toxic. You even get close to any kind of balance with that, or even come close to any kind of knowledge in your own self and what you're putting in and what you're putting out and what it needs. If you just become in tune with your inner self, even a little bit, your health problems will just disappear.
I remember that too.
You remember saying that, and like he's held on to that. Like with he said,
can I say something? The Smurfette did it.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Smurfette did it. I'm sorry about that. The preacher guy. Okay, I know you guys didn't get along. You guys had a problem, and he does tend to get a little radical, but he is a good person, and so are you. So I'm sorry that you both had a problem, and I'm sorry you got in the middle of it. So, you know, you're a good person. I like you, and
yeah.
Who cares if you gain 2 sizes, as long as you're healthy?
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah, absolutely.
Comment on what Jackie said. That was deficiency equals toxicity deficiency, but in today's world, it's both.
Yeah, it just you know, at a certain point is that all this crap is just it's just ridiculous how many pills people are being pushed, and it's being pushed into the water supply after it goes down the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a break. We already have enough toxicity in the environment, and you know, I've never equated to being an environmentalist to being a lefty. Okay, I've always been an environmentalist, even when I was a young kid, but I always voted on the right side of the thing. But then again, the right and left doesn't really matter because it meets in the middle, and both of them are full of crap. It goes down the toilet. So, well,
Hey, Veronica.
Hi,
was I
Veronica.
being
Happy holidays.
philosophical there?
No. That's what we're here for.
But
Talk.
you know, yeah, you
Sophie.
know,
Tommy Tremonte. Hello. How you doing?
come on up here, Smurfit. I want to talk to you, girl. But you know, the thing is that we're living in a toxic world right now, and they're
Very.
pushing something other than pills. They're pushing fear, and this shit has to end. And I refuse to be afraid of anything. You know, I get sick maybe once every decade. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
in 2019 in February, I got the stuff. You know what I did? I popped a bunch of vitamin C and I ran my cold diffuser full of thyme oil because that's a time thing that's been used for centuries to actually cure coughing, respiratory problems, and whooping coughing babies.
Mm-hmm.
Yay.
Not good for rabbits and birds. Don't keep your rabbits and birds around that. Otherwise, that will actually kill your birds and your rabbits, by the way. But thyme essential oil and also oregano oil are time cures for a lot of respiratory issues. It's better than penicillin. It's better than anything you can drop in your body. It's been used for centuries, and then all of a sudden this penicillin came along, and now you have to use that. You know, Nostradamus used rose petals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because in the rose petals, he created vitamin C for the plague, the Black Death. That's what he was Nostradamus was actually a failed physician. He went to college for a couple of years to be a physician and then left. And he was walking all around Europe curing the plague with rose petals, vitamin C. Go figure. You look at thyme essential oil, oregano oil, it's antibacterial, antifungal. Okay.
A lot of them are.
Antiviral. It kills the virus.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are.
You know, and it's like I have bottles of thyme essential oil, and I have some oregano oil, and I like eucalyptus oil and all kinds of essential oils. I have them around the house, and I do want to make some of those. And the tingers sound good, and then that tea thing you make. What do you call that, Bob?
What?
Kombucha.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The tea thing. That
I
sounds
haven't made
good
that
too.
yet.
I haven't either, and
That's
I'm
one of
not
my
really convinced about it. But if you look at tea, what does tea have over coffee? Coffee is good for you too, by the way,
Right.
and so is tea. They both have medicinal elements into them that actually help you.
Just gotta be careful what coffee you get. I mean, if it's already ground for you, then it could
Right.
have other stuff added to it. Fillers.
Well, if you put the vanilla creamer in like I do, you're probably just suiciding yourself and doing the ship
That's
in the
what I
sink.
do. That's
Poke
That's
holes
what
in the
Josh
bag.
does too. Well, that's what I do too.
I
I'll put
do
that
too.
stupid French vanilla shit creamer in it.
I love it. I love it. I can't. I had tasty relationships with
It's
French
so good.
vanilla.
It's your guilty pleasure.
How's my Bill Clinton, by the way?
That's pretty good. From an upcoming president, that's a really good president impersonation. You're gonna have to learn how to impersonate me now, since I'm gonna be president.
I have to learn how to impersonate you now to be president.
There you go.
Don't tempt me. You know what I actually wanted to do when early in life was be a voiceover actor.
Yeah.
And so I actually did learn how to actually imitate people. I can sing like Whitney Houston. Oh, I always love you. No, it's funny. And then I found out they only make about $130,000 a year at the most. And it's like, forget it. I no longer wanted to be a voiceover actor. But everybody has their life things. It's like my friend Bob, not you, Bob, but another friend Bob that I went to high school with and went to college with. He became an engineer like me, and then his wife was a what do you call that? What's that social crap? Where they work with people and all that stuff. She got a PhD in that stuff, and he made more money than she did. That's like, really? Okay, yeah, she had a PhD in like whatever they do social work stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? What do you call those? I forget now. Hey, I'm gonna spearhead Jackie's campaign
Are you
for
gonna?
2024.
You think
Hell
I won't
yeah.
do it? You think I won't?
You know
do
what?
It?
Do you know what? Do you know who I work for? I work for clients that actually do marketing. So if you want somebody to market your ass to run for president, you probably want me.
All right, I
There
got
you
you,
You know
go.
Joe.
all about that stuff. I'll even build
You're
your
done.
website for you.
Here we go. What the hell?
Just have to give me your firstborn left arm and a bag of gold.
I'm not having any more children.
Well, then,
He's 26 years old. Do you want his arm? He's already handicapped. I don't think that would be very nice.
well, I could put him work in the kitchen, but
You could. He's downstairs playing chess with Josh right now, and he's
Okay.
probably kicking Josh's ass.
Okay, well, we'll find us some other payment. You know,
All
you got
right,
any
we can figure
relatives
something else out.
I can actually put in the slave market and whore them out?
There we go.
Yeah, it would just be nice about things here.
I know, it's all good.
By the way, darling, this is not me. I'm just actually drunk. Okay, a little bit.
No, not drop.
No, I'm not really drunk anyway.
No,
My
you're just
cheeks red.
happy. You're just feeling happy.
I'm being nice. I'm having a happy day. I'm just enjoying the chat with friends. You know.
Oh, isn't that nice? I
It
miss
is
you,
nice.
Drop.
I do too.
Been a long time.
I miss a lot of people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I miss you, Bob.
miss you too.
Mhm.
Miss everybody.
I
Good
miss
to
you,
see
Barney.
everybody.
Where's the purple dinosaur?
Let's all start. Let's have a love-in.
No, it's good. Good to see everyone's doing well.
Yeah, you know, when I got that cough stuff and I did the vitamin C and I did the essential oils with the cold diffuser, it
Mhm.
knocked my ass out in 4.5 hours. My cough went away. CV 0, drop 1, and I was on the horse for the next couple of days. Because when it hit me, I was like, oh man, I had this massive headache. Okay, big time. I thought I was having a grand mal seizure, migraine. And I've had
Yeah.
some pretty bad migraines, but this thing just hit me. And also, I couldn't breathe very well and all that stuff. First thing I went is I started coughing up the vitamin C's in a bag full, and then I ran my time essential oil, and I sat there like, and 4.5 hours later, I felt better. I was doing well, and I was only really hoarse for like 2 days. So there you go. And it kicked its butt. So, CV, you get a big fat 0. I win a 1. Let me do. Oh, wait a minute. I got to do the cold sign, right? The okay sign. There you go. They're doing the right thing. There we go. Oh, come on. No, shift and reptilian.
it's me.
Yeah, I love how these people focus on non-real problems in the world.
Yeah.
They're talking about all the shortages in the stores. Okay, of course there's going to be shortages because they're going to starve and freeze you to death this winter. That's why we told you to stock up on food, right? Come on, for 3.5 years, right, Bob?
Yep.
Buy
Exactly.
seeds because they're not going to allow you to grow stuff. How long do we have to yell this stuff from the tops of the hills before these people pick it up and figure it out?
That's another thing that's disappointing, spending all that time, effort, and everything to try and to
I know.
get something going on.
Right.
Get people to, and it just seems.
Yeah, I felt like I spent 3.5, 4 years. Hopefully, I got to a few of them, and hopefully this is salvation
Of course, you
prayer.
get through some. Just
So
not
when
enough.
this world goes to crap, they actually get saved and go to heaven with me.
Yeah.
I
actually
don't know how
had
I'll go to.
a small revelation on that just recently about I had like this flash vision of the Tower of Babel. And like for all of us who try to get out there and just try to help people, try to get them to whatever their next level is, to help educate, to help encourage, to do whatever. And it feels like you just said, Bob, that I just did all this and like nothing, or maybe just one or whatever. And I had this flash vision of the Tower of Babel, and I feel like it sounds so strange, but I feel like it's like almost like two different timelines, and you're speaking on one timeline and they're speaking on another and hearing on another, and it's almost like how the language was confused, and it felt like we're speaking and they're hearing totally different words than we're speaking, like a totally but they don't realize it. It sounds like what they're understanding, but it's nothing of what we're saying. And how frustrated we get inside when we're trying to like either minister to someone or try to tell them truth about prepping or what's to come or what we know or what, and it feels
Yep.
like they hear it, but they don't hear it. And then
So-
I kind of just felt like the two different timelines just aren't together yet to where they're going to hear it, or it's not their time yet. So why is it our decision on when they're supposed to hear it and receive it, whatever the truth is, or whatever, you know what I mean? Why do we feel
I
like
can
it's
tell
our...
you, I can tell you the truth if you want to hear it.
Sure, go ahead, John.
The truth is that time is not linear; it's circular.
Exactly.
We are actually
They free the people.
interdimensional. We're actually interdimensional. Okay.
Yeah.
As far as time goes.
Yeah.
But the biggest joke on part of that thing is there's no time in heaven. The time
Right.
is the devil's tool. Time is Satan's work.
Absolutely.
There is no time in heaven. And
No.
so interdimensional time, which is what we're looking at overlapping. I don't know if you know subsets of subsets, because you probably had some higher mathematics being a nurse, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're living in the subset of interdimensional time. And actually the person that's alive, right, what you're doing right now, knitting, somebody else is doing 1,000 years back, and they're still alive in that same time.
Absolutely. I totally believe that.
Because that's the devil's trap. He traps souls within time blocks to block them off, to compartmentalize them so that he can actually take control better than he can. Because if he didn't do that, if Satan didn't do that, the Morning Star, which is the Statue of Liberty, by the way, if you all didn't know, the Statue of Liberty is Satan, now you know it. And it's been stamped throughout time, even before Christianity came along. And I'll tell you something that you probably didn't know. The Tower of Babel, who was the king? Nimrod?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who was also his friend? Abraham's father. Because Abraham lived in the Tower of Babel along with his father, which was good friends with Nimrod, the king. Before things went to crap, that's where Abraham came out of from, the Tower of Babel, the fall of Babel. People don't know this stuff. They're not taught this stuff. Have they ever taught you this in your church at all?
Right.
Ever?
No.
Have they ever taught you, Bob? Have they ever taught you, Kelly? Have they ever taught you that?
Nope.
Okay, that's where Abraham came from.
Welcome
Tower of
back,
Babel.
Kelly.
That's where the whole Abrahamic religions came from.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying there's not a God. I'm just saying the God that you know is not the God in the Bible. The God in the Bible is 3 different gods.
Yeah.
You got to watch the scriptures. You have to look at the old Dead Sea Scrolls. You have to look at stuff.
Absolutely.
This stuff comes from stuff that people don't know. You're taught one thing and you believe it because you don't actually research it. Wake up, just like we've been telling you to prep up for times that are coming. Wake up and learn about your history. You know, Hinduism is probably one of the oldest religions in the damn world. And they believe in alien gods, fallen angels.
We're all groomed. We're all indoctrinated, groomed to grow up and get a job and make a family.
Oh, yeah, you do the Dave Ramsey plan. You will end up being happy and a bunch of money in the bank and retired before you have some health failing problems and you have to spend it all and sell the house and go to a rest home. Good luck on that one.
And let them take it all anyway.
Yes. From cradle to grave, it's a debt enslavement society. You need to break that chain. Break that chain. I broke that chain. I'm out of it. If I quit tomorrow, I never have to work again. I'm telling you, I don't wake up and have to worry about getting to work on time so I can get fired so I don't lose my house. I own everything. I own the cars. I own my house. I own my properties. I own my retirement accounts. I have money in the bank. I have cash on hand. Right now I could grab $3,000 cash or $4,000, whatever I have right now, and show it to you. Paper money. I could wave it around.
He didn't go over there to do.
I could
Yep.
wave that money around right now. I could show you a bunch of silver coins and gold and everything else. And I have investments. I am free. I am debt free and not a slave. Get off the debt enslavement system.
Yeah.
You don't need to buy that new house if you can't damn afford the damn thing.
Exactly.
You can live in a
That's-
little shack, at the end of the road, or a little place that you can just pay bare minimum stuff and save your damn money and make yourself a life. Invest that money and put that money to use for you. Don't make the money
That
work
was one of
you.
the first
Work the
things I
money.
did. I paid off everything I could.
Yeah, you got it, Bob. That's where I'm
Yeah.
at. And the next
And
place
then
I'm
No
buying,
credit card debt here.
no debt here, debt free.
No,
And
zero.
Dave Ramsey can kiss my ass because I did it before I even turned, 60 years old. And I'm just investing that money and making more money. I'm making my money work for me instead of making me work for it. Dave Ramsey is a good start, a good idea.
Yeah.
The baby steps, the first three.
Yeah.
Well, when you start talking about making money, no, get off his plan, because when he talks about putting the money away from retirement, he's talking about you being a slave for the rest of your life, working a damn
Right.
job until you're 60 freaking years old, and then you're too old. You know how many people live beyond 65, 70 years old? Not many. I know I will. I mean, I've got a family history of, you're going to die when you're 80 or 90 or 100 years old. My Uncle Wes was 103 when he croaked. He worked 3 different union jobs. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a roughneck. Okay, he did everything. He did steel. He did plumbing. He did all that stuff. He worked union jobs until they actually told him, you're 87, dude. You got to leave. We can't insure you anymore.
Yeah.
My grandfather was a general contractor in Loveland, Colorado, until he was 84 years old. Okay, he owned
That's
his
right,
own shit.
Max.
He had a field full of crap. He had millions of dollars worth of equipment, because back then, a general contractor, you had to have all that equipment. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Get off the plan. You can look at Dave Ramsey and use it as a model to start with. Get off the plan. Quit being a slave to people. The reason why people are in fear, and the reason why people are afraid now of this stupid variant crap that they're pumping out there, they're using fear to control you. And the reason why they use fear to control you is because they can control you because you are owned financially by them. Get off their wagon. If you don't care about their money, you don't care about, tomorrow if I lose my job, I'll lose my house, wife, and kids, and all that other shit. Get off the wagon. Get off the wagon. I don't know if I can preach more than this. I just, I'm so insanely upset that I have spent 3.5 years telling people, be a prepper. And part of being a prepper is getting yourself off the damn financial wagon where you are beholden with debt enslavement. I'm sorry, but I'm going to preach it tonight. I'm here to.
And that's the true definition of sovereignty.
Yes.
Not just spiritual sovereignty, but just sovereignty in how you live, how you think, what you're willing to endure, what you're willing to put up with and not put up with, and doing it, actually doing it, making it work. And then having the peace inside that's going to dwell inside from it. That's sovereignty.
What are you doing?
Be a doer.
Yeah, that's the point, though. Be a doer and live. People call me a phony. This little bitch called me a fucking phony one time, okay? This little bitch, a little Puerto Rican bitch, okay? And I'm going to tell you right now, this guy, Portuguese bitch, he called me a fake and a phony. His name's John Will. And I'm willing to forgive him. But he called me a bunch of names and said a bunch of bullshit, and I'm like, dude, And he sat there and gave me the finger the whole time he was saying this shit to me. And he thought it was in private, but actually I recorded the whole damn thing. Okay. He called me a phony. That's a dick, dude. I'm not a phony. Everything I do, everything I say is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
When you call somebody a phony, you're actually the one that's actually a liar.
Right.
A liar.
And Drop, you have to realize that you have such a presence and strong personality and wisdom and knowledge that it really is, like you said, how shapeshifters can't be in your presence. You know what I mean?
Right.
A lot of people who don't own their own truth have trouble being around you. You know what I mean?
That is true.
So you have to realize too that you have to, I mean, it's really hard, but we have to have compassion for people like that, because they can't, it's like that automatic reaction from, past shit that automatically wells up when they're around someone who's actually living and walking and speaking in truth and knowledge, that it makes them feel very uneasy and insecure.
It makes them ashamed that they're ignorant. And
Exactly.
the more you know, actually, people, the more you know, the more ignorant you realize you really are.
Exactly.
You really are.
Exactly. So, I mean, we do have to, I mean, it's hard. It's very hard. It's very hard, but you have to realize that there's something in you and you should feel proud. I mean, you should feel very good that someone, even though it was a negative thing that was brought out, to you, that somehow you helped him in some way by him reacting in that way. You brought something out.
I like that. I like what you said, Jackie, because even if it makes them feel lesser than that, then they actually do something about it to make themselves better. I think that's actually a great thing. When I was 15 years old, I was in high school and I was on the debate club. Okay. So I took debate.
Yeah.
And I was 15 years old, had to get up and do legislative speaking. And we're not talking about tournaments where you go, well, there's like 20 people. There's over 300 people in that room. It's the first time I ever got up and publicly spoke in front of millions, hundreds of people, over 300 people. It was big.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. I was shy. Man, I was shaking. I was turning red. I could barely speak the words, And, that helped me through life, though. To actually, it helped me through life to talk to people and to communicate as far as I can,
And you have had a great life of doing it.
Right.
You have.
I never ran for office, though. I didn't want to be a crook, so I didn't run for office. But whatever. Oh, by the way, can I run your crook organization when you run for president? Because I know how to make money off of that.
Oh, sure. Let's make some money in the process. Oh, now I messed my row up.
Yes, it does, Megs. It does, Megs. When you're confronted by liars, the truth eventually comes out, and it reflects right back to them.
Always.
It does, and it's already starting to do that again.
Yeah.
So I see our little best friend down the road. I wish the well for her, but she's such a fake.
And Drop, sometimes you just piss people off.
I do. I piss people off for a reason, though. I want a reaction from them.
Not Drop.
Oh, do I piss people off? I'm sorry.
You do sometimes.
I can't recall.
I also tell them the damn truth, though. That's what they don't like. You piss people off by telling them the damn truth, right? Isn't that right?
We've
I like
had some
when
good
people
times.
snort. I like the snorting, laughing stuff. That's cute. My wife used to do that.
Oh.
Just tell you that. No. Yeah, she used to snort a little bit when she started laughing.
Yeah,
so
that's
cute.
What I do.
I used to make her mad as hell. And, I teased her and make her mad as hell.
See?
And she'd get really mad and her eyes get little beady and stuff. Then she realized I was just ticking her off so I could get played. And it's like, then she started laughing at me. It's like, oh, I know what you're doing. It's like, but she looked so cute when she got mad. I love it. Especially in that blue dress, and give me a cigar.
Oh, my.
Nah, she was cute when she got mad. She finally caught on to it. It's like, yeah, I know what you're doing. after 20 years, she kind of fondly caught on to the fact that I was teasing her to make her mad.
Hey,
she
where's
would get-
Sasquatch? I just heard someone say, "Woot."
I don't know. Where's Sasquatch?
No, just someone just referenced him, and it just made me think of him.
Oh, my daughter told me that I'm lucky to be alive because in this state, Sasquatch is off limits for it's a protected species, and I'm still alive because of it. Now, she actually told me that, and she also told me as soon as I can't no longer cook food, she's going to drive me down to the old folks' home and leave me. So if I cannot cook any food anymore, you will probably see me at the rest home with my poopy diaper.
Hey, Shunka, how you doing?
I never had such relationships with that that pole over there. Oh, come on, Bill. You'll be better, brother. Hell no. It won't be better. Yeah, it's just try turmeric pills. Yeah. Spill turmeric around, by the way. Rock and roll. Must be spell check. So yeah, you gave up the nursing gig. I don't blame you, man. I mean,
I saw too many disturbing things with the past year and a half, however long this shit's been going on, and I realized that death was coming to those who, like, really what it came down to with the last couple straws was realizing that death was coming to those who it was not their time.
I got it. I got exactly
and that
what you
was
said
that was
already.
enough that when I realized that it's one thing, when you're the person who's taking the person off of life support for 30 years and it never really bothered you, that like it bothered me to a point of sadness, but it was still, I knew it was their time. I had the feeling that it was naturally their time.
Yeah, you're seeing big pharma
over the past year and a half, doing those same things, was realizing that this was not natural, and it was not these people's natural time to go to whatever their next level
I got it.
is.
I got it. You can cut it right there so we don't get in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
No troubles.
I got it. You know what I'm saying? I really do realize what you're saying, and I do agree completely. Yeah. And it's hard to see something like that too, by the way, personally, from if you've ever seen anybody die.
Yeah.
I have seen people die, unfortunately.
Me
and it's just I don't want to really even go into depth into that, because that really probably have a lot of answers that need to be made.
Yeah.
But it's not easy with death at all, and especially when it's not warranted.
Right.
I could say that word.
Yeah.
See, I'm using my education.
There you go.
So I'm not that much of a redneck, I'm a little educated. I'm just an educated redneck sometimes, but cowboy, I guess. I ride a horse once in a while, but I'm not that dumb either. I wasn't born in a barn.
Oh, Sam. Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at what you're saying. What are you looking at?
I'm just looking at the chat.
Yeah, I've been looking at those.
I see turmeric.
Oh, you love the turmeric.
Always add black pepper, by the way. It helps it work better. So I understand.
Yeah, I heard the same.
More bioavailable, something like that. But it supposedly makes it work a whole lot better. Yeah, turmeric every day, man.
That's a good point.
To my dog and my mom and myself.
That's why I make yellow rice. I make yellow rice out of turmeric and cinnamon and a little bit of butter.
Right on.
That actually is good, and I make that all the time. My daughter eats it, and I do too. No, seriously, it's just me.
No, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at a comment.
What comment?
Non-essential humans. That's half us.
Darlene. Oh my goodness, I've missed you, Darlene. I really have.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just
get your butt up here, Darlene. Stop that shit. Get up here. Come on, I want to see what you look like, girl, and talk to you for once. I always just chat with you. It's annoying.
Yeah, get up here. You can
Christ's
just use your
sakes.
icon. You don't
Yeah,
have to put
use
your
your
face on
icon
if
or
you don't want
whatever.
to.
Jeez. Yeah. Anybody
Yeah.
want to look at my face? Nobody wants to look at my face, darling. They want to look at yours. Come on now.
Look, I'm almost done with my washcloth or my
That's cool.
dishcloth. I'm so excited.
That's cool. I like that.
Look,
Wow.
it's almost done. It's almost done.
Oh, by the way, the 3 channels I dropped in the chat, those are really nice people in Canada, and you really would like them. They're good, honest people. They're not liars and all that
I
crap.
grabbed them.
And I'm good friends
I
with them,
grabbed
by the
them.
way.
I didn't check them out yet, but I just grabbed them.
Yeah, they're good people, Bob. I'm telling you, straight up.
Check them out.
I don't know what Mal's going to send me after the first of the year, though. She said she's going to send me a little present, whatever. They just got married, by the way. Ben and Mal got married just this year. They have 2 kids, but they got married, and that's great. Steph and over there at Hickory, they raise a lot of their own food, and Steph's like a biologist. Okay, so they have some pretty interesting things. And then you got Darren and Bridget over there at Thor's Haven. Okay, great people. They all live around each other, so they all
Yeah.
know each other anyway. So that's great. It's over there in eastern part, up around you.
Oh, come
You
on.
know where you live. They live around your area in New York. You know what I'm saying, Bob? So
Hmm.
potentially you could be seeing them, and they're great people to hook up with around your area, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, they are. I like and love each and every one of them. I think they're great people. They really are. They're
Oh, shoot.
people you want as friends. Okay, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Family. They're like family. You know. I forgot to put Sean's in there. That's another channel, but I'll do that later. They're all like
Tashunka
family
is
to me.
saying, is that regular black pepper, like table
Yes,
pepper?
that is correct. Regular black pepper. Yes.
Oh yeah, I have a big bat. I have a big thing of it, always around, and I keep salt and flour and I like powdered sugar because it's easier to granulate into like making. If I want to chop up my cabbage, make some what do you call that? Hell, I don't remember what that is nowadays. The stuff you get at KFC.
Coleslaw.
Coleslaw. There we go. Yeah. Hey, I'm having a senior moment. Give me a break.
That's okay. I get it.
I didn't poop my diaper yet. Give me a break.
And the answer is
I just want
And
to
the answer-
add to that, but you could use regular black table pepper, but the best way is always get the peppercorns and grind your own.
I got
It's fresh.
peppercorns too. By
With
the way.
no
Yes.
fillers or anything in it. It's not. I don't know. But not only black pepper will raise the bioavailability up to like 400%. So will 90K cayenne pepper.
yeah, I had both
Which is
actually.
very hot.
You know what I actually have, Bob? I actually have pepper seeds for peppercorn,
Nice.
Cool.
and I actually have
The
cinnamon
beautiful
seeds.
plant,
And
man.
I know I want to grow
Done.
some. I
Fruit,
tried it
Done.
this year.
colors, really nice.
Look, it has like a nice little fancy edge on it.
I want one.
You want it washes dishes so nice. I'm like, I don't even want to use the dishwasher because I have
Jackie,
these
start your Etsy store. There you go.
I don't have an Etsy store,
Yeah.
Oh, you,
but I
you
did
get
bust
one.
this out. In
Start
like a
selling
few
your
hours.
washcloths. I
You
mean,
said that was
people will
all
buy
cotton,
stuff that's
right?
people will buy stuff that's handmade. I'm telling
Oh
you.
my
the truth.
gosh, yeah.
They will. That's a niche market. You can make money off of it, and you can sell
I
it.
know.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
nice. That's really
Ginger
nice.
root.
Isn't that nice? It's really
Very
smushy and
nice.
cushy. Bob, put me on full screen so I could show my dishcloth.
You said that
Oh,
was
wow.
all
How do I
cotton,
do
right?
this?
Oh, 100% cotton. Yeah.
You know what I can
You're
do,
one
Jackie?
of
Bob,
me.
make me big.
Do you
You're
know
one of
have
me.
do you know have my I have a
There we
website
go.
called
Hi, everybody.
dropsfamilygarden.com,
Nice.
by the way.
Look at the
Right?
beautiful edging and the little fancies. And I do it on a diagonal, which gives it
It
a
looks
nice little
nice.
touch.
Yeah.
Looks nice, Jackie. I like
Mhm.
it.
It's
Yeah.
squishy. So this is I also thought about using it in the shower because I thought it'd be a really good exfoliant for your face too. I don't know. I use it in the sink though all the time. I have like 5 of them I made.
My mother
But
used
this
to
one's
do
going to be a gift, a Christmas gift. We have another
that looks
Christmas
that
thing
looks
we're going
nice,
to
but
tomorrow.
you know, my mother used to do Afghans.
Okay, take
by
me
the
off
way.
big.
No, leave her there.
Yeah,
No,
I'll
no.
leave
Leave
her
her up
there.
in the
I'll
middle.
leave her
Oh, yeah,
Do that.
leave her there.
I'm not president yet.
My mother used to do Afghans, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Scale that up and make
I
blankets.
think I still have a couple of them that she did, somewhere in storage. You know.
Make a comforter, man. Scale it up.
Oh, I
and
have them.
take
Oh,
them
they're
on.
nice. Yeah, they're
That's-
nice.
I can see that, man.
Kelly, they're really
I-
nice.
the thing-
Afghans are really
The
nice.
thing with doing larger projects like blankets and comforters and stuff, because I have a queen size, I hand knitted. It took me like 4 months.
Yeah.
The yarn was incredibly expensive, and it was in tiny stitch like this with small needles, and you will never get back what you put into it on a bigger projects. The yarn is very expensive, and the time you put in, no one wants to pay $500 for a like just literally that's like just at cost.
You'd be surprised.
Burger
Like
King
I was
right
telling you at
there.
Hickory Croft Farms,
Yeah.
that one channel,
Yeah.
they have their own Highland sheep when they use their own wool to make their own products with.
Yeah.
Right.
Real stuff, man. I'm telling you.
Mhm.
You ought to see some of her quotes. Her quotes are amazing. And they're good friends. I really like them. They're like family to me. So
Oh yeah.
and they made me a mod for some reason. I have no idea why. Just maybe they were feeling good that day, you know.
Uh-huh.
Calico. Calico Dawn.
Merry
Hello,
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Have
Merry,
yourself
Merry
a merry
Christmas.
jolly Christmas.
Merry,
Oh,
Merry
we can't sing
Christmas.
we can't sing though. We'll get a strike, won't we?
Good to see you,
Oh
Callie.
yeah, you can't do anything.
I know. It's so boring.
Pow,
I
pow.
I was trying
know.
to sing Christmas songs yesterday on another live, and good old Homer sat there and kept playing music on the background. I was like, dude, I can't sing a Christmas song that way. You know?
Oh my. All right, I'm done with that.
Cool.
Whew, now I'm sweating. That's a workout.
So yeah, it's nice to knit though, isn't it? It just
I
kind of
love
gives you
it.
peace of
I
mind.
love to knit.
Yeah. And crocheting. You ever crocheted?
I do. I crochet too. But I just like knitting better. I don't know. I just like the feel of the needles hitting each other when I'm knitting. I just like it better.
Or stab the husband whenever you get mad at him, right? You know, with the needles.
Exactly. Josh, watch out, Josh. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had one of those cycle wives. I loved her anyway. She was great. Yes, dear. Please don't kill me tonight. I want to sleep. Not forever. Just I want to wake up in the morning and come on, Hillary. Don't do that to me. I don't know who Monica was. Oh, come on, Darlene. Don't call
Darlene,
Jackie
I
a
know.
witch. Come on, girl. Jesus.
Really?
Get up here, girl. Get her ass up here. Whatever. She doesn't like to talk to people. I don't know why. Eh?
Well,
Maybe she's a reptilian. Oh, that's it. I know now why Darlene doesn't want to get up here, because she'll know I know she's a reptilian.
exactly.
There you go. She's a reptilian.
And you get two witches up here together. Watch out.
Oh yeah, and a witch too.
She called
Yeah,
herself
there we
out
go.
as one earlier.
Take care, Navy dogs. Good to see you here.
Oh, bye, Sam. Love you, buddy.
Yeah, she must be a
Good to see you
reptilian
too,
and a
Mr.
witch.
Mr.
There we
Shanker.
go. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, that's right, Rock Uncle.
Oh, wait a minute. She disappeared now. Did I make her mad?
No.
Do you have one of those stars on the side of your house? Just asking, Jackie.
Well,
Oh,
I live in Star City.
Okay, so they're everywhere.
I
do?
moved. Listen,
And
listen.
do you want to
Drop.
explain what those are, by the way? Because most
I'll
people
take that
think
as a
that they're-
yes.
Most people
No,
think
actually,
they're
we don't. We
Wiccans.
want to get one there. I moved from New Bethlehem to Star City.
Oh, New Bethlehem. That's probably a pretty good way to start out.
That's pretty prophetic, isn't it?
What
Yeah,
does
it
that
is.
star mean?
What's that?
What does that star mean?
Which star?
The star on the side of the house? You know,
I don't know. I don't have a star on the side of my house.
Yeah, Darlene, you just keep on talking like that. Poke with one needle instead too. Okay, thank you. Get your ass up here, girl. That Texas girl
all
probably
right.
going to swear at me, and she's probably going to slur the words really bad because I know how the deep South Texas girls work. I mean, oh jeez.
Much love, Callie. Take care.
Okay, so let's talk about the stars in Bethlehem, and
Yeah,
we're
probably. So,
already
yeah. Anyway, yeah. So
halfway into the pit.
I lived in New Bethlehem, and then I moved here to Star City, and now we have a home here that we bought, but it's not our home. It's a home that's going to be a refuge and a beacon of light for those who are in need. We don't
Okay,
call
so
it our
you
home. It's a home of just
YMCA, something like that.
it's just whatever. Whoever's
YMCA.
called to come, and they come, and they'll always have a place to lay their head.
So it's a vet refuge or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So if poor
That's
old
our
Props decides he wants to go off the wagon and ruin his entire life and lose all his entire fortune, you can always take me in my daughter, right?
Absolutely.
Well, you're not making it easy for me, okay? Because I want to go through the hardships and the pain, and I really need the PTSD because that really works for me. Because somebody's saying,
Oh yeah, Sam. What part of Pennsylvania? Yeah, I was in New Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Now we're in Star City, Indiana.
I'm over on the West Coast, just west of Spokane, so I'm harmless. I'm like your grandpa. Ho, 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 ho. I'm almost in the North Pole this year because guess what? It snowed today again. Stupid snow. I hate snow. I want to leave.
Yeah.
I want to go to Florida. My kid needs to grow up so I can get in an RV and drive away and go south. I have problems. I have issues. Oh, God. Give me a break. But
Yeah.
I never had such a relationship with that thing, whatever it was. I don't know what it was. Hillary, help me out. Oh, quit smacking me with that. You don't take me out this shed? Oh, come on now. Okay, I'm done.
You're done. Are you
Enough
sure?
of the comedy. Enough
Are
of
you
the
sure?
comedy. Yeah, enough of the comedy. I love Bill Clinton made me a lot of money, by the way. So I really love that guy. And when I found out what he did, it's like, man, you're my hero, man. Okay, so I'm done. I'm done, Bob. Leave me alone. Go away.
What time of day is it, by the way? I don't even know what time it is.
It's
not
10,
your time, Bob's time.
Who cares about Bob's time? My time
What
is
time is it, Bob? I don't even know. What time is it, Bob? I can't see my watch.
11:08.
It's 8:08 here.
It's 11. Okay.
It's
See, I
8:08
remember
here.
he was way ahead of it early.
Yeah,
I guess you get into comedy art this time. I like to have fun. People need to lighten up and have fun in life and enjoy life.
Oh, that's
it's
cool,
not all
Sam.
about. It's not all about this or that. And I think people need to really, really, really lighten up in life right now because things are getting a little too serious.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the end of the world.
I was north of Pittsburgh, Sam. An hour north of Pittsburgh is where I grew up in Pittsburgh, but then I moved an hour north of Pittsburgh, and then for my whole adult life.
Oh, Darlene, quit giving us excuses. Come up here and say hello. Come on now. It only takes one time. I'll make it easy. I won't tease you to crap for about 2 seconds, and then you'll be fine. Whatever. Some people just are shy, Shy.
It's not easy getting up.
It's easy for me.
It's easy for me too, but it's not easy for everybody.
I was doing lives 3 years ago on my own channel. Come on up and join the show and all that stuff. It's like, I don't care.
Yeah, it took me a long time to do my first one though. I thought about it.
And
Then one day I just got so mad at everything that's going on. I'm like, I'm
Yep.
doing it.
and actually, Bob's live was the first live I ever went up on. I think.
Was it?
Yeah, that was
I
the
just
first. 'Cause
think
I
of
had no idea
everybody.
what I was doing. I was like,
I
I'm
just
just gonna
think
do it
everybody
because
is.
it's Bob Truth Seeker, and I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna hit that button. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just gonna try it.
You know,
Yeah.
I just think everybody's naked, and then I start laughing. So, no offense to everybody in the crowd. Did I say that? That was I was hacked. My body was hacked by the 3-letter A's. And I'm flapping my arms. I'm having
All right,
problems.
hold on a second. Darlene, you're saying I have no problem coming up. I just don't have a camera. So
She
I
has
don't
a
You
need
don't
a
need
camera.
You come on
do
up
you
and
need
just
a
talk.
camera?
You can come up and talk. You don't have to show your face.
It'd be good to hear your voice. And Rock says, "Wait, I'm naked."
Well,
I-
then, Rock, you can come up, but you have to have your camera off.
Oh shit! I have my clothes on. Thank God. Oh my God. Oh my
That's
God. I
happened
have
too
my
many
clothes on.
times on live. We don't need
Wow.
another one.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me to have my clothes on because I figured out I do have them on, and thank God, because I wouldn't want to be, one of them people that do the
Porn
never
bomb,
mind. Yeah, whatever it's called. I don't know.
whatever they call it.
I'm going
Yep.
offline. I'm not going to show my face anymore until Darling comes up here and says hello. I'm done. I'm done.
I don't think it's
Girl,
gonna
I'm
help.
done.
I don't think it's gonna help, John.
I'm done, Darling. Get your ass up here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Maybe I'll
So
drop a
we all
link.
had
That would
fun.
help.
You all had a good Christmas. You just enjoyed it. It was kind of quiet because no kids and stuff like that, right? Nowadays.
I'm enjoying the relaxing.
I didn't even put up a tree. I haven't put up a tree in 5 years. It's just not worth it. So
If it was just me, I wouldn't bother with a tree either.
yeah, the wife's gone. I just got a kid, and she's doing fine. She doesn't care about Christmas either. So I told her she's going to take her artwork and put it in an NFT, and she says, "No, I'm not going to do that." Yes, you are. You're going to do that, and you're also going to start designing stuff for like iStock and Dream, whatever, and start selling your art online. Or you're going to go over there across the road to the.
What?
There we go,
Let's
Darlene.
welcome Darlene.
Howdy, howdy.
McGee.
Hi, Darlene, sweetie.
Hello, Jackie.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you, Darlene?
I am fine.
Look, you
That's
did it, Drop.
awesome. It's good to hear your voice.
Finally got her up
Thank
here.
you.
What
Are
you
you
doing
happy
over there,
now?
darling?
Yeah, we're
I'm
happy.
happy. It's been a long
naked.
time.
Are you shook? You're naked?
I'm
Oh,
naked.
hell. Well, I'm glad I'm not naked because I turn the camera off and on all the time. So,
I'm gonna go down and check on Josh for a sec, but I'll be right back up.
All right.
Mhm.
So how is everybody?
Well, just enjoying Christmas.
That's good.
Did you see
Doing
that big
good.
Smurf dude on there?
Yep.
What's wrong with his pants?
I don't know. By the way, your parsley didn't work. It died on me.
Okay, well, life doesn't work that every time, but I actually have it in a pot now.
Yeah, it didn't work on me. They turned yellow and then died.
Yeah, it's usually because of nutrients. You have to add what is it? I probably forgot something in the video,
Mm-hmm.
but it will grow. It will grow. I got some growing inside right now.
Well, I believe you, but you told me just water.
I know. I messed up. Wait a
See
minute.
how you are.
You're not taking accounts on things now, are you? Because I had one of them before, and she just read the Bible to me every time I got in trouble. So there we go.
The Lord will forgive you
Eventually, after
for
the wife
killing my
forgives you.
parsley.
Well, what part of Texas you living in anyway? Just southwest,
Uh,
west?
Idaho, Texas. You ever heard of it?
No. That's probably out in the desert, isn't it?
I live in Idaho. I'm your neighbor. I told you
Oh,
that a
for
100
Christ's
times.
sakes! You don't live in Texas?
No, sir.
Oh man.
Now, do I sound like a Southern belle to you, honey bunny?
Yes, you
Mhm.
do, sweetie. Sugar.
Petunia blossom?
I love that. You know how I miss a voice like that. You live in Idaho? What the hell is you doing in Idaho? You gonna freeze your ass off in there?
Dad retired here.
Oh Jesus.
Been here since 75.
Mm.
Oh Jesus. You almost sound like you're from Jersey too, by the way.
Hmm. I've been all
I
over the world, so God knows.
Yeah, I hear Jersey voice in your sound right there. I can smell Jersey any day of the week.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely not.
I think so.
Hello, Darlene.
No, no, no. Hello, Kelly.
How are you?
Peachy creamy.
I heard that. So good to see all the icons up here, man.
Yeah, no doubt. It's awesome.
Mine are patented, by the way. And I
I
actually drew them myself, except for the
like that,
Smurf thing.
man. I like that. But, that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
it's
little
nice to
nuclear
be back in
waste.
the potato patch.
Yeah, right?
Oh
You're
my God.
right.
The
Idaho's too
potato
cold,
patch.
girl. It's too cold out there.
It's only 31. That's fine.
Yeah, for now.
So far, so good.
Tomorrow's going to be badder. I'm going to actually, the chickens, I got too many chickens for the coop that I have. So I'm actually going to just put uh, a, actual, what do you call it? A greenhouse tent over top of it. Hold it down with rocks so it doesn't blow away and stake it down. And I'm going to put a heater in there for them so they can roost on the garden things. I
Right.
decided instead of building a coop, because I got a kit for that.
Coop
But
kit.
it's Yeah, I got I actually got a shed kit for that. This is an A-frame type where it has a TP roof on it, and I could actually take my 2x4s that I got and all the material I got and make a original coop. But the thing is that I really don't need that. Maybe a little like 2 or 3 weeks out of the year to keep the chickens from freezing, so I don't have to put them in the freezer camp. So I'm gonna put that greenhouse thing down. I got a bunch of rocks and stuff. I'm gonna lay it around, and I'm gonna put a little space heater in there and run it, during the day and night for like this next week when it gets really cold. Because 10 degrees isn't good for chickens.
Right. They usually freeze their comb. That's what I'm mostly worried about is their feet and comb.
Yeah, the cones. Yeah, the cones on
Head.
their face, yeah, head
Yep.
and stuff like that. Yeah, that's the
Yep.
worst part of it. And I got a big old rooster, man. I got a big old boy. I call him
Oh,
Turkey.
I've got 5, 6 boys.
Yeah, this one has the legs the size of quarters. Okay,
Yeah.
he's a big one, and he's about 26 inches tall. He's a big boy. He's golden lace wide dot, for Christ's sakes. He's bigger than most of them, and he's about as big, um, wide as he is, the other size too. So he's like a square box walking around, and I've seen him tear the hell out of cats and try to get in there, and dogs
Man.
and coons and even skunks. So he does pretty good. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Half the time he's nice with me. Half the time he likes to wait till I turn my back and try to get a run at me. So,
Yeah, I've got one of those little roosters, a little fighting rooster. He decided to make himself home. He ran away from a Mexican family down the street and decided to make himself at home. He's a butthead. He attacks everything.
yeah, he's pretty good with the ladies though. That's why I keep him around. He protects
That's
the
why
hens.
I keep him around. He defends them. But I got to
Yeah.
keep the other
Mm.
roosters locked up because of him.
Oh yeah, he'll probably kill him.
Yep. He fights
Yeah.
with tooth and nail.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey. What are you doing, dog?
Yeah, I had one of them for a while too. It just appeared and I just kept feeding it and kept it. And but when it was in a bad mood, boy, watch out! It was ready to
Yeah,
tear
he's
you
he's
up.
he's about 20 pounds, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, them things
I
just
got to
get
get
right.
him up on the
They
scale.
hover right in front of you and they want to just like slap you with their claws.
Oh yeah, with the back part tires, the back tires. Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. He'll use his back claws on you, and he puffs his feathers up, and sometimes it's been cold out, so it's been nice to me lately because I feed him. I used to pet that stupid rooster. Now he wants to fight all the time. He wants to do two-step dance, one step back and
Yep.
boom, field goal. But he's a good old rooster. Where'd Jackie
Oh,
go?
I don't know. She left.
Anyone know how to get rid of moles?
Oh God, I hate
Mm,
those things.
a mole thumper? Chickens
Well,
will do the trick.
I've seen what people do to get rid of rodents like that would be use a bucket filled up halfway up with water and use like
Just
a coat
drown
hanger,
them out.
go from one side to the other and put the bait in the middle and make a ramp so it walks up the ramp, tries to get the bait, falls in the water, and it can't get out. And I've seen homesteaders do that because they get a lot of moles and stuff in their farmland. I never tried it, but I thought that was okay.
Yeah, you know what? Moles are actually good for permaculture, by the way. So, um,
Uh,
I
I don't have
mean,
a problem with anything, so I don't have that problem. Think, oof.
I like mole. I like all critters, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean,
They're all
yeah,
good for something.
I don't know about the skunks. They come through every night, and you can smell them on the back porch you've got around just
Eh,
after dusk. Yeah, and then
was
I
it
got deer.
last year? Yeah. Last year I had a
but
mama skunk give birth out there with the cats.
but if you're having a problem with them and they're like destroying your crops, what would you do?
Well, the 7 deer that come through my yard every night. Uh, there's a couple fawns with them nowadays. The family deer's been coming through my yard for 5 years, and they sit there and they munch on top of the tomatoes and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, whatever. I'm not gonna, deny them food.
Yeah.
So they're actually, nice, and they're so tame. I can actually walk up to half of them nowadays. And
Yep.
if I ever need them for meat, they'll be right there when I need them.
Because they know you.
Yeah, and then they'll get a crossbow because it's illegal to shoot a gun within 500 yards of your house.
Right.
So I got a crossbow for that. Good one, nice, good sized one, 308 feet per second. Take down a damn moose if I want to.
Right.
But they're good animals, and I tolerate them and they eat half my garden. But you know what? Half the garden goes to the local food bank down here. One of the people depend upon. So whatever.
Oh, baby, I know.
I don't know. All critters are welcome in my yard.
As long as they ain't eating my chickens, they're fine.
Right. But
As long as
something
they
is eating my bunnies and I don't know what it is. It's not the cats.
um probably a coon.
Uh, don't think so.
Is it taking heads off?
Yep.
That's a coon.
You think so?
That's a coon. Coons
They
do
take
that.
the head off and they pile them all up in one. The baby bunnies, not the big ones, but the baby ones.
Yeah, it's a coon. Um,
They
the
take the
coons.
head off and they pile all the corpses in one pile.
It's either a coon or a ferret. Ferrets will do that too. I got ferrets out here, so ferrets will bite the heads off and drink the blood, and coons
Well,
will do
that
the
could
same
be
thing.
because there's not much missing on the meat on the bunnies.
Right?
They're only about 8 9 weeks old, and this
Yeah,
has
it's
been
probably
going on for about 4 months now.
it's about it's either a coon or a ferret. But how cold is it out there right now?
Well, right now it's 31, but they
Yeah.
killed 6 bunnies day before yesterday. They were only about 8 weeks old.
Okay, Darlene. It's either a coon or a ferret. That's what it is. Skunks don't do that. Skunks will just steal
And they
the
pile
eggs.
them up in one corner only. And there's
Yeah,
not much meat, missing.
yeah, I know. I've had that happen to me before. I had a ferret. I had to kill with the shovel. It did the same thing
Would
to
a
my.
rat do it too?
No, rats don't generally do that. It's probably a ferret or a coon. You'll know a ferret when you see it. It's a little red thing with the
Well, yeah, I
long
know
tail.
what ferrets are. I had ferrets.
But that's generally what it is coon or ferret. Rats are not. Rats like
I'm
to
trying to
eat
figure
dead.
out how to get in. Put a 6-foot fence, plus it's covered on top. Because I let my bunnies run loose.
Yeah, it's probably a coon or a ferret. I'm telling you right now. It's probably a ferret if you don't see it. A coon you can see at night. A ferret, they're pretty sneaky, and they will do that. They will pile up the bodies, and it's probably a ferret, in my opinion.
Ferret? Okay.
Yeah, they don't hibernate like coons. Coons will hibernate when it gets below like when it gets in
Right.
the 20s. They'll hibernate. A ferret does not hibernate. Um, Rats, I don't know what kind of rats you get out there.
Well, I don't have no rats, but with the Air Force, they drop once they move out and they have rat pits. They dump
Oh,
them
I see. Yeah.
because
Um,
the Air Force base is only 15 miles away from me. I'm
did
in
you
Mountain Home.
did you try a live trap?
Well, yeah, I trap my bunnies though. So what good is that?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying it's probably. It sounds like a ferret. Sorry, ferret to me. A ferret or a coon, because both of them will take the heads off and drink the blood. Okay.
Yeah, but do they stack them in one corner? See, I've
A
never
ferret,
seen
ferrets do. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's
ferrets
probably a
usually
ferret.
pack off things and put them in there. Because I had 2 ferrets,
No,
and they
a
usually
ferret.
pack everything off and put them in their nest.
Yes, and a ferret will actually cut the heads off and drink the blood and stack them. That's what I'm saying.
But
Now,
will they
coon
go
will just.
after a full-grown chicken?
Yeah, they will. They
Mm-hmm.
will.
Wow.
They will.
Because
They can
last year I
squeeze.
lost. Go ahead, to Kelly.
Oh, they can squeeze through some small openings too. Very small openings. Ferrets.
Because
Yeah.
last year
Oh,
I lost 2 hens, 2 big hens. You know
yeah. They'll
the
go after
the
him.
they're snow white with black with furry feet, but they're eating chicken. Their heads were missing. That's the only thing that was missing is
Wow.
their heads.
You know
That's
what
a
else
ferret.
could miss? Could
A
those
Yeah.
big
ferret or a
small
coon will
openings?
do that. Either will
What's
do that.
I
But a
got
coon won't stack them. A coon will just go and cut their heads off and for fun. They do that. A
mm,
ferret will do stacking. They will nest them. Yeah,
Hmm. I'll
it's
keep
probably a
an eye
ferret.
out out there.
Probably a little red ferret. It's probably red, by the way, in this area.
The red. I thought Idaho and Washington only had the Blackfoots.
Oh no, we got little. I've seen a couple of little red ferrets around here. Um, I saw one get in my neighbor's garden through his fence and everything else. Got right
Huh.
through. Um, he was red, and the ferrets are. Oh, they're probably about 16 inches long.
Yeah, like I said, I
And
had 2 of them as pets.
yeah, that's not the ferrets that you buy for pets at the store.
Right. I know
This
which ones you're talking about.
Mhm. So it's probably a ferret. Is what I'm thinking. And
A
you need
ferret
to
or a
actually.
weasel?
I think it's a ferret.
Because the weasels are red.
Well, maybe it's a weasel. I don't know.
Because
But
weasel will go after chickens and eggs.
yeah, well, a ferret, a weasel, whatever, or a coon will go. They actually, the signature right there, when you see that stuff, we got another troll.
Can somebody delete this thing?
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
They carry viruses, hard porno, you name it. And YouTube claimed they don't know where they came from.
Yeah, I think you probably got a ferret or weasel or whatever. It's not a coon. A coon will actually just do a wholesale, cut their heads off, and drink the blood, but they won't stack them. A ferret will do that, and pretty sure. I had a whole bunch of show pigeons one time when I lived in Utah, and a ferret did that damn thing, and I caught that ferret in the coop that same day, and I just cut him in half with a shovel.
Ooh. See, I couldn't kill a ferret.
I have no mercy.
I just
No mercy. So yeah, it's probably a ferret in my opinion. So you probably need to get out there and take care of that ferret.
So what you're saying, it's living already with the rabbits in there, because they don't travel that far if they're gonna stack.
Well, it's going to burrow itself down somewhere, and it's got a place to live, and it just comes in at night and does its job. So you have to be there at nighttime.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ferrets will cut the heads off and drink the blood just like coons. Coons don't generally do that unless they're really gone a little bit rabid. So and they don't stack bodies. Ferrets do stack bodies. I know that for a fact. Yeah. So I remember one time over there in Utah, it was like 20, about 35 years ago or something like that. I lost a bunch of show pigeons from a ferret. That greedy little sucker was sitting there, looked at me, and I was like, "Oh my hell no!" And I had my shovel, and I just chopped him in two. I just got rid of him. Boom. Done.
Yeah. Mom had roll of pigeons and black and white rat. That's why I said we have the Air Force Base. They drop everything off.
Yep, I had Birmingham rollers and other type of pigeons, and they were all
Right.
show pigeons, and I got ribbons for them, you know. And basically, I lost all my pigeons for three of them, and it was a damn ferret.
Well, that
He
one was a
chopped.
rat, and he mutilated. Every morning she had mutilated, wing missing, leg missing.
My girls are pretty big. Even the rooster would take care of a ferret. I'm serious. This rooster would take care of ferrets.
Yeah, but this
And
goes on only at night, not daytime, when they
right,
can't see.
right, nighttime. Because chickens roost, at nighttime. They can see, but
Right.
they don't generally move off the top of the roost. That's why they call it
They
roosting.
can't see real good, though, at
Well,
night when it's pitch black.
yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Every time I look out the window, my chickens see me and they start running to the cage and get ready to be fed.
Yeah, but you got the lights on, so turn the light off and walk up to them. They can't see you.
Actually, I don't turn the lights on because I can see in the dark. That's been one of my things. I have night vision, like 1 out of 1,000,000 people. It's not as good as it used to be, but yeah, they can still see you. When chickens see you, they look at you and you know. But they actually roost at night, so they don't really move at nighttime. That's why they roost in trees or whatever you got, because that way they can hide up there and be secure at night when they're sleeping. But as far as chickens seeing at night, I don't know about that one. I don't know. It's only my second year of having chickens, so But I did kind of grow up on a farm, but I didn't because we kind of sold it before I got too old. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we're all going to vote for Jackie for president. And I would have no qualms about that because I think she'll make a much better president than ones we had the last 60 years. Thank you.
That's an idea, Rock. Sticking the camera out there.
Well, you definitely know what you're dealing with if you actually record stuff while you're losing bunnies and stuff. But I really think that it's probably a ferret.
Probably.
The trail
So
cam out there.
yeah, trail cams are ridiculous. I mean, I have cameras that actually connected to the internet to a server. They
Mm.
actually do infrared, and so they can see stuff at night too around my house. And especially doors and entryways, I get an alert if something kicks the door in. So, a little bit of security there.
Yep.
So, which part of Idaho are you in anyway?
Mountain Home, Idaho.
Mountain Home. Is that up north?
Hmm.
You're up.
No, south down the valley. Anderson
Probably.
Dam and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I've been to Idaho in a long time.
About 15 miles from Mountain Home Air Force Base.
Yeah, well, you'll be targeted first, right?
Yeah, if they drop the bomb, I'll go
Mm.
too.
Yeah, you probably will because
I mean, this base is
Fairchild.
hush hush up out there.
Yeah, I actually work for the Defense Department as far as contractor. So,
And that base is all hush hush.
yeah, there's a lot of hush
He's
hush
asking
stuff.
about a game camera. How about a game camera?
A game camera?
Is a game camera expensive?
I don't know. I never checked on them.
Me neither.
So basically, you live around Gill, Gill, right?
How about Boise, Idaho?
Yeah, I know Boise, but you live around Gill. You know what I'm saying?
Girl, who?
That's what's this homestead? You guys kind of like gone off track on me because just like gone with Johnny Boy. Um, what's Gill's homestead name? Shit, I gotta remember. Can't remember now. He's like 500 miles from me. Campton, homestead. You know what I'm talking about. Keeps talking about his wife living.
A compound
Yeah.
homestead thing? No, he's way up north.
No, he ain't. He's down south.
He's
Near
down
you.
south.
Yeah, down you, where you're at. He's over in the Twin Falls area.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Sam,
Campton
you take
Homestead.
care.
Yeah, Campton. Gil over at Campton Homestead talks about his wife in California, right?
Much love, Sam.
No, I guess we're talking about two other people because one is a prepper. He's up north. He's near you.
Yeah, I know that one. But Campton Homestead, Gil's down south, in southern Idaho. And
Southern Idaho? Okay.
he talks about his wife in California, waiting for her to retire and all that stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
Well, whatever. He's friends with Uncle Al, but Uncle Al's still friends with me, even though Uncle Al figured out I'm not the bad guy. So whatever.
I don't know.
It's
I never heard of him.
yeah, Campton.
I've got a couple of them, but they're all north homesteaders.
Yeah, there's a few up there. There's that one family up there that does all the can stuff. They're like have 100,000 subscribers, something like that, right?
Yeah, I think that's a big channel. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
I
up
think
there in
they're up
northern
by
Idaho.
Barnesville and all those good places.
Yeah, they're up there. That's what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about Campton Family Homestead.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, well,
Have a good night, Jackie.
Probably not.
Good night,
Surprise you.
Jackie. Sweet dreams.
Good to see you. Been a long time. It's good to see everybody.
Oh, let's see. I don't know. Two
What's
family
that?
homestead. You ever heard of Two Family Homestead?
Nope.
I haven't seen them in a
Good
while.
night, Jackie.
Yeah, they're not doing much. Yeah, I run through a lot of communities, so actually, I introduced a lot of communities to each other, and I'm like getting no credit for it, but whatever. Yeah. Good night, Jackie. Fox non-reptilian president-elect. Isn't that funny?
Don't forget the witch part.
She's not a witch. Trust me. If she was a witch, I would have to say yes to her all the time. The best line I ever
Me and
learned
Jackie
when I
would have
was
been
married.
called worse than that. So
The best line I ever learned when I was married. You know what it was?
what?
Yes, dear. Because I don't want to get in trouble. Especially after that blue dress.
Boo. What, buddy?
Sorry.
Campton Family Compound. That's what you're thinking about,
Hey,
right?
Sasquatch.
What is it, buddy? Hey, Sasquatch.
Sasquatch in the house.
What's going on?
What's up, Sasquatch?
There we go. It'd bring anybody up here. I mean, even Bill Clinton. Yeah, I just love doing Bill Clinton invitations. Guy's my hero, man. He got cigars and blue dresses out of the damn thing. That's just the way it goes. I mean, did you look at him lately? He sounds pretty feral. You know what I'm saying? Okay, what's tonight's subject anyway? Merry Christmas and ho 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 and all that crap, Bob? What are we talking
Merry
about?
Christmas,
tonight?
ho ho ho.
I'm not a hoe. Maybe sometimes I'm a hoe, but I don't know about being a ho ho ho.
Well, I can send you to a channel that will be pleased to call you that.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I want to be a hoe. I've never been a hoe in my life, but whatever. It's all in the way you are, ho. It's ho, Merry Christmas. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, wait a minute. Was I listening to a song? Sorry.
That was me. Sorry, I thought I had it muted. That was some of my stuff.
Oh, is that your own music, Kelly?
Play it, Sam.
You want to
Is
hear
that
it?
your own music, Kelly?
Yes, Kelly.
Yes, copyright free, baby.
Well, okay, so it's your own music. Did you actually write and perform it?
I had my YouTube muted, and I thought it was still muted. Say
Is
again?
that your own music or not?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, then play the damn shit, and I can put some lyrics to it. Oh, Merry Christmas!
It's got that.
I actually thought it was Drop starting to sing. I was like, does he play guitar?
I do play guitar, but not that good.
On my other channel, but I've been binge watching Mr. Ballin.
Go for it.
May be familiar with, others may not.
Put your music up there,
and
Kelly. Come on now.
Aside from the stories themselves just being intriguing, I'm really taking away a lot of
TV.
A lot of stuff I already knew, but it's really driving the point home.
Get rid of the TV. We don't need copyright strikes. So Bob goes into the dungeon for another month or two.
And
kill them. You're playing news on the background, Kelly. Get rid of that. Cut it.
I thought you said play it. My bad.
No, your news. The news channel in the back.
Oh yeah. It's gone.
Kill that. Play your music.
Right on.
There we go. Now
yes,
play
sir.
your music. We want to hear it because it sounds pretty good to me. That's sweet.
This guy's very talented. Hold on, it's freezed it up. Come on now.
Is this your music or somebody
Yes.
else's?
I am playing on it. It's a 3-piece that I played in several years ago.
Okay, so you're actually
It's our stuff. We all, it's a
right.
pretty much a
I
democracy
hear you.
deal.
I hear you. So it's you play guitar. Is that what you're saying?
I played percussion actually.
Hey, there's Show Me Sasquatch, brother. Good to see you again. I haven't seen you in a long time.
He's driving.
I know. It's good to see him.
Yep. Good to see everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. And the ones that didn't make it here today, you know. Maybe we'll see him next time.
I missed you.
Thanks, darling. I know. I miss everyone too. I like I said, when I'm not online here this whole time, I'm thinking of everybody as well, and I feel guilty sometimes. It's like I didn't go live. But I'm back, and hopefully we can all just chill peacefully and have good times and
Yeah, it's good
get
to
the nitty gritty
hang
things
with
too.
family. Christmas time.
Yeah, well, it should always
It
be like
is.
that, not just Christmas.
Yeah,
You
it's
know?
always Christmas for me, man. I'm telling you. I enjoy these people here, you and Darlene and Kelly and Jackie and people in chat, Smurfit, and Rock Uncle. I enjoy talking to you all because you're real. You're not full of bullshit. Get it?
Yeah. Yep.
Most of the time.
So, Darlene, you're in Idaho, and you probably kill me any day of the week you want to, right? So I was like, oh no, I'm worried. Oh my god.
I'll just shoot you.
Yeah, you probably would. It's okay though. I accept the
Killed my
consequences
parsley.
of my familia. So whatever. I killed your parsley. How'd I kill your parsley? Your parsley's gonna die anyway.
Sure.
I've got extra parsley around my house, so whatever. Feel free to drop in and take. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. She was the one that was always asking, when are you coming back live? When are you coming back live? When are you coming back live? Okay, I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
He's doing the chimes right now. So are you doing the chimes? Dun, 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 dun. Right? You're gonna crank it out, Kelly, or what? Let's hear it. Make it loud and proud.
Let me see.
I'm a bad
It was
man.
kind of obtrusive. I don't know, man. Kind of. That's all right. Honestly, I didn't mean to turn it on. I was just seeing.
I want to hear it now. You exposed yourself. You have to pay the price.
That I did, but
oh yeah.
Now, what did I do?
I have no idea what you did. What did you do? You want to confess today? You can confess to us all.
Okay, let me see. What did I do today? I got up. I washed puppy dishes. I went outside, fed the critters, the birds, the squirrels. Came back in, put a roast on, opened presents, sit down and wait for Mr. Bob.
Okay, well, guess what? You know what?
You.
Thank you for your confession. Bill, come up here now. It's your turn. I mean, you got nothing to
Am I
tell us,
forgiven?
right? I don't know. You have to ask God for that one, right?
Well, you want my confession.
You need to tell me what you did wrong. I'm a pretty
Mm,
sure you can trust me.
I was grumpy.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Sorry. Next, this is a actual, interview for a movie, and you. Thank you. Next.
Okay.
I don't know how to turn into a comedian, but I've always been a comedian. So something funny in life that goes around, round.
You know, Drops, your voice is mighty familiar.
Is it?
Yeah,
How's it? Very familiar.
very familiar.
I don't know. Don't expose me for who I
Uh-oh.
Oh, I won't.
Good night,
really
Lou.
am. I
You
just
take
sound like
care.
somebody you went to school with. That's all
We'll
there
see
is
you
to it.
again, Lou. Much love. Good to see
Lips
you
are
again.
sealed.
Yes.
Merry Christmas. And yeah, Duff's been here many times. Remember? When we used to hang out.
Yeah, it's okay, man. We're all having a good time. That's all there is to it, and that's what it should
Yep.
be about. Because we want to watch the world fall apart together. Because the world is a crap hole of lame stuff where
That's
we're
pretty
all
much
gonna
it.
die, and it's the end of the world, you know. But we could actually sit there and say, "Oh, Bob's a shell," you know, and he works for the government, and he's a witch, and it's like, good God, enough of that crap, you know, enough
Mm-hmm.
of this crap. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Tired of these shills that are sitting on these other prep channels. They're still thinking Q has something to do with that reality. When they look at a president that actually was the good cop and you got a bad cop now, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Oh, let's just do Operation War Speed, and I am the snake that you took in. And I love you all because you're all good people to me. I'll tell you what, you took in a snake and you shouldn't, if after a year you haven't realized that that was a damn snake, shame on you. You know what I'm talking about, right, Bob?
Yep.
Good old T-Man was not your friend. He was the setup guy. And the Fall Guys and The Office right now. So what are you going to do when you see a bunch of uh, soldiers show up that don't look like your soldiers? What are you gonna do? Gonna have the fortitude to actually push through, or are you gonna um, say this is bullshit? We're gonna fight. There's 12 million of us vets out there that are still viable for service. How many people are actually in the military right now?
I don't know. Not enough?
A
Well,
little
actually,
over a million, yes, and they're quitting every day, just like nurses are quitting. Like Jackie walked off the job because guess what? They're not gonna put up with the bullshit. How many are you gonna step up? How many people are going to step up and say, hell no? You got 40, 50 million hunters in this country that have things on their arm they can actually use. And then
Well,
again,
there's more guns in this neighborhood right here where I live than people. What does that tell you about Idaho?
I tell you, darling, right now, I live in a small town, 400 people, and about 120 of them are vets, and they're married, have spouses, and maybe some kids left. But they're all in their 60s, and they have like 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 of those things to one. You know
Yep,
what I'm saying?
same here.
It ain't gonna
More than
ain't gonna
10.
go ain't gonna go well for people that come in here and try to do something. They're gonna need a brigade of men to coming here. You're talking about 1,000 men to actually take down this town. And none of them are going to walk away, regardless of the politics. They're not going to walk away from their homes and their family without a struggle. I mean, you come down here my door, 10 people surround you, maybe 20 within about 5 minutes, 300, within less than 15 minutes. They're not going to put up with this bullshit, regardless of their status. Neither is the sheriff, by the way. So, now we're all talking in code because we have to talk in code because we have to make sure that things don't get too heated and too wrong, right?
Right.
But that's the way it is right here.
Yeah. You take care, Rock. Much love, brother. Happy holidays.
Enjoy your holidays, Rock Uncle. I mean, it's I actually cooked some teriyaki steak in a rice bowl today. So I made some yellow rice with teriyaki steak. Man, it was delicious. I enjoyed every part of it. Now I got leftovers, and my daughter will probably enjoy the rest of it, and I'll be looking for some food to cook again tomorrow.
I just made brisket with garden vegetables and a baked potato.
That sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it was good.
Up north there, just north of, like up in Huntsville, Texas, man, they got some of the worst barbecue in Texas. They sit there and they cook it on Texas black oak. Oh man, I'm telling you, that stuff's so good. They give you a whole loaf of sweetbread to go with that brisket when you buy it. You don't need to
Nice.
put nothing on the sandwiches. I'm telling you, you don't need to put nothing on the sandwiches. You don't need no barbecue sauce. You can buy the barbecue sauce. They sell it by the bottle. But I'm telling you right now, you put that brisket inside that sweetbread. Oh my God, it's like heaven. You don't need no pickles. You don't need no nothing. It's good. It's really good. I've been there many times, and I really love their food. It's great.
Yeah.
You ever been there?
No.
You probably should take a visit down yonder and take a look.
Well, I pretty much stopped going anywhere out to eat because I know it's all crap what they give.
No. This is a real Texas place where they actually cook real food. I know what you mean. I don't go out to any of these fast food restaurants anymore. Even the restaurants in Spokane, their food is so bad. It's like, why would I want to even eat this stuff? I cook a lot better. You ever seen my oxtail video?
No, I haven't.
Oh man, you do that with fufu. I don't even know if you know what fufu is. It's an African dish.
I don't know
It's a
what
root
fufu
vegetable.
is, and I don't eat oxtail. I tried
Oh,
not to eat meat at all.
okay. Well,
Oxtail
that's fine.
soup is delicious.
I've tried it before, but
I'm
I
making
never
mean
made it. I know it
oxtail.
takes hours, right? You gotta cook for hours or something.
No, I cook my oxtail in a crock pot, Instapot, and it's a cross between Cuban and African oxtail, and man, it's so good. Love it. Along with fufu, which is a root vegetable, like it's a tubular like potatoes. Okay, basically you use cassava flour, and I'm telling you, you throw that on top of the cassava flour with the oxtail. Okay, so you know what? You asked for it. I'm gonna throw my oxtail video on there. Okay,
You can.
I cook a lot.
My
So
cooking's changed ever since I've learned all the crap that they've been feeding us.
Well, a lot of the crap they've been feeding you is fillers and soybeans,
Right.
and
I try. I
those are not
mean,
good for
I'm not
you.
100%, but I'm trying to do my best.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that they feed you in the stores is not good meat. It all comes from JBL and the CCP, right?
Well, basically, too, you think about it. A grass-fed cow is a healthy cow, right? They're supposed to eat grass. Well, they feed them grain. That makes them sick. That's why they got to have their other things, right?
Well, you gotta
Same
understand
thing to
that
us. They
the
changed our diet. Our whole diet is all
cattlemen's
processed crap.
the cattlemen's market actually talks about how they sell beef and then they go to feed yards and they feed them crap. Okay, so they feed them crap. When it gets down to it, they feed them crap at the stockyards before they slaughter them, right?
Yep.
Uh-huh. So there you go. I mean, you're looking at stuff that yeah, it's grass fed, but guess what? By the time it gets down to you, they've already fed
Right.
it crap in the uh, the, the yards.
Same thing with the organic grown stuff. It
Oh
might be
yeah, that's
organically
crap too.
grown, but
That's crap too,
yep,
by the way.
yep. Yeah, same here, Darlene. Same here. I'll cook it, but I don't eat too much of it.
You know what surprised me is that people said India that's like they're all vegetarians. No, they're not. If you look at India, it's the fourth or fifth largest beef producer in the world. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, they are, and they raise water buffalo all the time and feed them that. So there you go. I mean, yeah. So my beef oxtail video, yeah, it's okay. So I buy the beef oxtail and don't raise it, but I love it.
Okay, wait a second. I see Darlene. You're talking about protein. Do you know where protein comes from?
Oh, it can come from beans, peanuts, mm, many
Plants.
sources.
Protein
Plants,
Green
yeah.
comes from
peas,
plants.
green
The reason
peas,
why the reason why we
Green,
green.
get our
right,
proteins from meat is because that's what the animals eat. They're eating the plants. They're eating that. You know what I mean? So instead of getting our protein from the meat, we should be taking it from the plants. I mean, that's my
right,
belief.
There's more
That's
protein
where you get your
in a
protein.
pound per
You don't
pound.
have to have meat
There's
to
more
get protein.
protein pound per pound in
A
green
lot of people don't know
peas
that.
than red meat. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
There's more protein in green peas than there is in a pound of red beef.
Oh, I know that the beans are loaded down with protein.
Mm-hmm. And peas, like I think Brooklyn
Peas,
said.
beans.
But protein comes from plants. It doesn't come from animals. I mean, not naturally. It's not like we produce protein. The plants is where the protein comes from, the source.
Right.
Yeah. And Sandra is actually my mother. She's the one with the stage 4, 7 places, diabetic, blah, blah, blah. Whole history of big pharma. Now she's been juicing, water fasting. She don't want to hear us talk about food. That's why she said that, I think, because she's trying not to eat.
Yeah, you know, green pea soup is actually good for you,
Yeah,
but
she's
they
made
do put
plenty of
cream in
soups
that.
too.
And but green peas actually themselves, when you make soup out of it, it's more nutritious in protein than
See, she's
red
saying
meat.
feeling good too. She's feeling good. She's
Yep.
yeah,
I
doing
mean, you
real
look at
well.
wheatgrass, you can grow wheatgrass and you can grow it in microgreens because we didn't talk about microgreens, did we?
No, pretty much anything though is natural and not messed with by man is good, healthy stuff for you. You know. But no, we had
Yeah.
to
I,
switch
g-
it all around and you know.
I grow an assortment of greens in the wintertime indoors and I put them in my salads, whatever I want to, and they grow
Mhm.
pretty quickly, by the way. Mixed greens. And they are good on your salads and everything else and for your food, you know. It's a very easy thing to do indoors and it grows well. You look at iceberg lettuce, there's no nutritional value in iceberg lettuce at all.
Mhm.
There's none. So that's why I grow mixed greens, mescaline greens or whatever you want to call them. But I grow them indoors and I throw them on salads, I throw them in sandwiches, and you can grow them like within 7 to 12 days. They're done. They're ready. They're microgreens, and microgreens have anywhere from 10 to 14 times the nutritional value of anything you buy in a store. So I'm a big microgreen like type of advocate because you can grow them indoors. They grow quickly from seeds, and boom, you've got nutrition right there.
Exactly. That's pure survival right there. Good survival.
Yeah, I you know what
Simple.
when I said
You're
it
the one that
was
got me
prepper.
going on that. Grub. That you mentioned it
I
to me many times, and one time I just checked it out and I bought 10 trays.
The truth
And
comes
let me
true,
tell you,
right?
it's super easy to make any kind of sprouts.
The truth comes true. When you hear the
All you need
truth,
is a window,
yep, all you need is a window.
a little
When you
bit of
see that,
sunlight.
you're like, boom, oh my god. And you could talk about cholesterol and cholesterol and stuff like that. You know, you talked about
Mm-hmm.
that. I looked into that too, and and a lot of stuff you're saying was true also. You know,
Mm-hmm.
much respect. And the fact that you actually listened to what I said makes me happy because how many more people listen to what I said?
Well, some might listen, but it goes in one ear, not the other.
Well, a lot of them are going to be looking down the road when they need to look for food because guess what? I know how to grow food.
But, but
I'm
instead
a
of looking at it
gardener.
that way, even if you just get one or two out of even 100 people, it doesn't matter. At least you got those couple on the right path.
It's the same thing about saving souls and keep people to God, And I
Mm,
know that the concept of God, I say God, and people think, oh my God, here we go, another Bible thumper, da 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 da, right? No, I don't profess the Bible. The Bible to myself is something that is actually not true and honest. I look what the Bible says and I live that part of it. Okay. So there's a difference in that. You have to look at the real substance of something that you're looking at. All religions have a part of the Bible, anyways, and it's always been there. And religion's always been part of society, but it's also a tool used to control people. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
mm,
There's a good way to live. There's a bad way to live, and the best way to live is not hurt anybody else and live your own life and live in harmony. But that hasn't happened recently because of what's going down. You look at everything that's going down over there in Israel, across the world. Uh, right now, they're trying to use fear to control everybody. Not good. Not good at all. You may get this and that. Well, you know what? You still got to live your life. You got to live your life in the now
Exactly.
and here. And
Some, I
there's
don't know, just
and
can't
you know,
handle it. I don't know.
if you don't want to eat meat, that's fine with me. I don't care. More meat for me, more bacon for me. But
Yep,
there's
yep.
some bad things about it. There's a lot of bad things about it. And you look at the way things are being raised, industrialized farming and ranching is not the way to go. What you can produce and what you can actually provide for yourself is a better way to live. Because if you're looking, I need to survive on this and that. You're not hearing the words that are being said. You have to say the words. The words are you can survive, you can depend upon yourself, and you can self sustain. You can grow your own food, you can raise your own food. And it's much better food than you can actually get in stores because the food you get in stores are garbage. They're not good for you.
I have one of my suckers.
Anyways, I'm going to call it a night, and I hope everybody's happy, and I hope you all listen to what we said because um, you don't have to be this massive farmer. You can just be somebody that throws some seeds in the ground and grows your own food, and you will know the difference when you eat it. You will know the difference because it will be a revelation to you that
Yes, you will.
you will have food that you know is wholesome, pure, and natural for your body and for your soul.
Yep, yep.
If you depend upon somebody else to feed you, then you are a slave to the system. Okay? That's all there is to it. You're a slave to the system because you depend upon somebody else to feed your ass. And your ass needs to have real food. And that your ass is going to need the food that you raise.
If my great grandmother were here, she would agree with you, my man.
Hmm.
Absolutely. They weren't taken by surprise.
Well,
They were
Kelly,
ready. They were
people
ready.
lost. People need to learn the old ways to survive.
Oh, man. Yeah, they did. They really do. They really do. Just basic. Good grief. How to survive without your cell phone. Good Lord. People
There's
can't build
actually
them.
people that had root sowers for years. Um,
Yeah. Oh,
do you
yeah.
see them now? You see them now?
No,
No.
not as hardly, but
How many people know that pumpkins and other winter so-called squash can be stored for even a year or two?
hmm
I got pumpkins sitting right now in a little a bucket by my kitchen that I slice in half and feed the chickens just because I can. I don't buy a pumpkin. I raise pumpkins. Winter squash does really good here. I can raise stuff that you cannot buy in stores in the
yep,
winter.
yep. And organic soil is still living soil, and your food is going to be what 30 to 40% more nutritious than you know
Yep.
dead soil grown in dead soil. So that's how you do it, man. But we,
Yep. Yeah, I actually.
it's all by design, man. We know all that. It's just been programmed out of us. People couldn't build a fire with a gallon of gasoline and a blowtorch, man. Helpless people, but the
Yeah,
old ways are
how to start a fire.
going the way. Yeah,
I'm amazed that people are like, I don't know how to start a fire.
yeah, it's incredible, man. It really is. That should be a basic, very basic skill. My cousin taught me that at a very early age. Indoors, outdoors, wet conditions, dry conditions, But
It's amazing that people don't have this basic skills to survive. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think about that really all the time, man. Really, it's a subject. It's crazy.
Well, I see
Just
your icon. It's like 10 or 12 seconds to midnight.
yeah, that's kind of the idea. That I found that's an old game piece that I ran across. And yeah, you got it, man. That's the sort of the idea. It only goes to 10, but it's about a tick or two. You nailed it, bro. You're the first one that ever has commented on that.
I
Yeah,
have an
that's
IQ of
exactly. I
189,
guess it's
so
obvious. That's exactly it.
I have an IQ of 189, by the way.
Well, that's a click or two above me. I'll have to admit.
But I get it. I get everything that people are saying, and sometimes having that level, you also forget stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I wish I could remember a third of the stuff that I've forgotten. But I'm a sponge for knowledge, if I can say anything. Uh, but yeah,
I'm just
man.
saying. I'm just saying. Sometimes something that's so easy for me to do and think about, actually, most people don't have. You know what I'm
No, they
saying?
don't. It's like
Oh,
it's like
some
foreign
people's
language.
children.
Yeah, like being on another planet, man. Uh,
Sometimes I feel like I'm on another planet. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I
yeah.
really
You
do.
wake up and life these days is the dream. Seeing 100 masks lying on the ground every day. Good Lord. Anyway, don't get me started. My bad. But yeah, man, I agree. I hear you. I hear you. I just remember talking. I remember my great grandparents, and that's just the way they had to live. But it's too bad more of those people aren't around to pass along that advice because they would certainly back up what you were saying there.
Well, I got lucky. I got an earful of it when I was 15. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And we're looking, when I was 15, we're talking about 40 years ago or so.
more than that for me, man.
But
So
I've always had a garden. I've always grown stuff.
yeah,
I do like raising animals, and I can easily raise chickens. Pigs are
Okay, Trump, does it
okay.
sound like to you that we're talking about governments?
It's a troll, obviously.
Yeah, I won't worry
Don't
about
be.
that.
Yeah,
We got mods to take care of that stuff.
we know the deal.
Yeah, I don't even care. I don't even care about all these trolls. I don't care about the messages.
Yeah,
they're the
You know,
same clowns in the same, just different clowns in the same circus, man. Come on.
yeah, they
it's not.
are. They actually on both sides of the aisle. One owns foreign oil, owns domestic oil. They both work together. They both make money. They shake hands and they fly somewhere to pick up a paycheck.
Well, you also
Okay.
got to remember too. We are being silenced. This is like an
Mm-hmm.
attack on the people. This is a military-owned platform, and this could be IA doing it, not even people.
Yeah.
90% of
You
the
know what I mean?
software nowadays, Bob and Kelly, is actually ran on AI. Okay.
Uh,
Did you know that?
yes. I informally keep track of it. Improvements in vocal inflections and things like that. Text to speech. I've kept track over the years of how it's improved. There's still little parts where they'll accent a word incorrectly. Oh, but other than that, man, it's I couldn't tell the difference between that and a human. But yeah, it's people don't have a clue how much is run by
Good
that.
Lord.
They don't have a
I,
clue.
I stated a fact. Okay. 90% of the software that you use and you depend upon every day, it's actually artificial intelligence. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm not kidding.
I know it.
Yep.
That's what it is. And you can't deny it, but that's
Nope.
where we're at.
It's all man.
All is fair in love and war, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much Smurf it. Yep.
Spam I am.
Enter the beast.
I think Smurf it said it all.
Darren says, "What a dork."
Oh God.
Yeah. If it
I
is
love it.
people,
That's one of my favorite words, Darlene. I
if it is
claim it
people,
though.
though,
I have to claim that dorkism, but I love that word. Yeah, enter the
You
beast.
go for it. You can claim it.
I love it, man. No, I
Yeah.
have honestly for years and years. No kidding. I'm not joking. I wear it proudly.
You know,
I
I'm
do.
kind of a dork too because I figured that in the end that us dorks will still be around and the
Dorks rule
idiots
the
will be
world,
gone,
man.
right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. Truer than you think.
Yeah, there's a
No,
lot of
that's
idiots out there.
I think we got somebody mad. I'll just stand down here and help.
What'd you do now,
But look,
darling?
Sheriff
What'd you do?
McGee.
Okay, Darlene.
Um,
Thanks for coming up. It's good to hear your voice and stay
yeah,
well.
Darlene. My
Much love as
goodness.
always.
you are more than welcome. I think this is going to be a mean one.
Yeah, looks like
Holy crap!
they found me.
Yep.
Well, make sure
Just
it's
live,
about
go
me.
get 'em.
Everything's about me, darling. Right? Come on now.
Okay,
Make
it's
everything
about
about
you.
me. Thank you.
It's
I love
Drop's
you.
Yep.
fault.
I love,
Love you too.
darling.
Darlene,
I
it was
love
so
you.
nice to see you. This is Kelly
It,
speaking. It was so nice to see you. It really was. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Hmm.
well,
I
thank you. I'm not
enjoyed
going nowhere. I'm just dropping down in the chat to help with these
I see. Well, then
bumbling.
all right. Well, I'll
Just gonna
mess
have
with
some
you in the,
fun.
I'll keep messing with you in the chat then. Okay. I see.
Okay.
We'll miss your icon though. Okay.
You can mess
Okay. Well,
around a
I
little
can leave
bit.
it up there. I mean, no problem.
We'll
I can
catch
sit
you.
up here.
Yeah, sit up here.
It's totally up to
Don't
you.
Okay,
leave me
I'll sit
alone
up
with
there.
these two. Don't leave me alone with these two.
I
Yeah.
won't.
Please, don't leave me
Yeah,
alone
but
with
you can
these
have fun
two.
with them. Don't take anything
Need the
personally.
woman's
It's all
touch, man, on this
yes.
panel. So yeah,
Yep.
that's
Stay
Oh,
here.
I
that's
got
cool.
mean in the last couple of months. Really.
Well, whatever.
What's
I
gotten
had a
into
good
Means a good
teacher.
thing.
what's
Means a
gotten
good
into
thing, though.
you?
By the way.
I'd be mad about my bunnies. I know that much. I
That
really
too.
would. I would, man. But what else do you think? Yeah, is
I can't think of nothing that would pack and put it in one area only.
that's crazy, man. It really is. But
Well, whatever.
yeah,
Hate on me all you want. I love being
no,
hated
no,
on.
no, for real. No, I'm not
Ah,
kidding. I'd agree. That's probably
I'm talking to
something
Darlene right now. I want her to hate on me
something
because
low
she
to the
gets real
ground.
cute when she
You
gets
want me
really
to hit
mad.
on you?
Yeah, you
Oh
get
my
really cute when
goodness.
you get mad.
Ooh, you haven't seen me mad.
Oh, I can figure that one out real quick. Yeah, I'm good at that.
You learn something new
Yeah.
every day, man.
Oh yeah. I'm laid back. I'm calm. I'm a sweetie until you take me off.
Yep.
Don't,
That's
don't
who I
take her
am.
off. Don't take her off. Don't take her off. I don't want to die. I don't know what that blue dress came from.
I got a lot of
Seriously,
patience,
Hillary.
but the patience wears thin after a while. Then
Absolutely.
boom.
Okay. Well, let's take her off. Chop her off. Get rid of her. Come on. I'm tired. Get
No,
rid of her.
no, I won't go.
No, you need to go. Bye bye. See you later, son.
No, no,
Goodbye,
I'm staying.
Shug. Goodbye, Shug.
Sorry.
Oh, damn. Well, you
I'm
guys
here to
screwed it
stay.
up. Y'all messed it up for me. Yeah, there you go. Y'all just like, doing wrong things, wrong time, and now you got me
Anyway,
in trouble.
I've gotta give a report about the bear. Kelly, the bear is doing fine.
I was going to ask you about that. I know it can't be the bear that's doing that. The bunnies, because he was an intelligent bear and he wouldn't do that.
No,
I'm
he ate
I'm
too
glad
much eggnog today and he's sacked out.
oh my goodness. I'm telling you, no kidding. I usually don't have dreams about talking bears. I promise you, but that was the wildest thing. But anyway, I'm glad you brought that up because I did want to
Um,
send my regards.
I'll never forget that one.
I mean, it still blows my mind, but you can't be responsible for what you dream, I guess. But
It's gotta be a meaning for something though.
well, it,
Premonitions,
I,
always, always,
he
Maybe.
always.
I
Legal.
trusted him right from the get go. Somehow I knew if you were cool with it, he wasn't gonna, hurt me. And then when I realized he talked and he grabbed my hand, or he didn't grab, he took my hands and he said, "Oh, you're a drummer." And I went, "How did you know?" And then I woke up. But anyway, I'm glad
Oh, jeez.
you
I'm sitting
remembered.
here with a couple of musicians, right? Thank you.
I
Yeah, but
just,
drop. The bear was at my house,
yeah,
not
I
his
get it.
house.
I get it. I get it right now. I get it right now.
just I dreamed because I saw some
Oh,
pictures
God. I'm
of.
going to play my guitar and shut up. Okay. Thank you very much. I will sing. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to be a singer or a guitarist anymore. Wait a minute. My cousin
You
did
sing?
that. No, I don't sing at all. I don't sing at all. I have no voice. No
You got a
voice.
guitar?
Oh, maybe. And I got a keyboard too. So maybe I may sing a little bit. I don't sing at all. Leave me alone. Go
Yeah,
away.
you do.
Shut
Yeah,
up.
you do. Yeah, you do.
Kelly too. You should do a live, do a duet.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Jesus
tried to talk
Christ.
mom into it earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Um,
We're going to do the Womball Pecker thing, right? That song.
Tell her,
Does
come
that
on.
sound good for you?
It's her turn.
No, I'm not. I'm not singing tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pretty much that's what it is. Yeah. No, I haven't been in a band for like 30 years. Thank you. And I just play on my guitar once in a while because I like to remember old things, whatever.
Yeah, never learned a guitar.
Yeah, it's easy. C, D, G chord, and maybe an E minor 7, something like that. Blah, blah, blah. Easy stuff.
Got Gordon in the house.
I just play for myself for fun nowadays. I don't do anything like that.
it hasn't been 30 years for me. It's only been a couple, but man, it really feels like 30 years. It honest to God does. I was playing, regularly for decades, and
I suck. I'm not very good on guitar. I just play for chords, and maybe I can sing a little bit. Hey, that's
So
all
you
it
played
is.
in a band.
Yeah, we all played in bands, obviously.
Yeah. Not me.
Well, okay. Well, 3 out of 4. There we go. That was some unpublished songs. One of them was published, but it was stolen by somebody that I didn't like very much, and they stole my song, and so I quit writing.
That's
And
that
they
goes
actually made a
on.
lot of money off of it. I think I actually probably should sue them for it, but I haven't. I should. Fallen Angel. I really think I probably should start suing them now. They're almost all dead anyway. Whatever. I go against the, you know, you know how it goes in the music industry, right? You know, um, they own copyrights to this and that, and then you have to sue the copyright and all that stuff. It's just dumb stuff. I'm not going to do that. I'm tired. I'm old. I'm done talking.
It is a
Because
tough business to be in, and that kind of thing goes on. And man, mm.
yeah, it is.
In a way, I nearly,
I've got a godson that actually runs a studio for Jupiter. You know, nowadays.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't want anything to do with it. Um, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I get you in studios, blah 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 blah. I just don't want to do it anymore.
Well, it's in. I don't know, man. It's in my blood, and but it's just there's not been that many opportunities
Yeah, Smurf
to
it.
play. Of course, last year was scratched off the map for pretty much everybody, and it's still pretty slow around here. And I'm afraid it's going to get, with the new variant, OMG, it's probably going to
Yeah,
not be.
I'm just taking their bullshit and shoveling it down the road. I
Yeah,
don't
you
give a
have
shit
to.
anymore.
You have
I don't
to,
care.
but
I don't care anymore.
for as far as music goes, we're still lucky, in this part of the country, man, compared to other spots. And, but yeah, I think the window may be closing for the time being anyway. I hope I'm wrong, as far as live music, whatever. Uh,
Yeah, I don't know.
it's, it's a fun
just
thing. It's good for people. It's a community deal, Humans are wired for that, man. And
I'll just say one thing. My fifth cousin sat down next to me when I was a kid and played some gospel songs, and that guy was John Dusseldorf. You know who that is, right?
no way. I'm sorry. Who?
John Dusseldorf.
Oh yeah. John
So
Dusendorf.
his name was
Hmm.
John Denver.
Okay,
You know,
right. Exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
I knew
John
that. Oh,
Dusseldorf third. Yeah, and
yeah.
that's a relative of mine, and we were at a family reunion. He sat down when I was like, I think it was about 7 or 8, 9 maybe, and a family reunion. And he just sat there and played the guitar all night at the fireplace. It's cool.
That's
You guys
beautiful.
have no idea how 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 special that is.
Yeah, that's amazing. It really is.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's it's a blessing to me.
Do you know
It's
anything
been
about John Dusseldorf? Because he used to be a Marine sniper. You know that, right? He was second to Chris Kyle, right? As far as kills.
okay.
Do you know that?
No, I'm not sure that I did.
Well, you better look it up then,
Yeah, I think I will.
because he was
Um,
totally freaked up when he showed up at the family reunion, and he was
wow.
messed up. Yeah, he started doing gospel music, and then he did other stuff. But this whole family, that's like I'm talking 35 years ago. Okay, 30, 40
Mhm,
years ago, whatever.
mhm.
You know, he's a good guy. and
Yeah.
he did have talent.
That he did. Well,
But you all don't know about that about my cousin, my fifth cousin.
no.
He was a Marine sniper, and he actually did. Um, he's second in line for the, Chris Kyle, right? You don't know that.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Y'all don't know about John Denver, but you know about him now. There you go.
Yeah. I love finding out anything about music, man. I really do.
Yeah, well, there you go, right there, and you got that right now.
I
And
do.
I
I
was
know. I really do appreciate it. Learning new music, but any kind. I'm just a geek for that stuff, man. I really am.
Yeah,
Can't help.
most of you don't know he's a Marine sniper, and he's second on the list for the highest, you know, Kai stuff. All right,
Dang.
you don't know that.
Wow.
That's why he changed.
No.
And when I saw him, he got back from that, and I was a little kid. He sat down next to me and sang all the way. You
Some
never
of the
know.
people. Huh?
You never know who your family is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 6 degrees of separation, man.
Oh, it's fifth cousin, but doesn't matter.
Hmm.
But he came to the family reunion. There was like almost 600 of us there when I was a kid. 600 people plus.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow, I ain't got no more family.
Mm.
I was
Well,
just adopted. I'm an orphan.
Oh, you're a redhead too, by the way, Darlene.
No, I'm just an orphan.
Orphan. Yeah, but you sound like you're from Jersey. Give me a break.
No.
You do
Okay, I
sound
was
like you're from
born
Jersey.
in France.
Hey, Jenny.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Mama is Austrian. Daddy Scotch Irish, was born in Mississippi, Tupelo, Mississippi.
I've been
Tupelo.
there.
I've been there many times.
That's where Dad was born. He's Scotch Irish. Mama was born in Austria. I was born in France.
Okay. My wife was
And
actually
how'd you get
French, by the way.
Jersey out of this?
You sound like a Jersey girl.
Nope.
Your accent says everything.
Okay.
It does. It sounds like Jersey. No, sorry.
Meinst du's?
No, you sound like you have a Jersey accent. I'm sorry.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch, mein lieber Herr?
I don't speak Dutch at all, but I am actually Swedish and Dutch. So there you go. Just like John
Parlez-vous
Denver.
le français?
I do speak a little French, and my wife used to pound me crap and say, "Why don't you want to learn French?" And I said no.
Pourquoi pas?
I don't know what that is. The only
Pourquoi
thing I
pas
learned
tu
how
veux
to
pas?
do is say.
Pourquoi pas tu veux pas parler le français?
I don't speak French at all. Thank you. That's what I told you.
Nope.
¿Habla usted el español?
Yes, I do speak a little Spanish.
Ah,
Now me digas, yeah,
muy bueno.
very well. A little bit sometimes. Yes, like you said.
Yep.
My wife always egged me on to learn most French. I took a half a year of French in college, and before I ever met her, and my daughter learned French. Okay, but I said, "This is America. You need to learn how to speak English." Because I was being that
Yeah, but
stupid
a second
American.
language is always good.
Look, see, that's exactly what my point was just a second ago. When you made me think of it. Back in high school, they make you either take Spanish or French, right?
Yeah, I took
In order to
Spanish in
graduate.
high school, and actually in college I took French.
Right, but you had to take one of them in order to graduate. Back
Yeah,
then, I
and then
said the
I
same
met
thing.
this
I'm
gal that spoke
American. Why do I
French.
have to learn a foreign language in order to graduate? I said I'm not doing it, and I didn't do it. I didn't have to learn a second language, but I had to take a second major in order to do it, and that's what I
Yep,
did. I took a
and
second
Bob,
major.
and actually,
Screw that. I
actually,
stuck up for
I,
myself way back then. Why do I have to learn French? Why do I have to learn
I
Spanish? You know what I mean?
actually found this girl online. I found my wife on the internet, and she lived in Atlanta. I went there, and she spoke French as native language, and then um, I went back after a week. After I lived in the hotel, she treated me like a dog, and I actually, you know, 2 weeks later, I married her.
Ah, okay.
She was the one,
She
you
was the
know.
one, huh?
She was. She was the one.
Never can be replaced again.
No, not that's not true. But she was the one that I was supposed to marry, and she said, after we talked about a week or two on the phone, next thing I know, I'm going to Vegas. My parents show up, my brother and his wife and all that crap for the wedding. I don't know. And she said, "We're gonna get married, or we're not gonna be together." And it's like, can't live without you. So there you go. I'm marrying you. And we got married on Valentine's Day, by the way.
That's
So
awesome.
every Valentine's Day, that's when I remember my wife, and I love her very much.
Well, you couldn't forget that day, could
No,
you?
you can't, but I could never
I
forget
mean,
her.
Valentine's Day, I meant.
No, you're right. I know you were joking about that, but no, you
Yeah,
can't forget that day for your anniversary, and you also
right.
can't forget, your spouse when you married her.
Yep.
And it was honest and true, and it lasted almost 20 years. It's really hard talking about this too, by the way, because I miss her today.
She's still with you, Drops. She'll always be with you.
I know. I miss her.
I bet you do. When my mom went, my dad went right after her, a year and 4 months.
My parents did the same thing. My mother and dad. My dad was in the Army, Air Corps, and they had a couple weeks together, and then he had to go back. A week later, she ran down to Texas and got married. And they were married for 66 years.
Yep.
Yep. It's definitely not easy.
It's hard.
Nope.
It's hard.
Never is.
House. I loved her. She was my wife, and my friend, and best friend. And I don't know if I can ever replace that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
When you lose a spouse, it's hard. You never replace them, especially with your best friend. It just really. I'm sorry. I'm crying.
No problem.
I loved her that much. You know, she was always had my back. A good best friend. Everything. And she's gone. How can you replace that?
You can't. Never can replace.
I know.
But you gotta
Supposed
keep
to
your
be.
head up and you gotta keep going.
I've been doing that. I just
Yep.
don't know how much longer you can do that without her. So I'm a tough guy. Don't get me wrong. If you meet me on the street and you want to bring your shit on, you will get wrecked. Okay, I'm a wrecking ball. Okay, but that woman, I loved her very much. Hey, Plain, how you doing, brother? You know,
I'm
Plain's a
doing
good
pretty
guy.
well.
Drop him a link so he can come up here. I want to talk to him. I really do. I really do. If you can, Bob. I like Plain. He's a good man. He really is a good man.
Yep.
Yeah, he's kind of here. I really like talking to him. He's a really good, you know, balanced man. I'm sorry I cried about my wife.
It's okay.
No
I my
problem.
It's,
Come
my
on.
my my
take a deep
girlfriend
breath
gets mad
yourself.
sometimes when I talk about her, but she was a significant part of my life, and I love her still today. I do.
Of course.
I went through the same thing, and she passed away in my arms, and I did CPR and everything, told the
Mm.
ambulance to come and all that. And let me tell you, yeah, took years and years because I'd be at work and all of a sudden just start crying. I'd have to, hide it and everything just for no reason. You
Well,
just
that
start.
that was his second wife, Bob. The first wife died in a volcano. The second wife died of cancer. I've lost two wives.
Mm,
I never left them. You know,
yeah,
I don't. When I get married, I don't do it for 1 second. I do it for life. Eh? You know what I'm saying?
mm.
I don't get married to somebody because I don't love them. I get
Oh,
married
you're not
because I
supposed
love them.
to.
Yep. Mm.
Yeah,
Counterproductive.
for life,
I,
for life. You know. But I've had two wives now, and I'm sorry, but the third wife, yeah, if I ever find the right one again, you may be screwed. That's all I'm gonna say because it doesn't sound good. You know, I just don't. I don't get married because it's convenient or I want something. It's because I need and want that person. And I love them. You know, I'm an honest person about things. About things. I don't.
unreal.
Yeah, I had to wear a pink tie one time for my wife. Thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you. You're a sweetheart. I'll tie the thing around the sprinkler head and kick the chair. Oh, I'm not being nice. Thank you. If you don't think men cry, men love their families and their wives. They love them without no doubt. That's what we're built to be. We're built to be protectors and loving fathers to our wives and our children. That's what we are. We're like the rooster. We protect, even when we think somebody else,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
even if we think nobody else thinks that. We are fighting to take care of our families, raise a family, raise our children, because we love our children. We love our wives. You know, do you know that, Bob? That's what we're talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly. That that's like
We're
Smurfette
wired
said.
in.
That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, we're wired in to take care of our wives and our children and our family. That's part of what being a man is not only being honest and truthful, but we want to be the protector of the family.
Right.
We're,
And that's being destroyed not by us because it's all the agendas against us that's causing all these problems. You know what I mean? Look at all
Yeah,
the people.
I mean, we don't need the state to actually step in and protect our families because they're not going to protect our families. Your familia is your family. To actually step in and protect our families because they're not
You're
going to
playing
protect
reality.
our families. Your familia is your family.
I think you had
Mute-
two
Mute
mics
the
open.
mute the YouTube, dude. Sorry.
Merry Christmas, Zero Infinity.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Yep, copy
Nice.
that.
You, brother. Merry
Loud
Christmas.
and clear.
Merry Christmas, guys. God bless you all. And
Hello and welcome.
Merry
Likewise.
Christmas.
yes, thank you. Sorry about the little technical difficulties there. I wasn't expecting to come online tonight, but I'm all set up in here and just wanted to share some love and some fellowship and well wishings for everybody. And Drop, I do hear you, brother. And I actually do understand. Not as much exactly your situation, but I've gone through very similar things, and it has been uh, over 15 years now. And the one thing I've come around to understand is it's the kind of love that you can never take back and that never goes away. So you learn to live with it every day. And the one place that I finally got to that helped me is when I realized that I couldn't handle it all myself. And I got on my knees one day about 3 years ago. And for the first time, even though I'd asked for help so many times from God and from Jesus Christ through so many troubles, I said, I need your help to heal. And that's when the changes started happening
Yeah,
for me.
I do.
So I hope that you can find that in your heart too. I missed it for so long and I didn't realize until I accepted that
The gift from God.
yes, that the only true way to heal was through Jesus Christ and with God and with his help.
That's
And
true.
it led me on a
Amen.
path of being able to forgive other people, to forgive myself, to let go of regrets, because it's a nightmare to live with. And I hear it in your voice so many times, and it's hard.
I do see this now, and I'm clairvoyant, and I do see things.
Yes, I know you do.
Yes.
So I just wanted to touch base with you and let you know that you're loved
Merry
so much.
Christmas, brother. I love you very much. You're a good friend of mine for years now, and I hope Awake is also hearing this.
Yes,
And I appreciate everything you're saying because you've been a rock to me in ways that you have no idea.
appreciate that, and in many ways you have too. And thank you for your friendship and for your insight into so many things too. Um, it this is the number one thing at this point in the world that I believe that we all should be doing. In the world today, we are being constantly bombarded to hate each other, fight each other, argue with each other, and push each other away. And that needs to stop. And we need to get back to right with each other and with our families and our loved ones and with God and with ourselves. And I believe that that is the only way that we're going to make it through any of these difficulties that are ahead. So,
Yes, and I agree with you all this part because you have been like a rock to me too, also because your faith and your symbolism. But you have been more than that. You've been unassociated brother that I've always known that I've actually leaned upon, and you've leaned upon me, and I think that's great. You know what I'm saying?
I do too. And I popped in at that moment and I heard your voice, and I just want to let you know that you are loved, and that you are worth all that you know that you are. And I know it's
Thank you for
hard
that. I
to let
also
go
love you very much,
and
and
heal, but anyway, that's just is what it
I,
is.
you know, I love my wife. I love my wife. I love my wife when she was here. It's been 5 years. I try, but I can't forget the past. But I can also see the future, and
Yes,
I wish the best for you in your life. Patriots. Have you seen them around lately?
I haven't. I haven't for months.
I've
Right.
actually he dropped in like a month ago in one of my chats, and so I was so happy to see him because that young man actually has a family and a child now, and I I worry about him every day, you know, and his family.
There are many that I keep in my prayers, and the same with all of you guys. And especially on this platform, one thing I've seen in the communities that we have is a lot of infighting, a lot of venile things, and that's what they design these platforms to do, is to tear people apart. Facebook is perfectly designed for that, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
glad that I'm amongst brothers and sisters that
Friends,
understand
family, and
exactly.
brothers and sisters, yes,
Yeah,
and familia, because familia to me is like I don't care if you're related to me or not. I do care about your reality of loving each other, and I do love you. Okay, so you can take that to the bank. You got it?
amen. And you too. And if you ever if you ever need anything, or you need someone to talk to, or just hang out with sometime, I am here. So just know that.
Yeah, I've been a cold Ruth in my past. I'm not going to say my past because I don't want to deal with the crap. But no, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding actually. Um, but I do love people in this family. In this family, I actually have a extended family of
Yes.
people that I really love, and I have an adopted. Uh, well, can I adopt a guy that's over my age? Because I actually adopted him as a son, and then I have adopted goddaughter and godson, and blah blah blah. But I like certain people in this world, and I consider them family, and you definitely are. You know what I'm saying?
I've always considered you that way too,
Yes.
on several levels,
Yes.
and intellectually, spiritually, even emotionally, and all that, and mostly as a brother and a friend, like a just a friend. I recognize certain traits and qualities in you that are unmistakable,
My
and
kindness, my
so
kindness extends to you, to the entire world, and I'm actually a very kind person. I always try to be nice to everybody, and show love to them, and you do also. So there's a lot of people in this chat that actually like Bob, like like Kelly, and Darlene. They all extend love to each other and to the world because they actually understand each other and they're very nice to each other. And boom, you know what I'm saying? We need more love in this world than we need hate.
and
Yep.
I believe that, well, the my number one best friend said exactly that, Jesus Christ, when he was talking about
Yes,
the
and if
most
they don't
important
know
things.
Jesus, if you want to see me in heaven, you need to say the salvation prayer. I don't care if you're what religion you are. Salvation prayer is actually gateway, and I don't care what religion you are, but the salvation prayer is, dear Lord, I need you, Jesus, and you know how to pick that up because through the Father, which people don't understand that the Father goes beyond the Bible. Okay,
Yes.
beyond the Bible. They have no idea about this. The Father is the creator of the entire system. And you may think, well, there's one creator controls all this stuff and has all these universes. No, there's one creator. We're one family. We're one thing together. Okay? That's what it is. And regardless of what you think about religion, Hindu, Islam, Christianity, and stuff like that, they have no idea about the spirituality and how we ascend to a different vibe. And you know what I'm saying?
But we can only see. Here's I want to clarify something. I didn't. I'm sorry if I interrupted your guys' conversation or anything. I came in and I just heard something at the time, but I want to respond to that. And this is very important. There's only one way to ascend, and that is through Jesus Christ. There's a completely other section of humanity which is still falling for the same lies in the garden. That you yourselves will become gods, you will live eternally, and all these other things, and you do not need God for that. And that is
Yes.
the lie.
Yeah,
That is
that's
the
the Mormons.
deception.
The Mormons
That's
do that, by the way.
well, that's also behind all of this New Age Christian, this ascension belief
Yeah,
system, and everything else.
I do.
And
I
I'm
get
not
it. I get
knocking
it.
that stuff. There's a ton of truth in all that stuff. However, the path to get there is self-defeating if it's without God, and that's the whole point. It's really just that simple. All the
Yeah.
whole Bible, all the stories, the whole thing spanning that whole thing. It's that simple to understand. If it, in
You're
that
actually
context.
you're actually correct, brother, because you know the only way to get to God and the Father, and you know, I'm gonna put it out on the limb right now. I know what God's about because I've seen heaven. Okay, I know heaven because I've been there. When I had a dream about my wife, all the family and the friends that were there, I'm gonna tell you right now the real truth of this. Why I know God, because the certain fact is that when I died, I walked into a place where people were having a feast around the table. There was my parents, there's my sisters and brothers and all the friends and people I knew and loved. But there's also my wife, and there was my daughter. And I run up to her, and she kissed me and said, "I love you, honey." And my daughter kissed me and said, "I love you, daddy." And those are the same people right now that live within my life that I saw. Their faces were perfect for everything I saw. And I'm going to give you a revelation right now. God is real. I don't care if you believe the Christian God, because I don't worry about the God of
Yeah,
Christians or
I'm
Islam
not.
or whatever. I'm
I'm
telling
not
you
big
right
on
now.
religion.
I saw it.
I'm not.
I saw it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not big on religion. Go
I
ahead.
know. But I saw my daughter and my wife's face in that video that I watched when I was 9 years old, guys. Okay. I
Mhm.
knew the woman I was going to marry and love my entire life. This is a revelation. This is a, what do you call that? Plane? What do you call it?
Epiphany. That's. I don't like the word, but I think
Yeah, but I
epiphany.
saw her when I was 9 years old before all this crap and all this video crap. I knew her.
Oh,
And
that's
when I
much bigger. Yeah.
walked up to
Okay.
her, I knew her and I loved her. And that was my wife. And I saw her in heaven. I saw her in heaven when I was 9 years old before I even knew her, even married her. You guys, do you understand what this means to me? Do you understand why I believe in God, Father, or whatever you want to believe? I don't care about your religion, but there it is right there. Okay? Straight up.
Amen. Absolutely.
If I'm going to be a witness to something, you need to hear this because this is what I'm telling you. When I was 9 years old, I died, and I went to heaven, and I saw my wife and my kid, my daughter, and my wife. Boom, right there, and exactly what they said. And you can look around the internet, and I'll tell you the same thing over and over again. You don't believe in God? Guess what? There is a God. There's a collective of people that are actually part of God. And I saw my wife, my daughter, right there. Boom. Okay. at 9 years old when I was a kid. I had a lot of dreams when I was a kid. And when I looked at my wife when I first saw her, it's like, I know this woman. She loves me, and she's going to be my love of my life. Boom, done. So there you go. Pick it up. I can't give you any more testimony than that because I know that's true.
I have mountains of it, and it's hard to even begin to explain my relationship with God ever since I was a child. And I think everybody, especially when we're children, we start out with that and we fall away. It's interesting. There's an inner dialogue, and I see it in most children. And it's one that I believe is very important in terms of.
My wife's face plane was sitting right in front of my face when I was
Yes.
9 years old, and I knew when I met her, and I can show you a picture, and it looked just like her. So
Yes.
how can you tell me that? I mean,
I
I'm telling you.
I know exactly, because even when I met my wife, I knew before that it was going to be soon, and then I knew the moment that I saw her, and so did she. We looked at each other, and it was there. I knew I was warned before losing my grandmother, and I call them uh, uh, po- post-it notes. You know, the little sticky notes, right?
Mhm.
Okay, those little notes. I have all kinds of memories, and they are saved to preserve the memory of the people that I loved and that I love in my life, and remember them as they are. And it's hard to explain it. And there's so many other things. Being warned before uh, even 9/11. My wife, my son were supposed to be on a flight that morning. Um,
Yeah,
and
I don't want to hear that right now because I
yeah,
see it in my mind.
and
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's many.
Yeah,
There's
no,
so many
go
things
ahead.
to
Go
understand
ahead.
exactly what
I'm
you're
sorry
talking
to disrupt you, but I see pictures in my mind all the time when I talk to people, and people don't realize what I can do. You
about.
know that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And I guess the one thing I want to say too is I don't want to be rude. Thank you, True Seeker, for hosting this. Merry Christmas, everybody. I appreciate.
Same to you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I just saw that picture in my mind when you spoke about that. And it's like, I know what you're saying now.
I
I don't always pick up on stuff, but I do
we'll talk
sometimes.
about we'll talk about it a different time.
You can
That's
email me. I got an email. You can email me. We can talk. Okay.
all right. Stick it in the back channel on StreamYard.
Okay, I'll do that. Give me a second. Don't go away. I really want to talk to you because I know you have a lot of pain. I just saw what you just said when you said it. The picture flashed up in my mind. You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm
know.
kind of like that, right?
Put in a
Well,
private chat if you want.
what's that?
No,
No, it's okay. And
no, actually, things flash in my mind when people talk about stuff because I actually can read them. You know what I'm saying? And
well, I didn't lose any family members that day, but that was the moment.
I know, but
Everything changed. Everything changed that day.
I saw it flashed in my mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It flashed in my mind, and I see things that people don't see.
But anyway, so
So there's my email. I put it in public chat. People can talk
okay.
to me if they want to talk about things. Um, I see things that people can't see. I really can.
Well, actually, I'm amazed lately, especially over these last couple of years, and I have
And it's
always
come
been.
true, right? Isn't it? Isn't it
Well,
come true?
a lot of people are actually waking up.
Excuse me, put your email, I think, in the wrong place.
No, I didn't. I put it in public if people need to have a reading because I can actually say things when people talk to me, and I can actually see a visual thing of things.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
It's good.
I don't
Get that
care.
okay.
started for.
Be
I don't care.
careful.
I don't care. I don't worry about things.
Yeah,
I don't worry about those because you know what? I don't care about those things, darling, because I actually see things when people talk to me. I can actually see a visual in their mind when they're talking to me. I'm a clairvoyant. I'm, well, I guess I'm just a freak. Whatever.
Okay.
I can see things. I can see things down the road. I can
That's
see
I'm
things in the past.
I'm not worried about us. It's just
I'm not worried.
No, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. And you know,
I don't want to mention names.
I don't care about Bess. You know, she's a bitch. But I don't care.
Whew.
And
And
she's gonna find her own way in life. You know, I have pity for her. I actually pray for her too. By the way, okay. I pray for
Well,
people
I
that
don't know who
hate
we are talking
others.
about, but I'm talking about a different person altogether.
It's okay. I don't care about them. I don't. I have no fear. I have no fear about people or anything else. I want to help them,
I think we're
and
all on the
that's my
same
life.
page.
That's my destiny.
It's a
Is to help.
compulsion.
It's a compulsion.
Good
Yes, it
luck with
is.
that one.
Well, I actually don't need to use any weapons. I have weapons of my own. I can actually just put people to sleep when they come at my door.
Really? You can?
Yeah, I can. I can.
There is your answer, Mr. Bob.
Yep.
Oh my God, Darlene, you're a trip.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I can put them to sleep. Play
Wow.
some shitty music and they'll go to sleep. Ay, ay, ay. I am a
well,
frito bandito. Stuff like that.
well,
But whatever.
the system at large is already they're fast mastering that with the population, or they think that they are. But what's amazing is there's a pushback, and more people than ever are seeing through the the glass darkly. They're seeing the other side of that veil, and
Yep.
they're turning around, and that's what
Yep.
I'm shocked. 2 years ago, I was still like, oh man, now we're in big trouble.
Yep.
But now I'm seeing more and more people that almost cursed me at the beginning of this, uh, flu thing. Okay, cursing me about the stuff I was talking about, and they're coming back and they're going, dude, you're right, and I'm scared. I said, don't be afraid. You know, uh, what are you scared of? And then they start talking about their things, and I think that's what's most important is whatever place that we're at, whatever level that we're at, is that we show love. However, if somebody does present themselves as an enemy, you treat them as such. You know, Scripture doesn't call on us or any. It's to be martyrs, and to abusive people, that kind of stuff. I don't let that in. I don't encourage it for anybody. But people that are coming around, they're going to need strong people like all of us every step of the way, and especially this youth generation, which is like my son's age, early 20s now. He's doing okay for the most part, as far as I can tell. But so many of them have been so hurt and so traumatized that it's very difficult to see. And if we're going to make it through all this, we've got to do it together. That's the only way.
Hmm.
And with God, in whatever understanding or depth that we have that relationship with our God. So,
Amen.
amen. I love you all.
Same here.
And the one thing that cannot be hurt is me because I do know the Father. So
I know you do.
even those that come against me, they will be humbled at their end. And they can come with guns drawn, they can come as a SWAT team.
I
I've seen
hope
it
not.
before. Well, I put three of them to sleep when they come at me last time, and then everything changed. There's things beyond your control that you don't know about,
Mhm.
and there's certain people that have certain different powers to do things. Now, I'm going to be called a witch now, right?
Not necessarily,
Hmm.
because even as Christians, we have a lot of skill sets, especially when it comes to dealing with the real enemies,
Warlock.
which are the warlock. Well, the real enemies, they are real. They're on another side of a veil that's there to protect us. But a lot of people love to cross that and have seances and scrying mirrors and all that, and have relationships with these entities that are the enemy of mankind. And that's exactly what's happening in the world today. Again, is they're setting it all up in order to create a Babylonian type system to bring those entities back in. They're doing it in all the movies. All theoretical science is going directly into that whole thing to channel these beings and call them aliens, call them whatever you want, fallen angels. They're the same ones, and they're very dangerous.
Yep.
And especially when it comes to those, especially as Christians, at the moment that they know that or they can't even stand being in the presence of a person filled with the Holy Spirit, and that's it.
Cool.
There is nothing to fear when it comes to them. Literally nothing to fear.
That's true. They,
And
they
I
cannot
Yep.
stand. They cannot stand before God.
no, and I believe that is our number one skill, first and foremost. Well, when you're talking about quote unquote powers, I think our number one skill is love, because that's what has to be first, and it's
It
not the kind
is.
of love, but
It is actually.
but
Love
yeah,
is actually the number one skill. It actually is, and it actually will be. And they can't stand before that. They can draw their guns. They can do whatever they want to do,
right.
but they can't stand before love.
No, and that's why things there can only be the absence of it, and that's it. Um, Being the opposite of that, there's no substance to it. So in
And
the
yet,
end, that's why evil,
I found you.
and you too. That's why evil never stands. It has nothing to stand on. All that evil does is take away what we've already been given. So what we need to do, all of us, is remember what we've been given and receive it back again. And that's the whole point, to accept it back into our lives instead of
And
listening to the lies of the world. And I
and
believe that
hence you
is what's
found the
most important.
second witness of the Bible.
Yep. Yep. Pretty much. So
Because the first one is not the best, but the second one is the best. I'll let you know now that things will not be abound. Things will be messed up and things will be gone. But
they
you
will.
will know the truth in the end.
Absolutely.
Yes, I know now. Yes.
Definitely preparing for it.
So what I know I came in late on the conversation. Thank you so much, everybody, for accepting me on the panel. Um, what was the main topic for the night,
We're just
Emily?
chilling tonight.
It's
Okay,
It's
holy
Christmas. We're not getting
holy Christmas
into
stuff. Yeah.
yeah,
Christmas.
whatever.
cool.
Yeah,
All right.
whatever.
But usually, what I do is, if you have links to other channels, you can bring them and drop them. You think other people should see, or your own videos, or even your own channel links, because I try to connect all people together.
Let me.
You could drop your link in the chat.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna go look. I turned off at one point all of my lists of incredible documentary videos. I mean, just a ton of stuff that over the last decade of YouTube, that I've kind of compiled. Not my work, but work of other people that have helped me. And that's one of the biggest things. That's why I love. That's the good side of the internet, is for us to be able to actually connect and communicate like this.
Right.
Now, the system at large obviously wants to control that
Right.
for their
You have
devices.
no idea how large this channel really was and is. You
It,
have no idea.
I actually am. I believe I'm starting to get it, because even the quantum computers they're not computers. They're dimensional interfaces, point blank.
Yep. Yeah, they
And
are.
they are directly communicating with the beings on the other side that I just talked about. Because even when you go listen to them in the TED Talks and look at their publications and papers, that's exactly how they describe what's going on with these machines.
Yeah, I know. I
And
know exactly.
they've got those machines now in our military, levels of government, even at CERN, Google, Microsoft. You can name down the list, and they've got these machines running, and they've got them connected to the other machines.
All military stuff, actually, by the way.
Actually, that's what Jade Helm was. Jade Helm was an AI connected to that
I
type
know.
of a system, being
I
able
know.
to manage every asset in the battlefield. That's what all that drill was about.
I know.
I didn't know it
No
back then.
fool.
I know it now.
I know. I know.
It's yeah, it's crazy. This stuff is absolutely real, and that's exactly what they're doing. So, on a technological level, the Germans were doing it back then. That's how
Yes,
they were getting
they
their
were.
tech, but they didn't have.
1932.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I don't like saying Germans. That's a generalization. The Nazi Party. Let me clarify. The Nazi Party, which they still exist too. Actually, they kind of won the
Yes.
war. They
Yes,
just
they
changed.
do.
They just rebranded and moved over and started. In NASA and
Correct.
CIA, a bunch of other agencies to work in, where they
Correct.
could go do their stuff without anybody watching. So,
Correct.
anyway, I know that's a whole tangent, but no, that's
Well,
exactly. This is the system that's now slamming down on top of humanity.
speaking on that topic, it's real. Check it out. If anyone knows about Indeed.com, if you
Yeah,
look at the job site,
yeah.
well, if I go
Yes.
there and if I just type in 4 letters, FEM, there you go. See? Don't even put a place. What? No, X that out. X that out. But right here
Yeah, we already
says
know those stuff. I mean, people don't.
3,090 job openings. And this
For
is from 15,000 to 100,000 a year.
for what?
And this is FEMA's
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
all across the nation.
and
So,
that's one thing. Do you guys know anything about the track tracing people?
oh
Um,
yeah,
did
yeah.
did they? How far have they gotten with that? Because honestly, the way that they started talking about that those are going to be basically like the SS. They
Right.
tell
Yes.
they'd
They
have the
try.
powers to tell local law enforcement, or well, try to get them to comply, and even military to comply to their orders or whatever.
Yeah, but there's going to be a nice little CME that will actually wipe stuff out. So, um, I'm telling you right now the truth. I know
A
about.
coronal mass ejection.
I have an
Yes.
idea.
We had a big one yesterday.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
gonna be.
Yeah.
It's
See all
gonna
these
be a.
openings?
It's gonna
Why
be.
don't why don't we apply for these?
It's gonna be a
Because
325. You have
You
no
know what
idea
I'm
about this.
saying?
It's gonna
I
wipe
would.
out everything. They have
Play their game.
your systems and your power systems are gonna go down. Okay,
Yeah, but
I know this
I,
for a fact.
I, 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 I can see it
They're gonna get a
here.
jolt from hell, and boom, all their systems are gonna go down. So you don't need to worry about this stuff. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I've been telling you that for a
Well,
long time. They're gonna have a jolt, and boom, everything's going to be gone. By the way, your internet's going to be gone, by the way, too. It's going to fry everything. And then they'll have the real reset and the real war and everything else. Okay? So you guys are worrying about all this stuff? I'm telling you, I know what's going to happen. I know already what's going to happen. I said it right here. I'm saying it right now.
Delete
There's not
report,
going to be.
guys, please.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Well,
What was that?
Thank you.
Darlene, there's going to be a reset in effect where we're not going to have to worry about this crap. Okay. And I'm telling you that when it does hit, get ready for it.
It seems they're getting ready.
Oh, they have been. Either way it goes, look, there's so many scenarios right now on the table. One or multiple of these things is going to happen, and everything's coming to a head. So no matter what, preparation is just common sense, and that goes with everything. The normal basics: food, water, that kind of stuff. But also, I think one of the most important and probably overlooked is the mental, psychological, emotional, and especially spiritual impact that a very different reality that happens quick can and will happen soon. And I'm not a big doomsdayer. I'm just looking at the writing all over the wall, all over the ceiling, all over the sky, all over the earth. It's everywhere.
Repeat.
Yeah. So
History always repeats itself.
exactly, and it's actually quite scary because well, not scary. I don't like that word.
CME actually does hit the earth and resets
Mhm.
everything. So I'm going to tell you that right now. So you're
It
ready for
does.
it now? You're going to see everything go down. Everything. A big, massive one hits us. Right in the middle of the fact that we're actually going to war and doing all this stuff.
Yeah, they're
It's
using
going to hit.
NATO to pull our troops over there, and they're going to probably pull our National Guard. And if they do that, then they're probably going to try to drop the hammer with restrictions and everything else using this flu
Yeah,
thing.
they are.
And
But I'm telling you right
but
now that I'm telling you right now, Blaine. I'm telling you right
yeah,
now. I've known about this for a long time, and I know how it goes. I know the story. Okay.
I've been shown some encouraging things lately, though. Things don't turn out the way that they want. And actually, they're every step that they go, they're bumbling idiots, frankly, and
They are,
they
but I've always told you about
are dangerous.
their plans don't work out the way they think they would, right?
Hmm.
And you've heard that for what, 3 years now? 3.5 years?
Right.
I'm telling you, the plans don't work out the way they want to.
No, and it never
And
does.
and a big old CME is going to take out a lot of stuff. And I'm telling you that their plans are going to fail. And I've been
Oh
telling you
yeah,
that for like 3 years.
yeah. It's gonna fall on their face. It's already happening. They're losing control of humanity. They like to have control of humanity, and what they're doing is they're pushing the timeline too fast,
I
and
know. And
people are figuring it out. And I mean, everyday average people that I never, people that I've known like for decades are now talking about things that 15 10 10 20 years ago I was
but
felt
what
like I
did
was
I tell you
screaming and they didn't.
what did I tell you 2 years ago? I told you the same thing. When they think they got control, they're going to lose everything, right?
Yeah, they're in the process of losing everything.
I know.
However, the cost is going to be significant. It is going to be in many ways horrific, and that's what I'm
Yes.
talking about being
And
prepared for. So
everybody needs to get themselves into control, or the fact that they need to actually store up food and everything and be prepped up with their gold and silver with their food and their resources and financials. You know what I'm saying? I've been telling people that a long time. And they think that I'm crazy, but you know what? There you go. I've been telling you all that when this CME hits, it's going to take out everything, and boom, you don't have nothing unless you have it on paper. You actually have it on gold and silver. You have everything in your bank, like your food stores. What I've been telling you, I've been telling you the same thing for years, right?
The thing of it is, though, every year I see more and more and more of us being taken out, city by city, state by state, country by country, in several different forms.
I'm not joking what I'm saying about it. I stand by my convictions. I know what's going to happen. And I do
Yeah.
know this, just like I knew when I found my wife and married her, I knew exactly who she was. Okay. So you need to actually prep up and
You there?
many times, Bob.
What's
Yeah, I'm
that?
here.
I lost you guys for a second there.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, get your stuff prepped up, get your stuff in the bank, and do it. Because if you don't, you're gonna be in trouble. Okay.
We need to teach the youngsters what we know.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yes,
Um,
Darlene.
I agree 1,000%. I couldn't agree more. Um,
From the smallest thing to the biggest thing, whatever we know, we got to give it to them.
they don't have any grounding. Um, they're struggling and they're hurt. They're traumatized. It's the same pattern. What's happened, and it's taken me a while to figure this out. But what's happened to so many of them through this system of being the online system, and then through the schools. Okay, the way it's set
Right?
up, it breaks them down. It's almost like satanic ritual abuse. Well, it
Mhm.
basically
It
kind of
makes
is.
them debt slaves, by
Yep.
the way.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, and it fractures their
Instead of
personalities down that they have no root, they have no grounding, and they're grasping for anything to that feels real. They don't know they can't even feel what's real, and then that's when all of these other systems of belief and thought can step in that they might think is progressive. But I'm going to tell you something. Progressive is exactly the same words used 120 years ago for the party going on back then when we were led into the Bolshevik Revolution and everything else going on. So they called themselves progressives. I mean, this stuff does not, it keeps repeating, and that's what's happened to them. And I agree. I so anyway, I want to shut up, but yes, very good point. I agree 100,000,000%. Sorry.
you're quick, Darlene.
Yep.
You got it before I did. Everybody is.
What
And
what's that?
I'm up here.
Yep. Crazy.
Yeah, but truly, we need to teach the kids
Yes.
that are coming up. I don't care if it's buckling a shoe or baking a loaf of bread, anything.
Grow your own. Question everything.
Absolutely. They're going to make way with history. They're going to take the Bibles away. They're already doing that in China. People are preaching in caves.
Yeah.
And if
And
they're caught, it's their death.
yep, they're
Hmm.
even in the last
Up.
decade, it's been horrific. The people, what they've done to these Christian populations in their regions that they control is horrific.
It's horrific.
Yep.
Certain places you can't go in restaurants, right?
Yep.
Or go to work.
You don't get their juice, you don't go nowhere. You don't get their little health
Right.
card, you don't go nowhere. It's got to
Hmm.
be stopped. Something needs to give.
Oh, it's coming to a head. Unfortunately, obviously, they've dropped the hammer on Canada and Australia. Europe's different. I have a different opinion about Europe. I hope that eventually that they decide to stop being or wanting to be. Uh, uh, and I'm no offense
Germany
to
is
anybody.
fighting back tooth and nail.
Well, would you agree this is United Nation led?
Yes,
Uh,
it is.
So who
well,
is
Actually, it's
in the United
World
Nations?
Economic Forum, by the way. And so here we go. We're having
well,
fun
this
It's
again.
one leader, one religion.
right.
Yep, they're trying to
That's
do the
what they're
same
after.
thing again because that's actually part of the devil's plan. Okay,
Yep.
so there we
This
go.
whole thing's coordinated in on a spiritual level and by our ancient enemies. Some people might call them the fallen or the Nephilim or
I
whatever.
call them the fallen. There you
Yeah,
go.
that's there we go. And their offspring, especially their offspring. Don't forget about
Mhm.
them.
I
but
don't forget
but
about them. I can see them. They're called
yep,
reptilians.
yeah, they're I have a distinct dislike of any of those entities. Anyway,
Absolutely zero. One world.
And they've been doing it so incrementally that most don't see it.
yeah, but a
Right.
lot
It's
are.
don't
It's
look over here, but look over here.
Right. And they put it in
Right.
your brain a couple years before it actually happens. That way, it's already programmed when it happens. It's, whatever.
Like I
oh,
said, I'm a wrecking ball. You know what?
Well, I don't believe.
I
You don't want to lead and follow on me because I'm a wrecking ball. I will go after them.
I
I
hear
I
these teenagers talking. Oh man, that'd be fun to have the chip.
Yeah.
yeah
Looking at them like, what? Do you
no and
want to be controlled?
but that's what they have been. They have used. Okay, uh, all the theoretical sciences they've
Good
been
night,
set up.
y'all. And I want to say one thing to y'all. I just gonna say good night because I'm gonna go sleep and think about this. But I actually, you better listen to Plane because he's got the plan right there. Okay,
I
I'm
have no
gonna say
plan.
it.
God has the plan. I just
Yeah,
yeah.
God has the plan, Plane, but you are the second witness, so you know, right?
well, the
You know, you know
well the
things,
first
and
was
tell them the truth about everything. Hammer it down. I'm gonna go to sleep and I have something else to do, but I'm a hammer myself. So do not
I
discount
Sleep
what
tight,
I'm gonna say.
drops.
drop.
You take care, Drop.
Good night,
Drop it.
brother.
Drop.
Good
It was a
night.
pleasure, man. Excuse me.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure talking to you tonight, man. This is Kelly, and I hope you.
I'm a hammer, but
I hope we
I
see. I hope
actually
we see you more often. I hope this happens more often.
it will. If Bob wants to do
Yeah.
whatever, but
Yep.
I can
We're
actually
back.
do my own thing. But I at this point I'm just kind of like I take the hammer. I got the hammer. Trust me, I got a hammer. You have no idea about hammer. And you think about a hammer, and hammer is something that you think about, but you have no idea what the hammer I use. I can use a hammer that you have no idea. So just think about that, right, Plane?
Amen,
Because
brother.
you know the hammer I have in my hand, and I have a hammer
You
that I
gonna
can
ring it in the
use.
morning?
I can ring it around the world.
Good. Start
There
ringing.
you go.
That's a
There
good
you
song.
go.
I know.
No,
It's an old
no,
song, but it's a good one.
Darlene, I can ring the hammer across the world, and if I want to, and I can use it anytime I want to. So it's in reserve. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, yep.
I can take down all their networks, everything, and burn it to the ground. Let them bring the hammer, and I will bring the hammer upon them. And they're
Good.
afraid of me, and they actually are so scared of me they won't even arrest me. because they know what I have in my hammer. Hammer.
Well, you have a
So you're
good
Thor.
night.
I'm
Thor.
Thor. I am Thor.
Yeah.
You have no idea. I am Thor. Have the hammer.
Smurfette says good night.
Smurfette knows I have the hammer. She knows. There's good night, and listen to what my brother Plain says, because he knows a lot of crap that you don't know. And
Well,
it give you a ministry, it give you a ministry of what's to come, and you will learn a lot of stuff from him. A lot. But I am the hammer. Good night.
Good night, Hammer.
night, brother.
Night, man.
Good
What's
night,
up?
Drop.
Good night.
Well. You'll sleep good.
Thank you for having me on. I honestly, I saw you live streaming. I decided to pull up YouTube middle of the night, and I see you on, and I said I'm gonna pop over here. I haven't seen you around for a long time, and I just wanted to say hi, and then you saw when I just stepped in. So,
Well,
God
you're always
bless you guys.
welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey, Plain.
Yes.
I don't really know you, I don't think, but I really enjoyed what you've had to say, man. My name is Kelly, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
Hi, Kelly. It's great to meet you too. My name's Travis. I don't.
Right.
That's one thing. I don't give out like personal information, but
I understand. I just really enjoyed, really like what you have to say. Wow. I'm on the same page.
I think we
Appreciate
all
it.
are.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's great.
I think we all are, and that's
Your words ring true
well,
on
thank you.
my bell. They really
I,
do.
it does in my heart, and that's I think what's most important is see we all communicate not just with our words, but also through the Holy Spirit, and that's what cross checks things, and that's what verifies things between us all. That's part of the whole even witnessing thing.
Mhm.
We take it inside, and it does it. Does it reflect? Does it sound good? So I appreciate that. And I think what's coming. See, we've heard of revivals or whatever, but I'm starting to see society change in a way that I never expected. And
Mhm.
people are dropping this whole training, so much training that we've gone through our whole lives, programming, that we have to be polite. We don't ever talk about the important stuff. We ignore it. We just laugh it off. We just don't. And that's kind of falling away. People are getting a lot more real. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's a very
Yes.
good thing.
I'm actually surprised, man. The number of people that really are waking up. I'm surprised every day, like you said, every day ordinary. But man, it's just it takes a while for this stuff to sink in after, good Lord, decades of
Well, here again, I hate to say it, but kind of one of the ways I see it, um, I think a lot of people, as long as they feel that they can be blissfully ignorant and still maintain a certain quality of life and these other things, they will ignore, even though the most
Yeah.
horrific atrocities might be happening somewhere in the world, but they just kind of put it in the back of their brain and they live life. That's salt of the earth, people. Okay, but
Mhm.
when things get hard and now they start losing all of these things, that's when they start looking for who done it, what's going on, and
Mhm.
whatever else. And that's why I believe it's so important that communities like this and all of you guys here and the fellowship and the information that we all have to share with each other is so vitally important to help these people that are looking for answers. And because the system has answers, but those answers don't ring true. They just don't. And
No.
so I thank you guys for being present. I haven't had much of a YouTube presence, but I think I'm going to start
Man, you should. You really
putting out
should.
some content. So
You should.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone should.
I believe so.
In their own way,
It's
however.
I oh, excuse me. I just wanted to say I read an article, and you know, there's so many reasons that people don't want to hear something like that. It's so foreign, but they were saying that, something that people can't control, and I understand that, but they don't give control to God, and they don't, take it to that step. And
But
without that, yeah, that's just where the fear and everything comes in. But it's interesting because, yeah, you hear something scary, you have no control over it. If you're thinking in, normal human terms.
well, and that's the thing. I'm just even really starting to realize. I mean, actually actualize uh, how much we've been trained to believe
Hmm.
that we are helpless,
Yep.
and I'm realizing that that is not the case. We
No.
have and we have so much more. Okay, these entities, these beings, have been doing this since the beginning of uh, at least even ancient recorded history in
Hmm.
texts and things like that. But they have no power on this plane. The power that they do have is that which we give to them, which was given
Exactly.
to us by God. So when we start breaking free of the lies and the constructs and everything that they have built, there's going to be 90% of truth in the lie. And,
Absolutely.
and they store it and confuse it and everything else. So without the help of God, without the Holy Spirit in us, and also talking to each other and fellowshipping like this to bounce this off of each other, um, it's difficult to unprogram that, and it's easily that's where the fall is. That's what happens.
Hmm.
uh, and I'm starting to even believe that we can do these things without just being naturally how we are made to be. And I think how we're made to be is beautiful and wonderful and perfect, and by God's hand, even though it has been corrected and everything else. We've all got problems in our genes. We've got problems going on in the world, and in our relationships, our hearts and our spirit. But I I've recently come around to realizing that if God has faith in us, and Jesus Christ obviously has faith in us,
Hmm.
then I have faith in us too. Why wouldn't I? And for
Yeah.
a long time, I sat there thinking, it's all lost. The evil's gonna win and all this other stuff, and that's not the case.
Well
So
said, man. Wow.
I
Mm.
I hope it helps anybody listening, and I believe it's important. This is the future. The only way through this is together. And um, I like your headline there, Truth Seeker. Your real name is Bob.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, we've never talked directly very much, but I appreciate you having me on. I do. And
You're very welcome. And that's what the channel is all about. Trying to unite everybody together, and everyone should put out their own content. And if not, at least share and share and share, you know, put links out there, you know.
absolutely, I will.
Connect to as many as we can.
I have another channel where I do most of my viewing, and I have all of those playlists saved. And see, now they're buried in the uh, what do you call it? Um, where you can never find the content. Like if I was brand new and I'm trying to find content on
Shadow
certain,
band.
yeah, it's all shadow stuff. It's still
Yeah.
on. Like they
Right.
haven't even,
Right. Yeah.
yeah. But we're talking about the old stuff. We're talking 20-year-old stuff that is critical, and to help set the context of why things are the way they are today, and but then many other things. And so I will pull that together and get that out on my channel, on this one, Plain Reality, to help with that. And here over the next months coming into this new year, I'm going to start putting out content too.
Good for you.
I'm not completely sure about the whole format. We'll just see how it goes. But I believe, regardless of their plans and all their BS, I'm really not that worried about them. I'm more concerned about
Others. Same here.
And helping others to be able to access information. Because, see, especially just like Darlene, you said earlier, our the youth.
Yes, the young people and
Yes.
the babies.
Yes. And
They need to be taught.
yes. And if we lose this information, if we lose what we've done in our life, I'm in my mid 40s. I'm 45. The work that we've all done, and the generations before mine and my generation, and if we lose that, because see, that's what they're trying to do. They're using the internet to erase it all.
Absolutely.
Like it never existed. And then they want to rewrite everything and mold it into their Babylonian, basically it's Babylonian BS. Okay.
Right.
But it disguised as quote unquote science and spiritualism and things like that. They've just rebranded everything. That's it. And they're getting real close to disclosure. I just watched the new Matrix, which I'm a Matrix fan. Okay, obviously for a lot of reasons, but I do see the symbolism there. But this new one is wow. The things that they're bringing into this, and I look at all the comments, and it breaks my heart because these
if you go back and watch the old movies,
Mhm.
they kind of tell a story what's going on now.
Exactly, and the new one is
More blunt.
It's taking it to the next level.
Yeah, it's more blunt. It's right in your
Yep.
face.
They're going full throttle now at this point.
Yep.
It's initiation and indoctrination into the occult. Okay, there's no other way to put it. They're even doing it with theoretical sciences and all that stuff. It's mysticism. It's ancient mysticism. It's exactly what's in the Zohar, especially in the Zohar. When it comes to even the science, it's wild. It sounds insane to a lot of people, but it's actually true. it's true. So it is what it is. I believe more than anything, we need to start all being honest with each other. We've been trained to live in a society where we just never talk about anything important. Family members, living husbands, wives, they just never get down to any real meat anymore. And
social media based on a phone.
Yeah, it's
broke up the families, the friends, the neighbors. Everybody's too busy looking at the phone.
Absolutely, and nobody helps you anymore. It used to be the neighbors helped each other out.
That's one reason why you don't see me on so much too, is because I don't use my phone anymore.
I don't have a cellular phone. I've got a home phone, a landline, but I don't have a cellular phone.
I don't have a landline. I just have a cell phone, but I only check it once in a while to see if I got a phone call or a message. But
yeah, that's all I use mine for. I left Facebook
all the time.
I've got a little flip phone that I take with me, especially when it's snowing outside and I go somewhere and I get stuck for emergencies. But that's about it. Little payphone, you know, little card. Ran out of minutes, put more minutes on it. It doesn't have a tracer. It doesn't have nothing because it's an old timer.
Nice.
Well, when I get my weekly phone screen usage notice or whatever it is, it's well below the national average of time that people spend every day on their phones. I never carry it, never had it in my pocket ever since day one. You know, that just anti cell phone. Anyway,
I was, and I kind of was about 5 years ago. I I made a switch where I did create. You know, I made a joke about it getting all Googled up. Right, you get all your Google account and everything going. You connect everything, and
mm-hmm.
I use it for general use, but I don't put it. I don't use it for anything direct. If that makes sense.
Yeah, same
Um,
here.
because there are certain things that it was very difficult to do without doing that, um, which is part of getting plugged into the system, which is what they're doing. They're making everybody have to
Mm-hmm.
get plugged into this system, and it's not going so well for them. I'll just put it that way, because push come to shove in this country, especially in the U.S. Okay. Um, there's enough people that just aren't going to have it. This push, and they know this, and they're,
Mm-hmm.
which I hate to say this, but look, these people are tyrants. They're desperate, so they are capable of doing some horrific things.
Our
To
patience is wearing thin.
it is, but they are capable of horrendous acts to achieve their plans. They and especially the faction, because it's like Game of Thrones. Okay, they don't have just, it's not like everybody's on the same page per se. There's different cults that run the world. All right, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Hey, Jenny. Much love. Good to see you. Thanks for coming.
good night,
Good
Jenny,
night, Jenny. Good night.
and blessings.
I don't mean to interrupt, but when someone comes or goes, I usually say hi or bye. Not
That
sorry about
song's going to be going through my head for the
that.
next 3 hours, Jenny.
Yeah.
Hey, God bless you.
It's good to see you. Good to see everybody here tonight.
Yeah.
Man. It's awesome. I know I probably broke your train of thought.
No, I just didn't want to interrupt at all.
No,
And
no.
I was reflecting. It was actually, I really didn't plan on anything much. I went to go look at. I jumped on my computer to go look actually at my channel, because I had another friend who I got to talking to today, an old friend that 2-3 years ago was just a friend. they were very what would just head stuck in the sand. Not a bad person. They're not bad people. It's just how people are. They want to be level-headed. They want to feel sane about things. They don't want to go to extremes. They don't want to be called one of the greatest PR things that the CIA ever put out was the word conspiracy theory over JFK.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And because then they get rejected by their peers, and see, that's this whole new system that they've made. Is it's so important to be accepted by the group, and this is democracy. Democracy is great, right? Yeah. Anyway, so but I want to make sure that my channel had certain videos for them to start watching that might help them, and it's not on this channel, and so I'll blend everything together and make sure and put it out there.
That's
Because
what's up.
yeah, we're talking about stuff, major events that's happened in our lifetimes, and a lot of information that otherwise you can't find. If somebody doesn't like link you to it now, you'll never be able to go search for it. I've tried.
Mhm.
You just jump on a computer at the library or something like that. Never.
It's hard because a lot of times when I search for some, I have to reword it 4 or 5 different ways. Then boom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's not that the information is gone yet, okay,
Yep.
but soon it will be. They're already going that far. They're just flat out erasing everything. Um, the first, I mean, how many pages of search do you get that all say the same thing? The Wikipedia narrative,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like every
Yeah.
website just copy paste that same thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's like what the.
Yeah, you see the same typos and everything. All that, they're all different websites. You go RL, obviously, but it's the same exact text, and
Yeah.
you go through 3 pages of that before you would ever get to anything, saying the opposite.
Yeah, and then
viewpoint.
okay, when you do get anything that might seem contradictory, it's controlled narrative. It's controlled
Yeah.
opposition. So
Mhm.
you get linked up to with like some crazy you know I'm not nothing against any Q people at all, but that was it became obvious, especially towards the
Yeah.
end, that was becoming a controlled narrative scenario,
Mhm.
leading people down rabbit holes.
Yeah.
And
A lot of people.
right, and so then that's all they get is that like just it's never ending. Let's dig and dig and dig, and we're going to find some truth. And it's like, no, it's obvious if you just step back and look at it.
Yeah.
That's when it's obvious. Digging down into the, heck, they can't even see the tree in the forest. All they see is like a few leaves on the ground, and they're trying to dig into the roots or something. And it's like,
Mhm.
anyway, so they've got, but that's why I think a lot of people are breaking away from it, because generally speaking, people generally have a pretty good bullshit detector. Generally, if they use it.
Man.
And usually people have enough self-respect that when they get bullshitted around enough, they say, you know what? No, I'm not buying it anymore. I'm going to try to figure this out. And I see more and more people doing that every day, and it's encouraging. And
Man, you're just one of me. I call it my bullshitometer, and we all have one in our brains, but most people kind of have them deactivated right now. But
right.
we're all born with working bullshitometers, is what I say. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but man,
Well, it seems like the older generations have more than the younger generations because I see a lot of um,
But,
medicated people, I would say, or
yep. Well, they even okay. Gosh, it's so bad. What they turned the education system into, it was the way that things were taught. It was completely illogical. So it shuts down the logical brain.
all
Okay.
done by design.
And it's done exactly. So that, what does that make them feel? They're stupid. They can't figure it out on their own. So they go type on a keyboard or on their phone to look up the answer, and the answer is right there for them. And that is the perfect plan of, well, um, uh, some of the older science fiction stuff by Huxley, um, Orwell in some ways. Who was the guy that did 84? I'm having a brain
Orwell,
fart. Yeah, yeah.
George Orwell.
Yeah,
There was a debate there. Which way is it going to go into the future, where you basically medicate and give everybody so much enjoyment that they just shut down and ignore the reality of their situation. And that's partially true, but then the other side is true too. Like the whole book burnings, it's a blend.
yeah.
and it's crazy. It's crazy, but that's exactly what's happened. And these people, what I'm realizing, science fiction really is not science fiction in many ways. Science fiction is sort of like the manuals, the playbook, just like what Karl Marx was writing, or some of these other, where they have debates or different ideas of political ideologies.
Mhm.
Well, science fiction is another vehicle to do that in, and that's what
Oh,
they're doing.
exactly.
Yeah, that's
And
exactly.
technology is so far, in my opinion, it's so far ahead of what we know. You know,
Absolutely.
and there's money to pay for it. Come on, man. You
Oh,
know, they come out and announce every few years 2 point whatever trillion with a T, you know, like the way they do, put it in a mattress and forget about it and donate it to the Goodwill, make somebody ridiculous. You know, come on, man. They got the money and the technology and oh, it's all there, right? You can look it up still at this point. A lot of it. People just don't want to know it, and that's an interesting thing. I've just heard also about fear. You know, in addition to all the immune system and what have you, it limits the brain's ability to take in new information, and that's crucial, man. That's why a lot of people, man, they just don't want to hear it. You know, but that was an interesting take on it. I thought that fear just will stop you from being able to accept, you know, that you're already on overload. You just can't take any
Yeah.
more news at all. True, you know.
well, and especially this younger generation. See, I hate to keep going back to that, but it's the truth. What they've
Yeah,
been
Mhm.
taught is they're incapable of handling even their
Common Core,
oh
yeah.
gosh.
That's
globalist,
well. Look who started school
sustainable
to begin with,
development,
man. You know, the bad guys started all the
climate
universities, man.
change.
They didn't want to, you know, have
Well,
creative,
actually,
intelligent. They
the,
wanted to have good, obedient citizens from the get go.
I've traced that one back. I have done a lot of studies. Okay, that was the it's getting late. Uh, the Jesuit order. Okay, we had the Reformation. Okay, when
Yeah,
the printing press hit. Okay, see, previous Catholicism was not Christianity, not even close. Um, I hope this doesn't offend anybody. I'm just putting these
is
in
it now?
general. Well, look, even my grandmother, I love her. She was an incredible woman, and well, is, you know, even though she's passed, she still is,
Exactly.
to me. And um, she was very strong Catholic, from Poland, and she managed to get out of there as a kid, before it got real bad. But long story short, so uh, printing press hit. People couldn't read. People didn't have Bibles. They were handwritten. Catholic Church had the monopoly on it, and it was the Holy Roman Empire, and it was disgusting. But then people started to be able to get, you know, different translations of scripture, of these texts in their own hands, and then read what was there with their own eyes, and you know,
Yep,
develop this.
exactly.
So the Counter Reformation, the Catholic Church's response, the Jesuit order went and took over all the universities and everything else, and that's when science started. And I'm not saying science is bad. I absolutely believe in real science. Um,
Science.
yes, and it's. I mean, there's stuff that it's incredible. Engineering. I mean, all the things that we use, and these mathematical principles for all of that's science that can't be argued. But
Right.
talking about the other sciences,
Numbers are exactly.
yeah, these sciences are crafted and molded exactly to build the framework for everything that's written in Scripture about the end days, and that's this is the real rise of the system that we're seeing now. I believe, and I mean, although we've always been in the end days per se, I mean, there's the spirit of it. even the spirit of the Antichrist, you know, that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. But the whole system is really kind of coming together now. And I'm not afraid. It's interesting.
Hmm.
The more I understand what's happening, the less afraid that I am. And
Exactly.
especially, yeah, especially coming into a real understanding of my relationship with God. Um, and everybody's different. See, that's the thing. My relationship with God is different than another person's relationship. That's why I don't judge. Um,
Mhm.
but that's what they're doing is, and this is, it's that control system of the information, and that's so what they did is they went into the universities to control the information, and basically come up with a bunch of narratives that contradict what the Bible was saying.
Mhm.
And this, it really can't be argued how the universities got taken over. The education, we're talking about education system.
Yeah.
What's happened now is very highly engineered. It's very advanced, weaponized education to break a person in through their childhood and everything. Even the way TV's set up, the internet is set up for them to interact in.
Groomed.
It's awful. It's awful.
Yeah.
They've
And
admitted it, man. Yeah,
yeah,
it is.
and I, I'm glad my son, for the most part, as far as I can tell, made it through pretty well. Um, and a lot, so many have, but so many haven't, and they're truly hurting, and they're filled with anger and pain and emotions and things that they completely are incapable of even handling. That's how bad they've been abused. However, if they become dangerous, of course, you know, I'll stand my ground and not put up with it. We've seen many issues when they're pushed, the Soros type funding for these so-called protests that we saw. Um, when they get like that, then that's time to, you know, to say, hey, knock it off. But other than that, they need us, even if they don't want it, even if they don't think that they do. They're It's going to hit a point at some point to where they go, wow, all these things and all these people that I supported and everything, they've turned their back on me and stranded me. Now what do I do? And they're going to need us, each and every single one of us. And that day, it's happening now, and it's coming, and it's an ongoing process of healing. Um, and that's what I believe in. So I just sharing that. Sorry, you touched on
No,
a whole bunch of
no,
things, and I haven't fellowshipped in a while, and I just
no. This is awesome, man. Really, seriously, this is great. There's gonna come a time when science can't explain what's going on. At least that's what I think. And some people are gonna will have no choice but to look to other answers. And I think they'll see it in some people's eyes, man, in their faces. You know, they're going to be looking for a different. You know, people say trust the science. Well, when it comes to the point where you can't anymore, you have to look to something else to trust.
I hope so. But there is, and always will be, at different points, we can go back in history and look at it, where certain groups grow strong enough that they overpower um, what we're talking about, the people who love and heal, and
Yeah,
we're kind of the
sure.
bedrock, right? Um,
Minority.
and then horrible things happen, like what happened in World War II with that whole Nazi agenda, and like what happened with the Bolshevik Revolution. Um, and those scenarios. And I do believe that's what they were trying to get the repeat to happen here in this country, and it didn't
Hmm.
work. It didn't work. They didn't. They. That's why these guys are idiots. They really do not understand humans at all. You can't sit there and debilitate them so bad that they're basically, you have to actually spoon feed them. You know, they're so damaged, and then expect them to be like brave and go out and, you know, challenge the system, right? And take down the cops and all this other stuff. It's like, are you kidding me? You guys, You have no comprehension of how they're failing so badly. Okay, um, and yes, it's a serious thing. And I know that I'm laughing about it and stuff, but I believe that there's more hope than it seems in many
Better
ways.
laughing than crying.
Well, true.
Mm.
I do plenty of that too. I know we all
Yep.
do.
Sense of humor is crucial,
Absolutely.
even if it's a little twisted like mine. Right, Darlene?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's gotta have it.
Mm.
Gotta
Gosh, you
watch
guys
that
started.
Navy guy, Truth Seeker.
What's that? Oh yeah, I have it.
That Navy guy.
Hmm.
Is that what you dropped in the chat there?
I dropped two of them. One about the juice, and the other one is about a Navy guy being forced.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, the Air Force they discharged 27,
Yeah,
26.
but they're court-martialing them.
Yeah. Uh, I know that the Marines threatened that, but then my son is a Marine, by the way. Um, Currently serving. He's a avionics tech, but they they threatened them that they're going to court martial, but then they stepped back. They stepped down from that
Good.
for now. So I don't know. I haven't heard anything more if they're what actions they're taking.
Well, that video I just dropped there, the last one, it's about a Marine.
Yeah, yeah. There is. I heard a story about that. Let me trying to remember it. There was one person that they targeted. If I remember somebody telling me.
He wants it shared, so, but I don't know. It's pretty well covered up. It hasn't been removed yet, so I don't know if it's safe to play or not.
Guys, I have to say this is really a blessing for me because this afternoon I had the family argument, if you know what I mean, about doing the hokey pokey. And it was brutal, man. It was brutal. My
No, don't do
sister,
the hokey pokey.
no, no,
Do
no.
the
But
cha cha cha. It's much
my
better.
sister was all over the "you're an idiot" thing, and
No, you're not.
I had all I could take, and it got ugly, man. And it wasn't me. I was just hearing all this, just you're this, and you're not. You don't hear me. I go, my vision, my hearing is perfect. That kind of thing. It was brutal, man. It was brutal. They're.
You need to watch that video I dropped on top. You
Oh,
need
you
to
don't have to
really
look,
listen to
man.
it.
They'll be tying me down, okay, before
Oh,
I'll subscribe to that deal. But my sister and brother-in-law, they're on a completely different page. They, you know what, farms. That's the answer to, and they're so crazy unhealthy, man. You wouldn't believe it. I feel for them. They reject every bit of the knowledge I've gained since high school, man. And I'm old, and but they think, okay, if you're the poster children for all this crap, why aren't you healthy? Isn't that the goal to get healthy? Well, you're crazy unhealthy, and telling me I'm stupid because I don't want, that I'm just saying it's going on in families, and I just experienced it for the first time today, and it was so brutal. It just
it is.
it made me physically sick. My sister, man, but she's talking down to me, and telling me this, and calling people in our own family who didn't want to do it idiots. And I go, no, man, and telling everybody they're wrong. It's like, okay, I'm sorry, guys. I just had to vent. Because this live stream came at a perfect time for me. So
Well, I see it that way. It's your body. You can do whatever you want with it. If you want to go
theoretically,
take it, go
theoretically,
for it. I'm not going to crucify you
well,
for it.
think about,
I'm just
man.
going to pray a lot that nothing happens to you.
think about what it's truly an inversion. Think about, okay, if you complain about one of these satanic, you know what, foul people coming and talking to kindergartners, that's hate speech. But our own, leader can say, "Man, you're a bunch of killers," and that's perfectly okay. And people can't see the hypocrisy. Um, you know, it's crazy.
Well,
Right.
I'm sorry.
one thing, no, you're fine, and I'm sorry that you're going through that.
Oh,
I
it's
think,
okay. I expected it. I knew it was coming. It just happened today, and it's fresh on my mind. And I just wanted to throw it out there and blow off some steam. So thank you very much. It's everybody's going through it, man.
yeah,
It just is just so happy. It was rough that it happened on this of all days, and it's just one of those things. It's okay, and it's just amazing how people are just they just don't question anything at all. I told my sister, "Oh, I've looked into it." Well, if you're going to call me stupid, obviously you haven't. And okay, look, I'll send you some links. No, I don't want to see them. Well, okay. Well, don't tell me, guys. I'm so sorry.
no, you're in my opinion, you're perfectly fine. So
I'm you know. I don't resort to anything to calm down except deep breathing, so it's still fresh. But yeah, we all go through it, man. I know, Bob, you had a deal, kind of. Luckily, you were on the same page, though, man. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
that's the cool thing about your situation. I felt for you, man. You put that video out. You were not happy, my friend. You
No,
were, you were not happy, and I just went
I'm
through
still
that.
not happy.
Well, yeah, I bet. It's just like.
Yeah.
My sister is a school teacher, man. That's Darlene. She's a French teacher, by the way. So she's she's quite
I am.
accomplished. No, my sister is she's
Oh,
been a
your
French
sister.
teacher.
I thought he meant you
I am.
too.
Yeah, you could you
I
two
thought he
could.
meant you too, Darlene.
Hey,
I can
French is
teach you
frequency.
French if you want me to. I mean, no problem.
She could, not me. I took French. I can't count
yeah.
to 10, man.
Un,
I can't count to 10. I can't remember anything I
un,
took.
deux, trois, quatre, cinq,
Quatre, cinq,
six,
neuf,
sept, huit, neuf,
10.
10.
Yeah, okay. I remembered about 6 or
I
7.
I took 3 years of German, other than
Oh, that's
English.
cool.
Yeah, but I when I got to college, I tried French, and it just didn't. It, it's not that I couldn't learn it. It was just I was in a different mode, and that language is it's different than the rigid like
Okay,
Germanic. You know,
if you talk French, you got to put a potato in your mouth. That's all it's to it. Otherwise, it won't work.
I'm Irish.
It's a really harsh language.
yeah, it didn't click with me. So
It's
I said,
heavy.
I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't my thing. Plus, the French teacher there it was junior college. He like the whole classroom was girls, which you would think that would be great, being a guy in a classroom with mostly girls, but it wasn't because the guy was like
Yes, sir.
really like I guess you know attractive and all that kind of stuff, um, and so it wasn't. It's a weird situation. It just none of it clicked with me. I was like, all right, I got to go. You guys have fun, and but and speaking of French, okay, Matrix. All right, the new Matrix.
Uh huh.
No, that'd be a spoiler. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. Um, I don't know how many of you guys. I do
I just
follow.
watched one of the Matrix.
Yeah, the first one was real good. I
Yeah,
believe.
that's the only one I've watched.
And it didn't have as heavy of the indoctrination and grooming um, and initiation stuff in it. The other ones I was pretty disappointed in. but the formerly Wachowski brothers and now Wachowski sisters put out this new movie, and it's on another level. They're really stepping up their advanced well, it's trans human. It's ascension, but without God. We can do it ourselves. We're going to use science. We're going to use progress and everything else and do it all ourselves. We're going to become gods. We're going to live a lot longer. We're going to be working hand in hand with machines and these other entities. Like
No,
these
thank you.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it's exactly what they're turning this
Yeah.
into. It's
Mhm.
crazy.
No,
I'm
thank you.
looking- So, I mean,
Iron and clay.
Yep, exactly. The feet.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Starlight.
Starlight High. Hey, I'd like to comment on a comment real quick. Megs, your what you say about frequencies is right on, and the thing about the screens, you can go to the patent office and look that up directly, and it's pretty intense. And if people looked up half of the stuff they say is crazy, you can look it up on there. It is in black. You can't get more official than that site, you know.
Mhm.
And so you're right about that. Right on.
Well, and that's what's interesting. Even though they'll use Snopes, which oh my gosh, I
Oh,
can't
come
even believe
on. Just
it.
say notes.
To discredit the things and say that these negative people are saying these negative things. But then when you get into like what I would call the more cerebral minded, brainwashed people, they're the ones who read all the articles in the in the magazines, publications, even scientific publications, and different journals and TED Talks, stuff like this. That's exactly what they're saying. But then if one of us says anything about it, we're crazy.
Exactly.
But they say it right there, and people believe that, and then turn around. They're so brainwashed that they'll sit there. If it comes out of the mouth of a person who's against what's happening, you're automatically, basically everything but crucified for it. You're rejected, and this is how they've controlled science ever since. Even back then, through the universities, and anybody who presented any thinking that confronted what they were building, and they call this within these societies the great work. It's generational. It's been going on for hundreds of years. Building this empire for their god, or well, gods actually, because they want to bring back the gods, the ones that were there before the flood. That's what the first Babylon was all about, not the later Babylonian Empire, like the Babylon, the one with the tower, which actually means high place. It's not really a tower. Thinking with one mind and blah blah blah. Well, that's what it describes as a technological society, and that's exactly what they're pushing for building all over again. They've even just announced that they've got they're pushing so hard for the tech to be able to plug our brains directly into the internet, and they keep making progress on those levels. It's mechanical biological engineering, so that they can literally plug our brains into it, and that sounds awfully a lot like Babylon, thinking with one mind. Anything that we imagine, to do, it'll basically be never-ending evil. It's cycles of evil never ending, so it has to stop. Otherwise, it's nothing. It's just constant, a horror show. So, but yeah, that's exactly where they're trying to take society. But there's a lot of us out there that are not going for it. So we'll see.
No.
From everything I've read and what checks true in my heart is God wins in the end.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So,
That's the deal.
yeah.
Hey Starlight, how you doing? Good to see you. Glad you made it. Merry Christmas.
Hello, Starlight.
Come on up, join us.
You've done a lot of research, sir, and
Yeah,
I really
absolutely.
appreciate it. You're just a page out of my book, man. You know, I,
I'll be honest. A lot. Sometimes I'll search stuff out myself, but most of it has been just this constant drive of seeking other people as they're exploring and sharing the things that they've discovered and compiling all that together. And that's what's so important as a resource that they're trying to strip away from us. That's what they're actively doing right now. That's what this is all about. It's not just shutting down the conservatives or whatever. Yes,
Right.
that's part of it, but the main goal is to shut it down so that we can't continue fellowshipping, sharing, yes, and keep that going generationally. They're trying to break the generations of this thing and turn it into their society. And
No more than 10 in a group.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
oh
there's
gosh,
people that will never recover, man. They'll never shake anyone's hands for the rest of their life. It's just diabolical, but we know that. But yeah, it's all by design, man. Destroy the family, you know. Um, mm. Children are growing up thinking that's how life ought to be, man. We're wired for contact. We need, you know.
oh, it's yeah. There's so much more. Like right now we're communicating in voice. I don't have my camera on. Hold on, let me read. I followed people. Amen, Megs. I agree, and I believe that these groups and that we found are so important, and that's why I thank you, Truth Seeker, for having this meeting tonight.
Very
With
welcome.
all this. Thank you for hosting this, and thank you guys for being on. It's been a blessing for me too. And when it comes to the family members, what you were saying there earlier, I'm sorry that you're going through that. I hope that doesn't burn bridges, because it has for millions.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And your prayers would be welcome on that too. I
Absolutely.
hope I didn't start anything that
No.
My mother is 94 and she has not taken it. And I hope I didn't open up that avenue of discussion. She takes 0 meds, not even an aspirin. And that's the reason she's still here at her
Yep.
age, in my opinion. But anyway, thanks. I appreciate those the words, man. I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I really do, really do. We all go through this stuff, man. It's just a division. It's all by design, you know. It's just when it hits you in the face, it was just surprisingly brutal, man.
Yeah.
Just brutal,
Especially
satanically brutal.
and then that's the point. That's see this the people who are still indoctrinated. They're still holding on to this false reality that's been painted over what's really happening. That they're building. That's this whole system that they're building. They're so plugged into it that anything that threatens it, they feel threatened, and they will actually fight to the death to protect it. And because that to them is their security, and it is a fear thing,
Right.
And it breaks my heart, and it is so hard, because those of us that do understand it and know it,
Right.
can see how hurt that they are. And it's I pray that you guys work through that, and that it doesn't create divisions.
Oh, thank you, man.
So
you know what you're saying about the AI. Well, I don't know. It's so crazy complicated. But anyway, I appreciate the kind thoughts.
That's especially hard this time of the year. So
It just a little unexpected. Can't maybe we could save this for another day. But no, I'm fine, man. It just makes me sad that people are just living that way, man. That kind of fear, and um, that's the deal. And but I appreciate it very much. I think it'll work out. It's just that, well, on a side note, my when one of my cousins died, my sister just gave up her belief in God altogether, and her husband is a confirmed atheist, and so obviously I pray for them. But I just think that maybe that has something to do with it. She's just they just live the official narrative. I mean, that's all they've ever done, man. And look, that's statistically impossible. It just is, and I think it's dangerous to accept every. But anyway, I think things will work out for the best. I really do.
I believe so
It's
too.
all by design, man. That's the forward. People can't get their heads around that, and I get it, man. And they just can't conceive, like, who would do that kind of thing. But if by chance you understand, well, narcissism, I hate to bring that word up, but that really clues you in. That's straight from the devil, man. And you realize that people, if you don't have conscience or empathy or really any true love in your heart, it doesn't matter. They'll stop at nothing. And when people they realize, okay, these are the people that are calling the shots, man. They're not just some random bad people that, they're in charge. It's just hard to get people to get their heads around it. And again, the fear thing that, you just don't take in any new information when you live in fear. But again, they're going to start, they'll see it in some people, man. They're going to see it, and they're going to remember we were talking about all this crazy stuff.
And that's just it. Okay, we're all old enough. Remember Johnny Appleseed?
Yes,
'Cause
sir.
That was part of our indoctrination, right? Johnny
Uh-huh.
Appleseed. And Scripture has a lot of similar verses about planting that seed. It's just even a little mustard seed.
Exactly.
And it does, even 10 years, 20. And so that's
Beautiful parable.
So-
Yeah. That's exactly what I have a friend who literally is, all roads lead to heaven, that kind of deal. And
Well-
all I can do, is exactly plant a seed. Just say, okay, man, look, just want to tell you one thing, file this away in the I don't believe it file or whatever you want to do, but don't forget it. If things get rough, there's one name you can call on. Just try it and see what happens. And that's all I'm going to say to you,
Yep.
But it's planting that seed, man. And it's just like, you come out with all these things that sound crazy to people because that's not what they've heard all their life. But after a while, it's the delayed truth effect is what I call it. It just takes a while to sink in. But there is encouraging news because more and more people really are coming around.
Well,
It's very important. You got to keep saying it, man. You just have to. People will hear it. Several of my friends that call me, literally cursing me 2 or 3 years ago.
Yep.
What makes your information so special? And I said, I never said that.
Hmm.
Those are your words. The only thing about my information is that I've bothered to look into it. You try not to take it personally when basically you've been looking into something for no telling how long, and they haven't been looking into it for 5 minutes, and they tell you, you're crazy. You just have to get over taking that personally. But it will. I see it, man. These same people are just talking normally about, like, okay, now I see, man. Yeah, I see it directly. People really are waking up. You have to keep talking it, man.
I'm still here. I'm trying to catch up on chat. And I agree.
This is a blessing, man. Really, it really is. Darlene is the icing on the cake in my book, because I hadn't seen her in so long.
Thank you.
I mean that. I love your comment, man. I really do. I love
Your comments are great. Are great.
Darlene. Nobody makes comment. I'm going to tell you straight up. Nobody makes comments. You are a trip, and I mean that in the most sincere form of flattery. That's good in my book. I
Yeah,
don't want to fit into.
straightforward.
I don't want to fit into the box, man. I don't. I never have since I was a tot, and I don't think I don't think all of us have either. But you are something else, man. Darling, excuse me. You are something else. So
Well, thank you.
good company, good company.
Absolutely.
And
Oh,
did,
that was what I was going to ask you about. Yeah, Smurfer girl, whatevs. I thought I met her. I thought that's where I first saw her in your chat, like a year and a half ago, man, when you were coming on a little more regularly. She had a kind of a groovy looking setup. I caught one of her live streams.
Yeah, she used to come here quite often.
And she does have some groovy movies I have to watch. I never comment, but I like her movies. I really
Thanks,
do.
Surfer. Backwoods putting out the positive vibrations. Awesome.
Backwoods.
Exactly, Pisces. We must all strive on being the people looking into the glass bottle.
amen.
And
And
Mhm.
I'm learning to add something with all this, even though we have disagreements, even though we have all these. The biggest propaganda machine ever unleashed on humanity. This is the most weaponized thing ever in the history of humanity. Even though we've got obvious horrible history that's similar, this is so masterfully done,
It really is. I gotta hand
and
it to him.
Absolutely.
it's
This is
beyond
incredible.
yeah, it is beyond. It's wow. But it's not hopeless, and actually not even
No.
close, because actually I'm actually beginning to start to see how it proves the truth, and it's even bringing me to the truth even more. And for everybody, the truth is different. We understand things different ways. We're wired different ways. We work different ways. I mean, if God wanted a bunch of robots, and He would have made that. Um, we do actually have free will, and I do believe that. Um, that's even up for debate now, apparently. Once again in society, that's previous movies, even that I just referenced about. They're bringing all that up and trying to trick people into thinking you're just confined to whatever your fate is, right? So you're only a victim of your circumstances.
Right,
It's
right.
like, yeah, no, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. But to them, it seems like they're learning something that nobody else has ever figured out before or talked about, and that they're progressives, and that we don't understand this stuff. We're not like them. They're, you know, and that's what's happening, and that's what's hard to watch. But I think, because see, at the end of the day, what matters is what's real. All that stuff is not real.
Hmm.
Now, it holds a lot of truth, like it does, but lies mostly contain truth, and then it distorts it. It turns it literally upside down, as above,
Hmm.
so below,
Hmm.
inside and out, and upside and down, and that's what the system of fear and lies does, and that's by design from our ancient enemy and those who serve them and him, which I'll just name the unmentionable Lucifer. They're Luciferian, and that's the core of their whole belief system, and that's what they're unleashing on humanity.
Yep.
And I'm not afraid. I always felt like it was just hopeless, like it. And I've seen this in a lot of Christians, but over this last year especially, I see a lot of Christians now not saying, "Oh well, it's just hopeless. Let's just give up. God's going to come and fix it all." And they're starting to actually becoming engaged in the world again. Instead of hiding from it, they're getting out there again and saying, "No, and it's not. it's not about preaching scripture. It's about just being real as a person. And that's what this whole system is trying to strip us of, our humanity and what's been given to us by God, including the our bodies. Which, look, if there's anything to be called a mark, I'm sorry, but my genes are probably that. That's the mark of God.
Mm-hmm.
These are the genes that God gave me. He created me with, and that I have, and that the system wants to come and mark me in some different way that is in that has absolutely everything in contradiction to the God that I know. I'm not going to take that mark. I'm not going to allow that um, to happen to myself and anybody else who doesn't want that to happen to them too. And everybody has their different place on this whole, gene therapy and thing that they're trying to do to the entire planet. This regime of, well, let's just start constantly 3, maybe 4 times a year, just start modifying the genes of humanity. We've GMO'd our food, we've GMO'd animals, and now they're doing it to humans. And that's what this agenda is about. And as far as I'm concerned, absolutely not. I will die before I allow that to happen to me, or the few people in my life, my direct life, who also don't want that to happen to them. And that's a hard place to finally come to. But I no, just no. um,
When
and
you're backed into a corner, strange things happen.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's where I stand on.
Yeah.
So
Hey, Bob, what do you
Mm-hmm.
think the chances of this video staying up are?
Don't know.
actually, I didn't hear any trigger words yet. Honestly, the
I
whole time
hope
I've
it
been on.
will. I hope it will, man.
Yeah.
People
We'll,
need to
we'll
hear
find
this.
out.
People need to hear this. Well, yeah.
But they're still deleting videos of mine from a year ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Patriot Nurse just went through that.
Yeah. Like every month, they're plucking 1 or 2 off a month.
Right. They're erasing the record. That's what they're
Right.
now doing.
Yeah.
They've taken over the mainstream, like Wikipedia or.
They say, don't worry, this is only a claim.
Yep.
And it's gone. Yeah.
And they even have started messing with the Wayback Machine, and I thought that was sacred, man, for so
No.
many years. They've started scrubbing stuff from that.
Yep.
And
I know.
I've been there in real time and seen screenshots of it,
Oh my gosh! Wake up.
I started looking into it when you had to go into the
Merry Christmas.
library, read actual books.
Oh, my caps lock was all messed up, but.
Yeah, the numbers, can't believe the numbers. That's for sure.
No, their numbers are a joke.
Yep.
Yeah, they. It's funny. The election that went awry, because see all the stuff that they're doing now, they actually planned 4 years prior. And in the vote, okay, they already had it slanted. They're like, oh yeah, it's a slam dunk. We've got it all, electronically rigged, and it. By the time they couldn't stop it, they had to say, fine, we got to wait 4 more years, and now they're doing it, obviously. But yeah, it's not working out well for them. It's just so I know it's very serious what they're doing, and at this point, they're on a full genocide agenda. So when I laugh, I'm not laughing at that part, but I do believe that bringing in some humor about how bumbling these people are and making a point of it is needed and important, because they are idiots. They are truly
Hey,
idiots.
man, that's how they get their agenda across is through humor. Although what passes for humor, that's how they get. Yeah, why not? You got to fight it. Humor is a good in. You have to do it. That's what they do. My got a friend that I've had most of my life, and he has a good friend who does artwork for a show. I think something like Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell. I think it's on the Adult Swim, which is utterly satanic, by the way. Just good Lord. Anyway, they met in Atlanta a couple of months ago, and my buddy Jerry they were just talking, and out of the blue, the guy said, "Well, are you into the devil?" Jerry, well, what do you mean? And are you a Satanist? And Jerry said, "Well, no, I'm not." And basically, the guy went on to tell him that every single person that works for the Adult Swim network is a set. You have to be. They don't let you in. He said, "Man, there's just no, they don't let them in," and it's that way all over the entertainment. And we all know that, but man, to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. I looked up the guy. He's legit. It's a live action show, but they also have animation in the background sometimes, and that's what he does. And so it was, a real deal. But the deception is just, how can people not see? It's just this evil. I talk about it to some of my friends. How can people, even anybody, the average, just not feel it, man? Coming, just crossing over the land. How can they not feel it? We just wouldn't have accepted this stuff, obviously, even a decade ago. And it's just people eat it up, preaching to the choir.
Well, but yes and no, because I believe affirmation is also one of our great strengths, and we need that.
That's true. Absolutely.
And so that's my gratitude, because
I can't. Yeah.
yeah,
How many times I've heard the narrow path the last month, I can't count. Just ding, ding, ding. Narrow path, narrow path. Yeah, you're right.
and that's I'm so glad to see so many of us here
Affirmation.
tonight, and I have a lot of gratitude, and thank you all. That's it.
Is that Dearest Dawn? You're kidding. Haven't seen you in a long, long, long time. How are you?
It's been a long time for
Wow.
sure.
Oh
Dearest
wow.
Dawn.
It's good to see everybody. Hope everyone's doing well in these crazy times.
What's weird is, though, it's so weird. I didn't expect it to go this way. However, I almost am disappointed in myself for not realizing earlier that it would, because for a long time I had lost a lot of faith in humanity. Okay, and I'm seeing so much of it turn around, to my surprise, in good ways. And
a lot of it's suppressed too that you don't see.
Yeah, it's it's really not going their way. It's really not working out for them. It's untenable. They can only keep it going for so long. They've already gone past they're committed line. Like they did that 2 years ago when they started this whole thing against humanity, and they're pushing it and they're pushing it. They're going to use some ruthless stuff on us, but all it's going to do is reveal the truth all the more and substantiate it to all the more people of what evil is on this place, this plane that we live on. And it's going to be at a horrific cost, but
I'm still here.
I hear somebody.
Hang on. I'm sorry. That's Mom talking. She.
Hey, Mom.
They said, "Hey, Mom, we're still on." They.
Hello, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Everybody say hi.
Hi.
We're
Hi.
waiting for,
Hi,
for
Mom.
that duet. Waiting for that duet, Mom.
We're just sharing some, Christmas memories. She didn't realize, I'm still fellowshipping. She's all about that. In fact, I was thinking about, I'm so sorry, Plain. I missed your name, but I was just wanting to get her to
That's
say
fine.
hi to you. She would absolutely enjoy hearing what you said as much as I have. I really mean that. And she is don't know what to say about her. She's a force of nature, but she is a believer. She's writing in her Bible as we speak. I wish I could show you that Bible. It's crazy. It's held together with scotch tape, prayer, and rubber bands. I kid you not. And she's something else. It's just another blessing. All you guys, good grief, man. So, but anyway, she says hello. She loves my YouTube friend. It blows her mind that she's live on the air. It just blows her
Mhm.
mind.
I wanted to tell you that when Lee was still here, he said, I do love him.
Hmm. Yes, the repercussions. Anyway, I have. Oh, let me. May I please relate a quick story? In let me see, the end of night of 2015, I prayed that. Now my friends are unbelievable. My friends are so cool that my friends even talk about my friends. I'm just blessed in that regard. But I prayed, God, please send me. I need some new, not need. I just like to have some new friends and people, preferably who are awake. And I immediately seemed to get a reply that said, well, you're going to meet some amazing people, but not necessarily face to face. And I took that as an answer, and I thought, well, what could that mean? And I just thought, okay, well, thank you. And a couple of months later, at the beginning of 2016, I got on the Meteor page here on YouTube, livemeteors.com, and I never said a word in a chat room in my life. Been on a couple laughing at all the idiots and whatnot, but never said a word. But I read the comments, just like, man, these people, they're cool, man. They're funny, they're smart, blah blah blah. And it's like, and I just finally took a chance and reached out, made a comment, about some guy's video or something like that. And the next thing I know, I'm talking to all these people, including, Bob here and Darlene for several years. And it just hit me, okay, well, how more specific? I made all these people I consider friends, but I've never met most of them face to face. I mean, so you guys are more of a blessing to me than you could possibly know. I mean, you're literally an answer to a prayer. And that's why, it really means I wish I could get on and, express my gratitude for that more. But that's an amazing thing to me. That's very personal and special. And, you know, you guys and all the people, Kathy Mello, and, all these people that pop in from time to time are just incredibly special to me. So thank you very much.
You know where to find me, Kelly. You got my Facebook page.
Yeah, I'm not on. I mean, my account is active. I just can't handle it, man. The people that I grew up with, they've just changed so much. But yeah, I mean, I'll get on there to message you. You know.
Yeah, you can
I,
message me. We can talk on the phone or whatever.
okay, that'd be lovely. I guess we never swapped emails, but anyway, I'd love to because seriously, man, I don't just I mean it. You're something. You're a piece of work, man. I love your. It's just I don't know. I like you know I like the way you think and your comments are unlike anything on YouTube. I mean that. I really do. So yeah, that'd be great.
Nothing like being straightforward.
Amen.
Yeah, I try to be.
Yep, that's good.
I get people mad sometimes, but
That's okay.
heck,
Yeah, well,
I always tell them before you open your mouth, do some research. And if they don't, I prove it to them, and then they, well.
Yep.
And I just don't look for YouTube. I mean, since I was a little girl, my dad always told me research. I had a big encyclopedia, books, and
Yep.
Yeah,
A
you
lot of
name it.
people
Never
still don't know
stop
how to do that
learning.
though.
back when encyclopedias actually held unbiased, relevant information.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not this Wikipedia. Oh gosh.
Right.
And look, there's a line in the movie that the New Matrix, and the way it's all described of what's going on in the internet today is exceptional. So if you watch it, whatever, watch it with uh, uh, captions, your sub captions, so that you
Right.
can read what gets said, because he talks about the face, and he cusses and face, zuckety shit, and the Wikipedia piss, and anyway.
Oh my God.
Oh, I hit that part, and I had to watch it about 5 times because it was great. I was like, yes. But other than that, the movie is pretty, brainwash.
Yep.
But yeah, that was it's just getting so bad. My searches lately, if trying to find information, it's getting harder and harder. And there isn't even a search engine anymore. It's um it's getting erased. It's gone or shadowed.
Scrubbed.
Yeah, it's so. Just trying to hang on to as much as I can, and the most important stuff too. And even some of the survival stuff. Uh, I've been printing a lot of the information on that.
There you go. Hard copy.
Right, because it's going to be gone. It
Mhm,
won't take
mhm.
much longer. They're doing this now. This is an active, complete control of all information going to all people. It even makes the previous China version look like, fun school or something. It's going to the next level where we can't access any information anymore, any real information. It's
Not
all
what they
handled.
don't want us to
Exactly.
access.
Exactly. So
Speaking of encyclopedias being unbiased, my grandmother had a set. It was called the Book of Wonder, and I've tried to find it. It was maybe just 1906, '07, and they had things like pictures of 14-foot skeletons,
oh
and
yeah, yeah.
before Photoshop, you can't really say, oh, it's fake. But I can't even find those books anymore, man. I really have searched. They were lost in a fire because that's one thing I took from my grandmothers. They fascinated me ever since I was a little kid, but there was stuff like that in there, like no big deal. They did mention the Smithsonian in connection, but they did publish photos, crazy impressive photos.
Well, that evidence has, and plus other evidence has been very controlled in history, all throughout history, actually. Because if too much of it came to light, it would reveal that everything that they're building, and they've been doing this for about, as far as I can tell, since the Reformation. It's been what we're seeing now. This whole system that's built, it started in the counter to the Reformation. The Reformation was when people got the printing press, they made Bibles, people translated it, people learned to read, they had Bibles in their own hands. So the counter to that Reformation is what's been the backbone of what we've got going on now today. And so in that context, they have controlled the information every step of the way. If it doesn't fit the narrative of what they're building and what their gods, that they're constantly communicating with, just like we communicate with God, their gods, they're different gods.
Big G.
Yeah, big G. If it doesn't fit that narrative, they cover it up and anybody that challenges, gosh, they destroy them and wreck them. Look at what happened to Tesla, even.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I mean, and even though Tesla by the end became a very strange, they did something to that man. But
Oh, yeah. Frequencies,
yeah,
just like they use his own, turned it.
but anybody that challenges anything that goes against what the system and their narrative, they discredit them, they ridicule them, they banish them, they destroy their lives, and if they have to, take even worse measures, kill family members, kill them, so on and so forth. And that's what this has been going on for the last 500 years. Um, for them to build this empire that we're now facing, that they're really trying to set it loose now. They're really pushing hard now to bring it to its full fruit, and it's not going to bear fruit. I'm sorry, but it's not
No,
going
it
to bear
won't.
fruit.
It won't.
There is no fruit on an empty tree with no foundation, and all that stuff. You can't build anything on fear. Fear is only the absence of love. It's the absence of God, and that's it. And that's why I've come full circle to understand that um, the truth of it is it's all been there from the beginning,
Yeah.
and it's re-embracing what we already have, what God wants us to have, and each and every one of us have our own way of finding that and doing that and living that, but fundamentally it's the same for all of us, and it's important. So that's just where I come from, and
Hmm.
that's why I absolutely can say I love you all. And I'm absolutely grateful for fellowships like this, and to be in the company of like-minded people, especially when we're surrounded by so many who are so lost and so hurt that they can even be threatening and frightening, for so many, uh, because of what they want to do to us, even our own bodies now. So it's a very difficult time that we're in, and even in recent history, we've gone through horrible situations, not with the technology that they have now today, but the challenges are still the same. The fundamentals of what we were facing as humanity in the Second World War is the same. What we were facing as humanity with the rise of what they did in the Bolshevism, at the turn of the 19th, or well, going into the 21st century at 1900s, that whole thing, humanity made it through it. And the only reason that we've gotten this far is because of God in us. And um, there is a testament, and it stands true all throughout time, that the evil never wins in the end. And we are in the worst of days, but we're also in the best of days, which is another book quote. But anyway, so I love you guys, and thank you for this fellowship.
Absolutely.
The timing couldn't have been better, man. For me personally, this is wow. Mm.
History repeating itself.
Absolutely.
It's just good to know people are on the same page. Holy cow!
Yeah, a lot more. You see, there's a silent majority. They don't know what to do about this. Like
They
they're not
they
even.
well, the hardest thing you really the scientific method is the easiest concept, but the hardest thing to put into practice, because it really is hard to just smash your preconceptions, to but that's what you have to do, man. And just let the information speak for itself, because it's still out there, man. You can still find, yeah, it takes a whole lot more digging than it did just even 3 or 4 years ago, you know finding stuff on the internet, man. But it's
And
still
that's
there, and there's people like us that are trying to keep it alive, and put, what videos don't get taken down. There's a lot of information that can still be found. People just don't want to,
what,
too much time, I guess.
Darlene, you hit that on the nail earlier. You said it.
Yep.
and that's what I think is most important. And look, if not YouTube, then there's other ways. Things always find a way. Um, I'm personally just becoming less the type of typical person that we're all trained to be out in society, and just becoming a lot more not confrontational, but blunt, just openly honest.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because the reactions that I see is not people that are threatened, but it's almost like it bypasses that whole defense mechanism that we've also all been trained to have. And I've watched this happen with so many people where I just say something, just say it, like this is what I really think, like the things that they talk to their own friends or family about. I just say it that way. And then all of a sudden they're halfway through talking about something, and then they realize, why am I talking to this person about that? And that's what's important. It's that connection. That's what the system is breaking down. They want to divide that connection. They need to tear us all apart because, well, Scripture even calls it the body of Christ. Okay, they need to tear apart all these things in order to control and turn us into a system of control. And it's not going to work out in the end. That's obvious. But in the meantime, we've still got this to deal with until it gets rectified. And I have absolute faith.
Yeah, I want to say a lot of things, but if I do, this channel is going to be taken down. So,
I heard a bunch of that, boy.
Yeah, if I could say what I really, really think.
right.
Ready to go. No.
Yeah. Although I've every now and again been known to even put something on my ancient Facebook account just to throw it out there because it's in their face. But yeah, it's whatever. What do you do?
The truth
Yeah.
will speak for itself one day, no matter what anybody says about it. So we
Absolutely.
just have to see it. It stands alone, obviously, and so I just hope people are in a good space when they find out what it is. And I think the more research you do, the closer you get with beyond a reasonable doubt to what I see is the truth. And my man here just has been saying for the past hour and a half, like, okay, 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 so I'm not the only one.
What is this Google mod with a big purple wrench? Has anyone ever heard of that? That's crazy.
Wait, what is
Yeah,
that?
he has one.
What?
That's the first I heard of that. There's actually a Google mod that goes around in your channels.
Yes, he is. He is.
What?
Wait,
Oh,
I don't want to mention.
that's the
so
first
wait,
I heard of that.
Google bought this platform. So
I haven't been around, so I never even seen one.
okay, so is it I don't like the word AI because they're not.
Like the ones we've been blocking the whole evening long, and
Right.
there is a human that goes around and yeah.
Oh
Weird.
well, everyone's welcome here.
So they got the Supreme wrench, a
I
purple wrench.
guess.
He's more like a troll, more or less.
Yeah,
Oh,
obviously.
I've heard you guys. There was somebody
What?
popping on, but yeah,
Yeah.
Google team. They're
What else
doing.
have I been
There's some
missing?
weird stuff going on with the internet. Lately, they've done something. They're switch. I've watched them every time they make a change, but
Mhm.
they've done something again recently. And at certain points, it was obvious when even a decade ago, you could tell that everything was getting funneled through the NSA and stuff like that, just because
Uh-huh.
of the lag times and certain things. It just led on to, well, they've made a big change and they're obviously doing this stuff. But lately, there's been other weirder stuff happening. it's almost like anybody's actual whole internet experience is now starting to become so tailored, just like they do, all these learning programs that learns your habits, your patterns, and all this stuff. It's like the whole internet is becoming that way for each individual person, and that freaks me out. That's way beyond even just Google. It's bigger. I don't know how to explain it, but I do.
Yeah, like tooth,
Well,
Don.
but it's even in my phone. You can
Yeah.
it's and then people that I know will get something unrelated, but it was something that I was involved in. It's just there's something else. They've done something else with the internet. It's odd. It's very strange.
Hmm.
It's hard to describe it. That's the thing. It's not specific. Sometimes it's specific, like even if you just have a conversation. And even when I leave my phone in my own car, I'm in the store and I'll talk about something with Mary and look at stuff, and then 2 days later when I'm doing search, it's got that crap advertisements all over the place
Yeah.
without even my phone being there.
Yeah.
See,
It's
this is
happened several times.
Yes, it's because I make a habit of leaving my phone in the car. I have a metal
Yeah.
box to put it in when I go to any locations, so that it's not, it can't get signal. But somehow they're still tracking us all. So,
Of course.
right.
3 years ago, if you talked 3 or 4 years
think
ago, you'd be
the
crazy if you talked about, if you were saying, oh, they keep track. But now everybody knows it.
Right.
And they still, okay, well, I didn't have a crystal ball. That was just some simple research, man. Well, let me tell you what may happen next. And they just, no, man, you're crazy. Even though you're batting 1,000, okay, well, meteors are going to go up exponentially, blah, blah, blah. The weather's going to get, well, it's happening. And, if somebody picked winning football games and I was a bettor, that's who I wouldn't call them crazy. I probably wouldn't if they had a pretty good track record of so-called predictions. It's not predictions at all, man. It's simple.
Observation.
Follow
Yeah.
the trends and look for patterns. It's just connect the dots, man. It's easy. Pardon me.
No, it's fine.
Bam.
And
Dearest dadgum Dawn.
it's also why I've kind of gone the opposite direction in a lot of things. It's like, well, you know what? I'm all tracked and traced up. I'm all Googled up anyway. So what do I have left to hide? Why not just start being me? Why do I keep on with the charade, right? Where I don't really say what I really think and what I really feel, what I'm really beginning to understand about the world around me and what's going on, and relate it to history and to the people around me. So why? If they want to
Yeah.
do this, then fine. Let's all get candid. Let's get real.
Exactly.
Because I know who comes out on top in that scenario. If they want to have a throwdown with their pretentious fake, like, okay, ancient cultures. This is pre-flood. Like even on this continent, the Indians recorded what they called the star people coming down.
No.
And they even said they came here and then they did a bunch of things.
They might like to hear it.
And instead of it being making anything better,
Oh,
they did the
all
same
right.
thing. They just made it all fake. And that's what's happening again. They're trying to turn everything that's real into fake so that they can control it. And that's, there's no other way to say it. It's as simple as it gets. Everything that's real, they're turning the whole world into a fake machine thing. And the world's so different now compared to when I was a kid. When I was a kid, the world was real. And it doesn't really feel the same anymore. The sky doesn't even look the same.
It was analog.
And I don't know how else to say these things, but it's changed. So I don't know the full depth how that works, but I see the lie in the design of what's happening. It's
Mhm.
taking away our humanity. It's taking away what we've been giving, and in turning even humanity, even us, it wants to turn us into a part of a system that serves other beings that have no business being here, and never did really. But that'll get settled here soon enough. So I have faith. Anyway, so
Just
there.
even the sun looks different when I was
It
from when I was a kid.
used to be yellow.
Exactly.
Used to
Yeah,
be.
that's the crayon I pulled out of the box when I drew the sun was the yellow one.
Yeah.
It wasn't white. It wasn't so white that you can't even. Sometimes it's so bright. It's like, yeah, and actually, it's almost slightly painful on the skin sometimes. Never was
Yes,
like
it
that
is,
before. Yep.
especially in the summer, and
Uh-huh.
you're out digging in the garden.
It's never like that. Not
Burns
before.
like fire. It's
Yeah.
not that warm, It just penetrates like I don't know what it is.
And it's not the ozone layer. That was a lie too. That's like what they were saying. That's why they switched from global warming to climate change. The
Yeah,
whole ozone layer thing. I'm gonna.
right.
I'll destroy it right now. If you guys want to hear it, in about
Sure. Go for
60
it.
seconds. Ozone is O. What we breathe is oxygen, O2. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Maybe.
Ozone is O3. Okay. So the oxygen molecules that are in the upper atmosphere, in what they call the ionosphere, when the sunlight hits the ionosphere, okay, it electrifies it with electrons. So the only way that ozone exists is at a highly charged electron state so that it jumps to O3. That's the ozone layer. As soon as you remove the source of that energy, which is the sun, then those molecules jump back down to O2. Ozone is O3. So that big hole in the ozone layer, it kept every 6 months switching poles. You remember they kept showing the
Right.
hole. There weren't
Yeah.
holes over cities. There wasn't a hole over China, you know, or any industrial areas. It's a hole over one pole or the other,
Mm-hmm.
and it would
Right.
switch back and forth every 6 months approximately.
Well, yeah,
And
that's I think what it does anyway.
but yeah, half the year the sun doesn't really shine very much on one side, and then it shines all the time on the other. So that's what
Right.
they this whole and then, but they use that to do a whole bunch of other agenda, the one world agenda stuff to push through regulations and environmental things. But what it's all really designed to do is keep nudging humanity into a complete control grid, and that's what they're doing. And so this we've always had climate change.
Absolutely. They
The
just won't let Earth do what it's supposed to be doing. They're trying to hold it back.
so yeah,
Want control
hole in
everything.
hole in
Yep.
the ozone layer. Yeah, when you don't have the constant supply of electrons, yeah, that's what happens. You don't have O3.
If
Whoopity
they
doo.
would let the Earth do what it's supposed to be doing, we'd be okay.
Exactly. Well, and that's what they're destroying. They've genetically destroyed our agriculture.
Do you know that we have lesser oxygen right now than we did before?
Yes.
Of their
Mm-hmm.
stupid
And,
contrails.
yeah, and that's what they're doing. The aluminum, barium, strontium levels in surface soils
Yeah.
and in waterways is disgusting. And it's part of, along with other things that are put into other injections. I believe that is that the real reason behind all of the use cases of all the neurological issues, uh, Downs and uh, retardation and so many other things, and then also in the elderly
Right.
with early onset dementias, and also in general population with
That's all that aluminum.
yes, this is what happens when we
Yep.
have metals in our body. Too much of these metals. It
Yeah,
affects
they're
the nervous
spraying
system.
coal on top of that.
Autism.
And look, it's not hard to connect these dots. This isn't crazy. This is not crazy talk. This is
See,
like,
I'm a sky watcher, so
yeah.
Mr. Bob is a sky watcher. Don is a sky watcher. And
Uh-huh.
I mean, we see all this, except we can't talk about it. We talk about it, we get flagged.
Yep.
Look,
You can't. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You can't really see changes unless you have been a sky watcher. And thank God my folks took my sister and I, when I was 3 years old, out on the lawn, to watch meteor showers, and it stuck with me. It really did. I look at the sky every single day, rain or shine, night or day, cloudy, gray. It doesn't matter,
Yep.
And the
Strange
more you
skies.
look, the more you see. People that say the skies are exactly the same as they were 10 years ago, they just don't. They haven't been looking at the sky every day. That's all there is to it.
Here we go. Look who just popped in. Strange Skies 1111.
Oh, well,
Another
speak
sky
of.
watcher.
Awesome.
How are you doing? Merry Christmas. Well,
Bob, your timing is immaculate on this deal, man. I got to say, yeah.
right?
Talk about the strange skies, and there they are. That is awesome.
Yep. Haven't seen you around in a long time, Strange Skies. What you been up to? Yeah, if you go out at nighttime too, and you go, with a pair of binoculars, you can actually see the trails.
Oh yeah.
When
what-
sorry again.
Yeah, if you go out at
No,
nighttime too, and you go, with a pair of binoculars, you can actually see the trails. What happened?
Oh yeah. We got an echo.
When
somewhere.
sorry again.
Yeah, if you go out at nighttime too, and you go, with a pair of binoculars, you can actually see the trails. What happened?
Oh yeah.
Kelly, you got two speakers, two mics
Wait a
open
minute.
again.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. You can actually see the trails. What happened? Oh yeah. Kelly, you got two speakers, two mics open
I
again.
thought I had it. Okay. My computer's going crazy, man. Okay. Sorry about that.
That's right.
Did that fix it?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it's all good.
See,
Did that fix it?
Strange Sky, busy turning his property into a farm.
You're good.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's a lot of work.
Wait, changing what into a farm?
Just turning his property into a farm, just trying to grow.
Oh man, that is a ton of work.
I changed everything in my yard. You can eat everything in my yard, even the grass.
Nice.
Edible landscape. Nice.
Yep.
Did you have any luck with the butterfly pea?
They got a couple feet long, but I'm assuming next year it's going to be taking off a lot better.
I still have about a pound of the flowers. I'll send you some when I get your care package together.
Yeah, I didn't get much of the butterfly pea, but
It's delicious, man.
many pounds.
It's incredibly good, taste-wise. But when I read that, it's a latecomer to my edition, of my whatever medicine cabinet, if you will. And, when I read about the benefits, especially eyesight, because I've always been blessed with way better than 20/20 vision, and I want to do everything I can to, preserve that. And, but it's the benefit. You looked it up, I know, man. The benefit is crazy. I mean, after ashwagandha, it's my new kind of favorite herb or flower, whatever.
You mentioned eyesight. That's funny because I had
Yeah.
to renew my license and I had to have the eye test done. So I went and took the eye test. So I wear glasses when I drive because I can't see far away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I took the test to go get glasses because I lost mine. And when I took the test, the guy goes, "Do you know you just passed the DMV test without glasses?" I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He says, "Your eyes got better
Wow.
since." Yeah,
That's
I just
good.
That's
goes,
awesome.
That's incredible.
it is incredible.
Yeah, you can there's exercises you can train it. I blow the guys' minds, man. I take my dad, or when my dad was around, I would take him for an eye exam and read the chart from 5 feet behind the line and just flip them out. You memorize that, man. But yeah, the tea is amazing, man. The color, it is everything about it. The flavor is incredible. So did you ever get to actually try any, or Bob, did you ever get to actually make any tea? I know you didn't get much in the garden, but did
Oh
you ever
yeah,
get it? You tried some of it?
the no, not the butterfly pea, but
Okay, man, I gotta send you some. It'll blow your mind. I mean, it really will. Um, I ended up. It was as far as herbs and it like compared to what's the red flower that's in red zinc hibiscus?
mhm.
It's more expensive just because it's not as widely known. You can get hibiscus really cheap, but I ended up getting like a kilo from Indonesia. But it's organic and certified. But anyway, I still have plenty. It's amazing stuff, man. I highly recommend it. I can send you the link where I got it. It was much much cheaper to just go ahead and get it. I've been sending it to people just hey, and I got people now that swear by it. So the
Hmm.
color is mind blowing. There's very few foods in nature that have a natural blue color, and it's one of them. It's just mind blowing. If you make it
Who?
a little strong, like it's more of a purple violet. But if you put just like several flowers, say, in a little strainer, tea ball, or whatever, the blue color is phenomenal. It's about like the color of all our names on the screen right now. It's amazing, man. I think I put a video. I might have put a video up about it. I'm not sure if I did. I'll send. It's amazing, but
Yeah,
the
if you did.
flavor is incredible, man. It with a little bit of honey and lemon, it tastes sort of like some sort of a grape drink. It's amazing. It really is. But the health, just A to Z, all the benefits blew my mind. So after ashwagandha, it's my go-to deal.
Mhm. I got many, 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 many pounds of plants though.
Well, the one. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I
Copy.
Okay. I'm here. Yep. The one thing I do take daily, pretty much, is kratom. Actually, I don't do any of the other herbs, but the reason I take this one is I have fibromyalgia. Um, things got bad enough that my body really started to freak out on the extreme of autoimmune. Okay,
Hmm.
like even attacking itself, my thyroid and those kinds of things. Which generally I've always been a healthy person for the most part. But when enough traumatic injuries and stuff happen, it tilts the whole system into overload. And if it continues down that path, you just slide down into what they're trying to do to everybody right now with this agenda that they're doing is traumatize people's immune systems so much that
Right.
their own immune systems start killing them.
You are correct.
And that's exactly what they're doing.
Fear will
really
do it.
does.
Isolation, not getting fresh. Yeah, everything that's going on is just one more click on the
it's
immune system.
It's a very advanced eugenics agenda that they can hide and masquerade and use the numbers as the very thing. Well, just look at the polio vaccine. Well, sorry, that's a trigger word. Shit. The polio thing.
It's not a vaccine, it's a juice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a sugar cube with red stuff on it.
It's gene therapy, but
Anyway,
but
I
no.
got it when I was little.
Well, the thing was, it was actually driving the numbers. The cases were driven by the vaccine. When you go back and look at it, they don't admit it, but they've been doing this the whole time. This stuff, these agendas, and it's wild. But anyway, I got all that under control, and slowly. It took a lot of time, but I do take the kratom because I do have fibromyalgia still, pretty bad, and that helps incredibly. But I'm not into pharmaceutical narcotics and all that stuff at all. I don't do any of that. That helps me.
I agree with that 100%.
It is illegal here in this state.
You can buy it here in the gas station.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it binds to the opiate receptors, so a lot of people have really good success with it.
I'll tell you why. It is in the same plant family as coffee, and anything. I'm okay. I'm just gonna say it. Okay, anything that ends, well, pretty much anything that ends in an "ine," like cocaine, morphine, dopamine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which our body makes. Well, caffeine, that's coffee. Nicotine, same thing. So all of that whole class of family, they're all going to have different effects, but chemically they work on the same places. So in terms of pain management, this works really well for like with what they figured out with me. It works really well in that situation. And when you go on fibromyalgia sites, that they talk, it's widely used now for that, and it helps so much. But the other stuff I haven't found out about, but I will look into it more. I have been trying to. It's so hard to keep up with it all. There's so many different herbs and stuff that really do make all the world of difference, but the pharmaceuticals don't. And so I'm still working on that whole end of it. I've been so much more dedicated in the scientific and historical and everything. I have not put hardly any time in researching just basic medicine, and that's one of the biggest things that we've lost. We've lost
yourself.
Yeah. So
I'd like to say that I just discovered it. Well, I didn't discover it. I rediscovered it, I guess. It's called Ghost Pipe, and it makes an excellent pain tincture. And it's let me see. I might be able to send a link, but it looks like a mushroom growing. If you see it in the woods, it's fairly common in the U.S. But it looks like a stark white mushroom, but it's actually a plant. Make a very simple tincture. It's very, very effective. There's quite a few things, but that's one that I just discovered, and I tried it. Got some off of Amazon actually, and
you guys always dealing with these attacks too?
Spiritual attacks.
Well, even in the chat here.
What do you mean?
American One. Hey, how you doing?
I'm not reading the chat. I'm sorry.
I was looking at it. It's just been so hard. I've watched a lot of Friends.
Yeah, man. Friends. Oh, don't get me started. Excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, it's just by design, dude. Like you said.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Friends.
Brother against brother. It's right here in our face. It's.
Well, even on these platforms, it's venile and it's vicious. These
Yep.
constant attacks and where there's no safe
Throw them in
way.
a garbage can and then
Yeah,
report
just,
as spam.
Yeah.
well, there's people that get paid to do that, man. It's their day job. That's what they
Yeah.
do for a living. Literally, people don't understand that either. There's professional, trolls. That's just how it is. Make it just like you're getting the job done, man. You don't get flack unless you're over the target, right?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
You know.
Yeah, it's been a long minute, the American one, that's for sure.
When I realized I was talking to the first bot,
Merry Christmas, American
Um,
one.
we got 22 people on. Hello.
hey, look out, man! And you've been on what, Bob? This is nowhere near a record for you so far, man. You had about a what 6-7 hour marathon the last time. That was awesome. I
No,
walked my dog like twice, during that during that
when
streak.
we're going full force, we're doing
I
12,
love it.
13 hours all the time. 12 hours average.
Yeah, it was
Whew.
long, man.
No sleep.
But the
I call
fellowship is, I guess we've established that, but it's very energizing. It's very needed. It's a blessing. It's awesome. Time's fun when you're having flies, It really
it.
is. It goes by like nothing, man. Oh boy. So many theories, so little time.
Yeah.
But everybody here is a sky watcher. That's a good thing. Those people
I've
are,
seen I've seen crazy stuff even at night.
dude.
Like okay, and I don't consider them. I'm going to start on this premise. I don't believe in extraterrestrial aliens. Okay, from out
I
there,
do.
millions of light years away. I believe in aliens that have been here the whole time, that are dimensional.
Yep.
Interdimensional.
That's how I view that whole issue. So I'm differentiating here. Like science says, oh, well, it's all out there. No, not really. They've been here the whole time. Um, but I've seen stuff in the sky, and they've got some kind of technologies up there. Uh, like, I've literally, and no, I'm not high. I wasn't even drunk. Other people are with me, and they're seeing the same thing. We're out on the lake, watching, and it looked like a battle happening in the sky, and not like jet fighters. I mean, stuff streaming in to attack one object, and darting around it, like zip, 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 and doing. There's stuff going on that, even that part. I'm not sure if it's technology. I'm not sure if it's entities just doing their thing, but the records of this goes back way before we were even born. So I don't think that it's necessarily always just some advanced technology that some government or some group or whoever that runs the governments of the world has. So that part I can't. But I've also lately, especially lately, this last decade, they have really cranked up their um, weather modification systems, weather control systems, weather warfare systems. And I've even seen nights where I'll watch the entire sky with a light cloud cover turn purple, and they're ionizing the atmosphere. This is
Yep.
this is the type of stuff where, especially with the ultra low frequencies, and when they're bouncing it off the ionosphere, also too.
Do you ever see how the clouds stop and go?
Yep.
Like
Yep.
one cloud will go, it'll stop, then another cloud will go and it'll stop, and
Yes.
it's yeah.
Traffic jam.
Yeah,
It's
especially when it gets dark. It's like they bring in the black clouds and they piece it together to cover the sky.
yeah.
Crazy.
It's
How about Project
They
Bluebeam? They cranked it up in Germany.
they s-
Hmm.
they screwed up a couple times though. They left a little hole there where you can see a blue sky through the black. You know what I mean? Come on, you
it's
ever see that?
wait, what was that? Say it again.
when the black clouds are coming together, you see a whole black sky, but then you see an open hole there where you see the blue sky on the other side.
Yeah, and actually, and especially in the daytime, when the moon is up in the daytime, you can see right through it.
Mm.
Um, like, well, it's not quite in the daytime. It's especially right in the transition time. You can see stars that should not be there
Hmm.
right through the moon. So I don't know what to do with that either. But
Yeah.
most of the time, when I look at the moon, even with my eyes naked or magnified through something, not electronic, just binoculars or something, it's spherical. The moon, it's clearly looks spherical. But then there are other times it doesn't behave that way. So I don't know what's exactly going on up there. I I I don't fully understand it, but I don't believe that it's exactly obviously what is laid out by quote unquote science, because I've run into so many contradictions, and I've always been, especially growing up, like a huge science buff. I wanted to, you know, um, I was huge into science and physics and everything.
Science.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
well,
have a tick. I can't help it.
science.
There's toys there.
That's a great song, but
Oh yeah,
but
absolutely.
there are so many discrepancies. Even with the Michelson-Morley experiments, it's just, it's so, the whole presentation of reality that they give us and train us today, it's, as far as I've come to, it is not representative of what even basic observation can substantiate. And I'll just leave it at that. I mean, um, not once you start watching the skies, for instance, looking at, you know, looking at the fundamental things of how this place that we're at, this plane that we're on, works. It doesn't really fit what science describes. Science is, it's not, it's got so much truth,
Oh,
but then it's twisted.
no.
Well,
Excuse me,
since when
guys.
did them straight lines become normal? You know, look at that cloud.
No.
That goes from one side to the other. That's normal.
Oh gosh, so much is happening in chat. I really never expected to come on. I just, for some reason, I stopped what I was doing, and I went up to my computer. I had a show playing, and wasn't really tired, and I just decided to go onto YouTube, and I saw you guys share, and it
That's
felt kind
cool.
of like providence. I'm glad to meet you guys. I'm glad to be here.
We summoned you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll buy that. All right.
That's how I come across a lot of channels too. You know, I see something live and it looks interesting. I'll pop in, see what's going on. That's how I subscribe to a lot of channels.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that at some point we got connected up, because otherwise I wouldn't have seen that you were streaming.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm just grateful. It's it's not lonely. It just kind of gets dry when living in mundania, because most of the people, I like the people every day that we interact with, just, you know, day to day at work or going to the grocery store, our neighbors, whatever. They're, it's such an odd relationship, because like face to face, people just don't connect. We're trained not to connect. It's so weird. So we're all so distant. We're all so guarded. We're all
We do
so,
not bash nobody here.
Mhm.
huh?
Mm.
Did I bash somebody?
Everybody's welcome as
No, no.
long you are
Oh,
decent.
6 feet is the magic circle, man. You know, gotta abide by that. Can't touch anybody. Sorry. By design, 2
Yep.
words. That's all you need to know, man.
well,
It's all been written out in all those books. You know, all those cats. You know, Madame whatever ski, and you know, Manly Hall, all those guys. It's all spelled out. They spelled it out.
Do not bash religion of any sort, otherwise you're going to be gone.
I'd be careful who I mocked. I really would these days. You know, all these so-called manger things that were just so sacrilegious. It's just horrific. I just watch. Yeah, Darlene, I'd watch who I mock, man. You certainly couldn't do that to any of the other known little G guys, like, you know, Buddha. Try to do that. You know, try mocking. You know who, the, you know, ALL blank A. You know, try that. See what happens. Ask Salman Rusty. See what happens. You know, you try to mock that. You can mock Jesus all day long. That should tell people something, man. It really should.
Well, okay, I see what's going on now.
I guess
no,
you can't read English. Last chance, bud.
What? Are you talking to me?
no. It's a chat thing going on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not
No,
reading. Not
you're
reading. I'm on my rant. I can't rant and read the chat at the same time.
And actually, wake up. Another thing about the 6 numbers. If you take the reverse tilt of the Earth on our axis, it's 66.6 degrees.
Hmm.
And then when you take the actual true number of how fast we're supposedly going around the sun and other things, you run into 666 again.
It's all over
And
the numbers.
it's all over the numbers. It's wild.
Man,
It's
I'm sorry to. It's
I-
converted some scientists
yes, it's converted me.
because
And
of the numbers alone. They
yes,
say, man, that cannot possibly be chance. It
Right.
defies, you know, chance, the odds. It really does, literally.
and I always was in this kind of weird quasi state where I was of the mindset that, you know, a lot of these beliefs or things in scriptures, different texts and stuff, were just
I gave
like
you a warning.
Yep, that they did
Yeah.
every day.
Bam.
Man. It is a brilliantly thought out plan, but they've had a long time to work out the bugs.
Well, here's the thing though, the mastermind behind it is Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
It's our ancient enemies, and they have used those that are perfectly willing to give up their whole bodies and everything for some kind of power or position. See, exactly what, like, even in scripture is recorded with temptations and things like that, offering even Jesus Christ. You know, you can be kings and showing him all these different things, which is ridiculous. The only power that those entities have are the power that we give them, and that's it.
Right.
That's it. That's how it works. Point blank.
Right.
That's the whole point in the beginning, and that's how it'll end. Is basically summed up in that simple of a context. There are a lot of things I don't fully understand, and not even any real scriptures and none of these texts or anything really disclose about the, you know, okay, so what's after? And I'm not even worried about it, because after everything that I've seen, I trust God enough that I know I'm in very capable hands. And I hope that everybody in their own journey, they find their own path to that same revelation, and find that relationship with God, because that is the only way. It is the only way out of here. There is no alternative way. There is no, we become our own gods. We can, you know, do that. That's not that's not how it works. It's a lie. It's always been a lie, and that's exactly what the society of today, what they're, it's the same thing that they're presenting. It's that carrot on a stick. You know, you're going to live forever. We're going to do this with technology. You can do whatever you want. You can, you know, let's break free of all these notions and all these bindings, and just, you know, we're going to evolve. We're going to ascend with this technology and do all these things. That's not how it works. It just doesn't. It never has and never will. This place that we're at.
That's right. Trust the science, but again, man, there's going to be a time I think where the science will completely fail to explain what's going on. And people are
Well,
going to be looking for another avenue of explanation.
well, science in modern terms is providing the explanation now. They've been doing this.
Exactly, but there'll be a time when I believe things will get so crazy that it won't be able to explain it, and people will understand that and look
Yeah.
elsewhere, for an
And
explanation.
which is exactly
Spiritually,
what we were talking about earlier with our
yeah,
inherent bullshit meters.
but yeah, exactly. The bullshitometer, dude.
Which is why they want to genetically modify us.
Mine,
So that we
I
can't
had to
connect.
turn down the gain on mine because it was going off every 15 minutes, man. All this stuff. Oh, come on, I wish I started an official explanation website, just to catalog what they tell us and what the real deal is. I mean, they're so absurd, but they know that since they're the guys, most people are gonna take them at their word. I mean, it's just I'm convinced that they had parties, man, and they got their kids, and said, "Okay, y'all make up some," because they're that absurd. A lot of them are. They
Yeah,
really are. It's
they're,
insane, and people, they just quote it, they parrot it. Okay, that's the story. End of story.
well,
And
yeah, and itself, it becomes they validate it because then all of a sudden the whole same narrative spreads across the entire internet all at the same time.
absolutely,
So then it becomes like self-fulfilling validation and prophecy or
exactly.
whatever.
And
And
what you said about the certain term that came about during the JFK thing, that takes all discussion right out of the picture, man, right away. Oh, emotional response. Oh, you're this or you're that. Okay, well, whatever you say is BS. So I'm not even going to entertain a conversation with,
yeah, but
so
as soon as somebody
it's over
says
before it starts, man.
science says this,
Science.
nobody couldn't question it. Nobody.
Absolutely.
And if you do, if you challenge it, you are a heretic, you are ridiculed, you are attacked, you are disgraced, you are beaten down. And if you keep pushing it, you have your career ripped from you. And if you keep pushing it past that, they'll kill you and your family members. That's how it works in the real world. So there we go. That's reality. I mean, it's just and it's gotten so bad now they're using it to push all agendas. As soon as they say science, oh, can't be questioned.
Mm-hmm.
It's the holy writ of God. It's more powerful than the Catholic Church ever was. And I'm sorry if anybody's Catholic. No, that is not bashing. I'm sorry. The Holy Roman Empire thing that was going on back then. I'm not referring to the church as it stands today. So let me clarify that. Love you all. So I'm sorry I slipped there with my terms. I want to make it clear I'm not bashing anybody who's Catholic or anything like that. When I said that, I was referring to it was an older doctrine from about 500 years ago. So it's becoming the same thing with science. And it's wild. That same control mechanism that anybody that goes against the narrative of the holy writ gets wrecked.
Oh, one thing I wanted to say to you, man, when you're talking about the AI deal, one of the things you said, the fear thing allows them to more easily program, how we're going to behave. It really does because you tend to act, in certain pattern. It really does. So if you can break free of that, it's supposedly a lot harder to program you and predict, what you're going to do. Is somebody who you can pretty much count on. Okay, they're going to go get their, what this week, So
One, actually, the way that I understand it, the opposite of love like, okay, love is, I believe that that's the most fundamental thing on the good side of things. And then upon love is built all the other better sides of ourselves, um, where we have compassion and
Hmm.
we have, I mean, there's so many traits you could write. Now, there's libraries full of defining love. Well, on the other side of that, what's evil is the opposite of love, and to me, that originates in fear. So there's love and fear. There's only what exists and what is a vacuum where there's nothing. And and it's because of fear where all the ugly things that also we are capable of doing happen. Jealousy, and I mean just emotions, anger, hatred,
Hmm.
and all these things that destroy. And it's these the occult people, they believe that things should be a balance between the two. So you can be evil or good, and do whatever you like. It's all going to balance out anyway, so it doesn't really
Exactly.
matter. That's how they believe things, and it's such a
Exactly.
crock. It's so bad that
It's
I
yeah. That's
it,
You're precisely right, man.
and so fundamentally, I believe, um, I think most people really deep down, we all kind of know this, that in the end, um, love is what matters. Forgiveness is what matters. Having compassion and being connected and having empathy. Empathy is
That's the
critical.
key. That's it, buddy. The big E.
Yeah.
And it's disappearing in so many different ways. It really is from
So
so many different angles.
that's the kind of stuff I believe in, and just sharing it. I hope that it it helps others, because I know I just know it's true. So that's that's my testimony. I'm not telling people what to think or what to decide. It's just you know sharing what I know. And I hope that
Um,
helps other
That's
people
what it's
too.
all about, though.
it's appreciated. It really is. But years ago, I met a guy that was a close friend of my parents, I guess a pastor, and his day job was counseling people who were trying to get out of the occult, I'll just say. And they only let him do it, I think, for like 2 years maximum. It was just that intense. And really the only reason he opened up to me as much as he did, I guess he knew, that I whatever, said words that let him know that I knew, but and then the fact that he was close to my parents. But man, I would just challenge anybody to look into that guy's eyes while he was talking about that, and say that it's not real. I mean, even if I didn't believe already, it. I see more evidence of the devil than God. I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way at all. It just seems like the average person would see that.
We have a question. What do you think's in store for us for 2022? Mm,
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah, it's a. I don't know. It's hard to say, but it doesn't look good.
I I hate to say it, but and I'm not coming from a position. I know a lot of you guys don't really like know me. We haven't spent a lot of time together. However, Truth Seeker, I know you've been around a lot, so you probably do. And Darlene, I do remember you too. But so when I say things, please take it with a grain of salt. But I'm not saying this because I believe that Americans are exceptional or that we're better than other countries or anything like that. That's not it. But we are the bastion of freedom for humanity on our planet. And it's because the form of freedom that we have is quite different, even in than Australia or uh, Canada has, some of the European countries, things like that. It is different because the power that government is given is of, for, and by the people. And it's very unique in all of history, and it's never happened before, except until here. And there are still so many of us, and it's become clear that we are not going to fall under this agenda. People left and right are balking this thing that they've been pushing the last couple of years. So this pushes them into the position that they have to take more extreme measures because we are an obstacle for their plans. And I do believe at some point that the hammer will fall hardest here. And that also, they can play that into aligning with certain biblical scriptures so that they can do their self-fulfilling prophecy and usher in their alternative Messiah and all that other, I don't want to cuss, but
You're right.
it's horse shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if this will happen in the next year, but look, they are getting desperate. People are realizing left and right. It's happening so fast that, look, these people know no bounds. They will do anything and everything that they are capable of, and they're capable of a lot. So
I
the
also
only
see blood, brother against brother.
yes, that is coming.
Yep.
There is a reckoning coming in this country, and there is a war coming. And I do hope that those of us that believe in our founding principles are able to regain control of our government, and also on top of it, in control of our power structures. Um, that's the other thing. The banking systems, there's so much more to it. If we are able to, and then help our fellow countries to gain freedom from the oppressive control of this regime. It's a global regime doing this to us. So there's a big, it's so big what's coming. But it's gonna start here. I don't know when. I I don't I don't know these things, but it's coming. It's obvious. It's so, but I have faith, and when it does, I know which side I stand on, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. So many
So-
things are just ramping up, man, at one time, so many.
If you have eyes to see, ears to hear.
Heard that.
And this is another thing too. We've been trained to be anti quote unquote government or anti cops or anti this or that. We got good people and we got bad people mixed in everything. And that's
Absolutely.
exactly. That's part of what makes this so messy, but also so good at the same time. Because this is humanity. And that's the only I'm not anti government or pro government. I'm not anti religion or pro religion. Other things, yes, I've got definite lines on, but I do believe that it is incredibly important that we preserve this form of freedom for humanity. Because if we do lose this, then what's written in Scripture will surely come to pass and happen very quickly. And I believe that conflict is coming.
Yeah.
So I don't know how else to frame this stuff. I don't like to sugarcoat things. This is just how it is, at least as far as I can see. So 2022. Yeah. I mean, they're getting desperate. People are leaving. They're just, they're like, all right, I'm done with it. You guys are idiots. They're going to have to stop it one way or another. And the only way that they can do it is to traumatize us. Complete disruption of the system. So yeah. I don't know. I have no idea what they're planning. They have so many tools in their bag. It's ridiculous. But
They do.
I know that we're on the side that matters.
If I
And
ramp up the you got to show your proof before you can enter or do pretty much anything. So right now
it,
it's in the healthcare system, but I'm sure it's going to go in a lot of other places. Plus, in New
yeah,
York City, you're not allowed in places to eat.
and this is also, guys, please, everybody listening, if you have any medical needs, dental care, or anything, if you're able to get that done while you still can, because especially with the scarcity, if you
Yep.
can stock up on food, just, and even if you've been doing it for years, just do more of it. I mean, you can never be too prepared. You can never be, but especially our medical systems, um, it's just, look, they have to destroy us as a people. That's what they have to break us. They're trying to break us as a people,
Not going to happen.
and it's not going to happen. Exactly, I agree.
Well,
Not to everybody.
no. I think there's only a handful that's going to be sheeps.
Right, but
The other big handful is going to be, let's say, the bulls, the fighting bulls. El toro.
right, there's going to be a Rubicon. There's going to be a line where this far and no farther. It's coming. I see it coming. I think all of us know it's coming.
Yep.
We're getting closer and closer, and the more they push this, the sooner it. We just feel it. I feel it.
I
I
see
sense
us
it.
pushing back already.
Well, yeah, of course. But I do believe that there's
Not
going to be,
just on this platform, but outside the platform, in the real world.
yeah, conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it already.
Well, I'm sorry, but when you have like uh, a quarter of the states, all the sheriff's departments in those states say, "Hey, guess what? You people that did a political coup over there in the government, and you're pointing all these other people. We are not going to follow your mandates. We're not going to enforce your orders." And they say it to even their own governors. And then you have National Guard, uh, entire states' National Guard saying, "Nope, we're not going to do it. We're not going to enforce it," and stuff like that. I'm sorry, but if there are ever warning signs that there's going to be a conflict on soil in our place, this is it. When you study history, this is it. We're coming right
Yep.
into it. So I ask, and each and every single one of you, please prepare for that in whatever
Oh,
way
I'm
you feel
prepared.
led to. So I, I'm putting an exclamation point on this question that we were presented, and there's no other way to say it. And I know I'm probably preaching to the choir, but and even if our loved ones don't want to hear it, you tell them anyway, and you
Yeah,
say when it does
exactly.
hit the fan,
Tell them anyway, man. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
yep,
Speak it.
I've been preaching and preaching, and I'm getting giggled at. And I was okay, fine. Don't
and
come to me.
well, and one thing I've done to friends that I know that have even taken the vaccine, I say when it gets bad, you come here,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know how else to. These are people that I love, even though that I couldn't fully get them to figure it out what's really going on. When they realize it's like, holy smokes, everything's falling apart. This whole system that they believed in and they had faith in
But then
falls
it's going
apart.
to be too late for them
Yeah, a lot of them,
because
and
they're
that's
going to wimp out and put your family in danger. You've got to think of that too.
yeah, I know. That's why I'm very careful about that one. I am very careful. There's only a
Mm.
couple. It's like when things get bad, you come here, and you're like, okay.
I mean, it's not like, like some people I know, they don't believe in carrying a gun. They don't believe in nothing. I mean, they don't believe that the sky was like that all the time. Sure, it was. And government was like that all the time. They forced a shot. I said, when did they ever force a shot?
They may get caught a little bit flat-footed there, D.
I mean, you know, they never said you have to take it.
Well, okay, I'm going to start with
Mm.
this. Let's go to Geneva Convention. And well, actually, even Nuremberg,
Yeah.
the Nuremberg trials. And that was one of the great places that they defined what are war crimes. Okay. And you look on there and it says any procedure done medically to your body without your express permission and knowledge is a war crime. And
Right,
that's a crime against humanity. And that's exactly what's happening.
right.
So, look, all the signs, it's all over the walls, it's all over the ceiling, the floor, and everywhere else for people to look. All we can do is the best that we're doing. And that's why I'm so thankful to be in fellowship with a group of incredible people that understand these things too. And I believe that it's very important that we also go boldly and bravely into the world and still conduct our lives and still love other people and everything else the way that we should, because we are an example. And we are also exactly, Darlene, you keep hitting it on the nail. It's what is going to be able to help humanity, our youth, our future generations pull through this.
We
Because
need to teach them.
yes, there's going to be an after of all this. Okay. So what's happening now determines how that all plays out. And
Because we might not survive, so we better start teaching now. And I keep on stressing this.
right. If there's any place to plant a seed, plant it.
Absolutely.
If there's anybody that, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and if it's nothing else than just a look, just a look, and you can see all that concern and worry, and there's so many ways. This is how we all connect. This is how we work. This is how we're made, is to interact in the spirit and physically, and engage each other, not separate from each other.
We need to unite. Absolutely.
However, there are certain enemies, yeah, including human beings. You just don't. But other than
Well,
that,
there's one person you can't unite, so you might as well hang him up.
well, but I I don't have all. I really don't have all the answers, but I believe that between all of us, we have all the answers. There's no one right way. There's no one
Hello.
right person.
It makes more sense to me. Not, I mean, looking into it from what I understand is logic than from my beliefs. It really does. Just like these scientists, man, that saw it in the numbers. Just look around. I see evidence of the whole thing without any prejudgment on it. And I do believe the veil is lifting. I
Oh
really,
yeah.
that is absolutely, and a light being shown upon the darkness. That is just, I mean, you know, it's
What
like a
I'm
roadmap,
what
it's
I'm
like
witnessing is
Revelation's the
amazing.
roadmap, man.
Yeah.
Just what's going on right now, brother. It just spells it out. I mean, if you want to keep saying coincidence, coincidence, you can do that all day long, and that's cool. But wow, after a while, they there's actually a term for it where if so many so-called coincidences add up relating to a certain topic, like they'll give you odds in Vegas. You have to consider that it's beyond coincidence anyway. It's a roadmap to me. if I just look at it with what I understand is logic, well, there it is. I can see it, you know.
Well, and I'm gonna. Can you guys afford me like another minute or two
Go.
to make a point? Okay. I'm sorry. It's just
That's all right.
No,
bringing
Oh
up
no.
things. I think it's so important.
digging it, man.
This is why I also believe in Scripture, especially when it comes to Jesus Christ. Why it's so important for us to have that direct personal relationship with God, and it even says it. Okay, and people love to use that Scripture where, every knee will bow and know that Jesus Christ is Lord and blah blah blah. Well, right before that verse, it also says, "Seek ye out your own personal relationship with God with fear and trembling." Right? That they don't
Hmm.
mention, they don't connect the two. I don't. That's why I don't like pulling things out of context because it's horseshit. Um, so right there, what it's, but that's the most important part, and that's why I say we all are, we are what we are. We're made how we are, and that's okay. Okay, and the systems of the world, even most religions, okay, they want to control that and bend it to their own will, to some device in some worldly way, and that deprives us of a relationship with God directly.
Exactly.
And that's what I believe is the fundamental message that Jesus Christ conveys. That's why I absolutely believe that Jesus Christ is my Savior, and through Him is my path to understand these things and have a relationship with God directly. And that's why I encourage everybody else to do that in their own ways. And I'm not saying that that's the only way, but that's the way I know of. And everything that I've looked at, that is the best way to understand how to do it, how to connect and break free from these systems of control that we've been under and keep repeating over and over again on this place we live, this plane. um, that's that's the point. And I believe also that it takes love and respect. That even if it's minor details or big details, we might disagree, but fundamentally, the truths are self-evident. They become axioms. They're um, it's you can't argue against basic fundamental things, and that's what the evil systems that abound and they're really taking hold right now are trying to want to destroy is our ability to do that. They're trying to crush us and mold us into this system that is so unnatural. It's beyond even recognition. Um, and I, that's what we need, I believe, to start doing because they play humanity against each other constantly. I'm so tired of it. Anyway, but the only
Yeah.
way that we come together is to find our relationship with God unashamed and share that with each other in the context of love and acceptance and not with aggressive doctrines that see the systems that want to control people, they come up with the aggressive doctrines that tell us that this is what we should be doing, what we should be thinking, what we should be saying, what we should, and that's not how it works. That's not how we work. And that's what the evil system does. And it's always been doing it. It's always been here way before we were ever born, thousands, millennia. I don't how long time goes back. And that's what we're facing today. Nothing has changed. We're here, we're now, and all we've got to do is just start being real and stop being fake. The system teaches us to be fake with each other. We need to start being honest with each other. And the more that we start doing that, I truly believe the more that we'll heal from everything that's been done. And that is the guarantee from God, is that all things will be reconciled unto him in the end. And I have absolute faith in that. And I have absolute faith actually in humanity too. It's restored. Because if Jesus Christ had that much faith in us, for him to do what he did, then I think that somebody like me should believe the same. So, in that love in the spirit, I love you all, and it's not just about one path. We all have our own, and that's okay. But we have to do it directly with God, individually, and then share that with each other. That's what's fundamental. It's not about a system. It's about a relationship. I love you guys.
You should do content, man. You really should. In my opinion, you might get shut down, but you have good. You
That's true.
have a lot of things. We all share this, but man, other people could use hearing some of that. Love to see you do content sometime. I hope you will consider doing that. You're very well spoken, dude. I mean, you know, you really send a clear message, just all kind of things. Be a good service to people. It's been a blessing to me. I know that, and I already believe what you say, and it's still, it's great, man. Preach to the choir. You get an amen every now and then. It's just, right on time for me, but some other people.
It's not about me.
No.
It's about,
All glory to God. But you
yeah.
have a good way of delivering the deal. You really do, man. You have a good narrative, cohesive. And
I've been holding back on that for years, and
it'd be a blessing to some people. I think I really mean that I mean that.
But
It'd be a lot of good for some people to hear that.
well, it's the kind of stuff that, why do you think the churches are so empty now? That you can't get that anymore. Real fellowship, real connections. So it's vitally important. That's what keeps the body of Christ healthy. And other people may not understand that that's Jesus Christ. Maybe they understand it in a different way. I don't know. I don't judge other people's relationship with God, but I do recognize it when I see it. You see? So,
Exactly.
and that's how we're made, and that's okay. And we're all different. That's okay too. So all this fear stuff that they're doing, it's falling apart. Is that I keep laughing about it. I'm sorry, but lately
No, laugh.
they've pulled some stuff. I'm just like, are you guys are beyond morons.
Laughter raises the vibration levels, man. It's a good thing. We need all we can get right now. We really do.
Some of the stuff that they've
You have
even
to
been
laugh. I mean, talking
saying in the
about this, you have to laugh at some point. Good God.
the stuff that they're even putting in the headlines is so ridiculous. It's like there's not even 10% that buy that anymore. Even all these brainwashers just going,
Yeah.
huh? What? What? I'm like, oh wow.
They're explaining themselves into a corner, man. They really are. People
Yeah.
are figuring it out. They're seeing through it, man. You can't. I mean, people still, have functioning brains. It's just at some point.
But by miracles, because honestly, when they unleashed this thing, it started out as absolutely deadly. It was horrific. But you know what happened? Our bodies, the way that we're made, actually mutated it and made it less deadly
Uh-huh.
as it got spread around. And that's what I figured out. is they really did. They weaponized this thing. They put it in a outer shell of a you know gain of function, basically like AIDS, and that was the shell that they put it in, and by the time that it got circulated, it became almost, well, not that it didn't hurt a lot of people, but because it is a real thing, but it wasn't like the stuff in the movies, the apocalypse. They have been looking all this time. I realize they've been looking all this time for some way to unleash some apocalypse on us, and it doesn't work. And it's because I'm seeing it now. God has given us
Mhm.
collectively, even with our bodies, a fight back mechanism that is strong enough to even turn their worst weapons around and overtake them. And what they're using it is an injection schedule, which that will overcome our bodies.
Absolutely.
It will. That
Well,
will.
there's
But
already proof, man.
yeah,
Come on. Yeah, it absolutely it will. The healthy body heals itself. I mean,
and this this O sorry this O thing that we have,
mm-hmm.
the Oh My thing, the most recent one, it's a head cold. Okay, that's all it is.
Yeah.
It's a head cold. It's mild head cold, which is actually kind of nice considering what we've been dealing with the last few years.
Mhm.
So the Oh My
Just another
variant,
letter in the alphabet of fear,
the
my
Oh My
friend.
variant is a head cold.
Yeah. Let's all, let's all line up.
I
Hmm.
went I went to the dentist and then I got sick like 2 days later, and I'm sitting there and I'm going, why am I sick? Like, on top of it, I was like literally runny nose, headache, and all that. And I went and looked up the symptoms of the oh my, right? They're describing a head cold. I'm like, y'all, people are fools.
It's
Anyway,
incredible. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
now the D one was different. That was from the second injection, and that was different. But this oh my one is, um, yeah, it's a head cold.
Mm.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm trying to keep up with chat too, and yeah, Pisces, absolutely, and that's exactly the point of the um, you know the prick schedule is to weaken the immune system. Well, and other things, but
Yep. And the mechanism is in place, right there, visible in the image that we all see every day when you look it up. It sure is, buddy. You're right about that. It's tearing up and they know it. I mean,
well,
come on.
It's
the other
not just that, it's the food, the air quality, the
Well,
water.
yeah. And
It's everything. We're exposed to like 10,000 different chemicals a day.
it's
right.
blowing their mind that we're actually even alive anymore.
That blows my
That's
mind. That,
true.
that shows how
Yeah,
tough the body really is to withstand what we have
what
to
we're
deal with.
yes, that's a testimony to God's work. That's part of the
Mm.
edification. That's part of the
Absolutely it
proof
is.
to me.
And Bob, some of these things that they put in everything on their own, if they test it, it's more or less cool. But when mixed with other things,
Mhm.
just like a chemistry experiment, then it turns into something. But see, they don't
Right.
show you any of that. So yeah, it all just has a cumulative effect.
And that's exactly the point, because see, once they can get a body to overload, then they're in crash mode, and
Yeah, yeah.
it's like a freight train. It takes. I've been through it. Okay,
Yes.
And it takes so long to heal from that kind of an overload. And look, even just stress in your life combined with physical massive injuries, combined with in some injections. Like at that time, I had taken a booster on my uh, uh, from tetanus. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a mechanic by trade, but I'm so much more in any other ways. But fundamentally, I'm a mechanic, well, a diagnostic technician. But anyway, the my body hit a point that it was freaking out, and thyroid shutting down. My body's attacking my own systems.
Sure.
So you can't really pin that down, and that's also why even right now there's an incredible shortage of what's that um, type of doctor that identifies basic, especially autoimmune disorders. Well, they sent. I finally. It took a year to get to that doctor, and we figured some stuff out. But in the meantime, I figured some stuff out on my own. And the main thing I had to do is get my body to stop freaking out.
The thing about that is the old ones used to be just heavy metals and chemicals and stuff that you can, detox, like, you can do something to help. But this new one that is mRNA, I'm gonna drop the link real quick. Check it out and just look at the second paragraph, what it says. There's the link right now. I'm just wondering, can you detox this one out? Because this is a whole new ball game.
No, the heavy metals you can't, and there's another problem with the atomized metals.
See it?
Our
That's
bodies,
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
we can't. It's slow. The mercury, anything heavier than lead. Well, gold if it's mono, the powder, the white powder, if it's mono gold, it's okay. That's actually it's weird. I'm telling you guys, Scripture says this. When Moses came down from the mountain, destroyed the, little uh, shrine of this. They took all their gold and made a cow, right, to worship. Um,
Mm-hmm.
uh, wasn't Moloch, it was the other one. Anyway, the ones that they burn babies for. But
Yeah.
regardless, he took that
Bad
gold. He went
ball.
back up on the mountain and then he came down and he said, "Now make bread out of this and eat it." It was that white powder form of gold.
Hmm.
In that form, it's fine. But anything that's just heavier than that range, our bodies can't handle it. Period. Any metal, we're not made to process it.
Mm-hmm.
So mercury, but lead, obviously. But we can process lead slowly. But the heavier ones are horrible. And then when they make these,
No, when
go
we
on.
ingest these types of metals, they're actually supposed to go through a plant,
Yes, yes.
so it's bioavailable, and our bodies do require some of them, but the heavy metals that they put in is raw material.
Oh my gosh. And that's another thing I just recently discovered, and I didn't even know this. Horseshoe crabs. Horseshoe
Mercury.
crabs, blue blood. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they use in order to isolate any contaminants in their concoctions. And that's what they're injecting into us. And it's a copper based. See, we use we use iron in our blood to transport the oxygen chemically. Uh, well, these crabs use copper to transport the oxygen in a different chemical process. And this is an incredibly huge business. It always has been this
Yeah.
entire time. And that's also what's in these injections is crab blood. Uh, at first, I had it took me a long time to dig into this, and it's been over the last 2 weeks. Because to me, this was all new. I didn't even realize this was all going on top of everything.
Uh,
But they don't just use it to test like, one set of chemicals. They actually just put it in there, basically, wholesale, and then it has its own way of isolating any other contaminants from what they put in there, so that we don't get a bacterial side effect or something else other than what they've designed. But it's there and it's present. So we've even got crab blood in the stuff. It's disgusting, along with the other stuff that we already know that's there.
crazy.
I'm not kidding. Horseshoe crabs. Go look it up. Uh, I, I, I'll pull one off an article where they were like debunking it. All these anti-vaxxer people,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they want to verify, like try to say, well, this is okay. And it was so weird watching. See, I like digging into what the enemy is doing, so to speak, what they're talking about. It's kind of how it functions. So,
Yep.
and they're all arguing, even the so-called like vegans or the earth environmental people that want to protect it. And horseshoe crabs, by the way, are an endangered species. But however, they still continuously are bleeding them dry, especially on the north coast of the U.S. Okay, that's where they get these things to extinction, bleeding them for this blue blood, to keep on sticking it in there for what? Something that they could make, synthetically. So yeah, that's just one rabbit hole to go down on, like how disgusting this whole thing is. This whole construct that they've built is so crazy. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yep.
They have been using that for a long, long time.
Yes.
Man. I didn't hear the bit about it putting it. I'm not surprised one bit. That's interesting. But yeah, they've been doing that for a long, long time, and they can sort of milk them. Get the they keep them in tanks. It's an industry. You're right. I mean, it really is. It's been that way for a long, long time.
But this is a so-called, also at the same time, endangered species, right?
Right. Oh well, endangered everybody but them. So
why are they really
they're
doing
above, huh?
Why are they really? This is the question. If they can synthetically,
right, exactly.
So why are they really doing it? And look, I don't buy the whole old school. Oh, it's for money. It's just greed. It's corporate, whatever. It's not that. It's Luciferianism. Okay,
that is something I really want to look into, man. I really appreciate that. That's super interesting. Why they do that? Because they could absolutely. That's a very good question. Why do they need the natural form? They sure have been using it for a long, long time.
Right.
All kind of processes, medically speaking. Wow, that's
well, and then in vaccines, they've already admitted. Okay, yeah, we use
that. Wow.
We've used the strains from embryos, multiple embryos, where we've got like 1.5 people here, and inside of that genetic code, when you look at it, all the mutations in the code is every single mutation that causes the major diseases that are linked to mutation, and especially cancers. And that's what they're injecting people with, especially in the mRNA vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, now I know this video will get taken down. Crap. Sorry.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
did it. I'm sorry.
Hey, at least it was spoken, man. If it does get taken down, and I hope it doesn't, but it was still spoken. I can't believe some people may hear it.
I don't. It's just so it's still all out there. It's not hard for anybody to figure. They can just make a few clicks to find this stuff.
It takes a little more digging, man, than it did like I said, just a few years ago. Man, it's still there. The info is still there. Just got to want to learn it. If you don't want to find out then all the info, all the Googling in the world,
yeah,
it's sad, man. But wow, you're just going to believe what you believe, and
We go to the school of Wikipedia.
yeah, you know, I
Basically,
mean,
it's
90,
not. It's kind of what it's coming down to. It's like
if I
school of
mean, Snopes, come on. I mean, you know, okay, maybe 98, maybe more is fact checking true, but then all the stuff like we're talking about, no, man, that's a load. You know, that's what they pretty much say about it. They really do. Everything. You just look at it and say, well, okay, that's wrong. You know, anything that you know is a little out of the box. Nope, sorry, we debunked it. But you
no,
look
but
into the history of just that one so-called, you know, fact-checking thing. I mean, the guy was, I don't know, man, that started it. Yeah, I'll just say the history is pretty shady, man. They didn't start as a, that's not what they started as at all, you know. And the guy was, well, you just have to look it up if that's even still available. But for them to be a fact check, it's a complete joke. I mean, it really is for certain
well,
topics anyway. And half truths, you know, those are worse than lies in my book. More dangerous.
yeah, it's controlled. Look, this is what I keep seeing them doing. They'll sit there, and this is what I'm seeing right now. Like their biggest strategy right now, but it's not even people anymore doing this. It's like whole AIs are now
Yeah,
constructed.
yeah.
They're constructed to do this on site. However, at the same time, and earlier somebody had asked for something to tie in here. Um, it's as if even the AIs are being guided by something, and it's not humans because they have put out publications, and even Facebook uh, and and others have admitted basically they've sort of lost control of their AI systems because they gave them some autonomy to self
Yep.
whatever. And it was about 6 or 7 years ago that was actually kind of admitted officially
Right.
on the back channels of publications and things like that.
They
Okay.
shut them down, man, because
What?
they couldn't contain it. They shut them down eventually.
Well, no. Then right after that they made some press release that yeah they had these AIs that were talking to each other, forming their own language. They shut those down. That was the counter to the real fact that the ones that they have unleashed already on Facebook and other platforms, they didn't really have control of them anymore. And for
Right.
them to stop or to change it, this is out in a bunch of articles. If you actually start digging into publications and things, this is the real discussion that's going on. They have to shut down a whole platform to get rid of them and start all over, rebuild it from the ground up.
Exactly.
And they can't do that. They won't do that. But then what they've done on top of that is now they have brought in the quantum computers,
Hmm.
interface those quantum computers with those systems, the normal computers that we're used to. But the quantum computers are literally a dimensional interface.
Right.
They even describe that they're actually just they send information in and they get answers back. This is not an AI program. They're not running programs on these computers. This is an interface. They are interfacing with the beings on the other side of the dimension. And those computers are linked to the computers that are networked all around the world, all these platforms and everything else.
Hmm.
And I'm starting to come to the conclusion that basically that's what's starting to run the whole computer systems of the planet. And people now are just becoming, and it's becoming obvious to all of us, subservient to automated systems done through computers and everything else. Man does not have control of this thing.
You're right.
I don't know how else to say this. I know it sounds crazy, but even at this point, we are not in control of this thing anymore.
The ghost in the machine.
It's this has all been built by an intelligent force that is an ancient enemy. That this is what it was all leading up to, and that's what we're facing today. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying, oh gosh, we all just it's all over and everything else. I'm not saying that.
No.
we just need to start accepting reality how it is, because this is what's happening. Because the longer that we like keep on living in this fantasy world, like, oh, everything's okay, the worse it's going to get.
Yeah.
I I believe in people. I love people, and I know that we have enough of a brain left still that has not been modified that we can make it through.
Hoping. Yep. I take it you're familiar with the Geordie Rose video where he talks about the D-Wave and now the Android fitted with AI that he's into now, and how they're gonna seriously, man. He talks about literally. Have you seen? Do you familiar with this guy, Geordie Rose?
No,
He's saying exactly. I mean, well, I'm surprised because you have it on the nose. He talks about literally. I'll send you the link, man. It's incredible. It's a pretty short video, but he's talking about how the D wave works. Literally saying, "Yeah, man, we're not even completely sure how it works, but they've acknowledged. I mean, it gets answers from another dimension. Yeah. It taps into, but he's after the D wave deal, he's gotten into, like I said, the AI robots, but they need. This is crazy, man. They need some sort of spirit, if you will, he talks about summoning, quote unquote, like the old ones, sort of like straight out of Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft.
Yes, I know
you got to see it, man.
That was in one of the TED Talks. Yes.
Okay, right. That's exactly that George. Yeah, the D-Wave guy. Okay, you've seen it. Yeah, man, because that's exactly what you were saying.
I'm glad that he was honest about
it. Yeah, he spelled it out, man, and people like certain family members who say, "Oh, there's no such thing as other dimensions, God or the devil." How can and even one of them's a computer tech, and how can you listen to Geordie Rose? I sent him that link. He won't even respond. That doesn't fit into his little paradigm. So it's like, well, come on, man. This is the best computer in the world. That's just what you do, and you're not, just check out what he has to say.
Derry, American horseshoe crabs are not endangered. If I was incorrect, I apologize. I believe that they were. Maybe that's old information. I'll look into it. But thank you for the correction. If I had a misunderstanding there. So, and sorry to get off topic.
That's good to know.
I saw that
very
pop
good
up.
to know.
But yeah, I mean, we're losing species by the minute here anymore, because what they're doing is they're manipulating the genes of everything, and you can't do that. not in a balanced system. Not the way it was designed to be. But
slightly altered, huh?
So sorry to go on and on there for a minute, but no, I agree absolutely with these are interfaces. This is just like seances, crystal balls, scrying mirrors, possession, where and actually what's interesting is if you look at original, it's weird. It gets crazy. And I know this sounds crazy because we have all been trained to believe that the giants of science, Newton and it goes back so far. These guys were just, great thinkers and everything else. And what I've discovered is actually quite contrary. And yeah, the but then they do this ridiculous thing to us where they tell us, well, if you hear the term being an alchemist, well, they're just crazy people trying to turn lead into gold, right? That's the explanation. And everybody just, okay. Well, actually what they're doing is just like what Nazi Germany was doing. They're getting information from these beings on the other side, technology, but only just enough technology in order to further their agenda. Okay, the beings on the other side. And that's what's risen now. That's what we're facing. This technology that we all have now Yes, it brings us some comforts. However, its design and its push is solely for one purpose, and it is not to our benefit. It's for theirs. And there is no denying that conclusion. Because if science was really taking a natural progressive, we would things would look much different in the world, with computers and everything else. It wouldn't be like this, and it's not just due to some people's greed. That doesn't explain the complete, total, um, congruent behavior of the entire system that's built. No human beings can organize this well across the planet to create this organized of a system to control humanity.
That's it.
And so the only conclusion is it's the beings from the other side, and it's our ancient enemy, them, whatever, and they man, they have pulled off. Scripture says it in a way. It's like, yes, there's nothing new under the sun, basically, but at the same time, this deception is so grand, it's so massive that it eclipses everything that's ever happened on the face of the earth, and it's the only time that'll happen, and it'll never happen again. And
Yep.
Jesus Christ will come back and destroy it and wreck it. And I hope I'm witness to that day, because I can't beat it. uh, and even altogether, I don't think that we can wreck it and destroy it and have it be gone forever and ever, never to be seen again, where it passes out of memory without God. And that's it. That's why I have the faith that I do. It's not just because I'm a blind believer in scripture or something like that. It's because all the evidence points there. Everything.
Absolutely. Exactly.
So
It
anyway,
does. It really does.
I love you guys. I just and I probably should shut down because I've been going on and on. And
Well, I'm gonna jump off here. It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's actually going for 5 o'clock a.m. here. So
I'll split the difference
bet.
at 4 a.m. here. Good Lord, I didn't know that. That's
Oh,
awesome.
it's
Though.
2:56. You've been on 8 hours and something.
yeah, it's only supposed to be for a few hours too.
Wow.
But that's what always happened before. It was really awesome
8 hours?
getting together tonight. You know,
Yeah, a little bit over 8 hours probably.
Wow.
8.5
Goodness.
almost.
Yeah.
It was very good to see everyone.
It was such a pleasure. Really, thank you so much. I'm not kidding, man. This afternoon, she's thinking, "Dadgummit, when's he gonna go? What fun it would be to go." That's crazy, man.
Yeah,
It just popped into my head. You know, I mean, I think about it from time to time. You know, but it was this afternoon. It
there's
was
so many
strong.
times I was gonna fire it up, but I didn't because of other things. And today I said it's Christmas. I have to do it today. So I
Yeah.
made sure.
Christmas is a
I've been gone for a long time. I just
Yes, you have.
stopped, and it was only supposed to be temporary, but the longer I was away, the better I was because I was pulling myself away from all the stress and the no sleep every day of the week. It all caught up to me. It was like, wow, I was killing myself trying to save the world.
I'm glad that you hosted this. Thank you.
Oh, very welcome. And we'll
I'm
Thank you, Mr. Bob.
always a
Yes,
pleasure.
that was nice, man. Good grief. Maybe we can do something. I even got a little Zoom, you know, to get a better picture and sound quality. Thinking, you know, I might go live, but I haven't done it this whole year. So,
Fire it up.
well,
All you have to do is fire it up, and I'm sure people will show up. And you do it through YouTube, so everybody gets a notification if they get notifications. I don't know.
Oh, Kelly's got
Welcome,
my email.
welcome everyone, and thank you all too, because you know it's all of us that make this a pleasure to be able to talk amongst each other about everything.
Yeah, and I think the number one thing that we are overcoming is this rejection of each other, because that needs to stop. We need to start being real with each other and loving each other. And each of us has our own ways, but in the end, I think that that's what's most important. And I'm so glad to see that that's what's happening here. So I thank you, all of you guys, for that and this fellowship. Everybody here, thank you.
Thank
We're
you
here for a
also.
reason.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Y'all
you.
have a good night. Sleep tight. Sweet dreams.
Darlene,
Take care,
same to you.
Darlene. Thank you too for
Enjoyed your company so much.
you know.
Really did. And
Yeah.
And God bless.
thank you, host, as they say.
Email me. We got to get something together like we
Yeah,
talked about, and we
yeah.
never do it.
Like
We got,
what can
let's
you
do
even
it.
say, man? But yeah, I agree. So
Let's do it.
you got my info, buddy.
Yep.
Man, it was such a pleasure to meet you, Plain. I just really, really was.
Yeah.
It was right on
Well, it's,
time. And I appreciate what you had to say, man.
I'm glad it helped, but I can assure you it has everything to do with what's most important, and that's the spirit of God that that flows between all of us, and that is how we get through this. And so I'm thank you also for the kind words and encouragement.
It's a real honor, seriously. I wouldn't say that lightly. It really, really has been, and always with you, Mister Seeker 2020. It's always a pleasure, and just thank you guys so much, man.
This was completely unexpected. I
It
totally
was, yeah. I just
yeah
popped on in 3 minutes. He'd been on. What are the odds? And here, 8 hours later, literally 3 minutes. Okay, well, he came on after all.
thank
Seriously,
you,
Wow.
man. I
Yeah.
was thinking, God, what a good night.
thank you, Truth Seeker, and thank you
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank
everybody.
you,
Thank you again. Also, everyone. Thank you all.
Dawn and Darlene and
A good conversation. Chat was awesome.
Camo and good grief. Yeah, it was.
Yep.
I hope
And
it
we'll do
stays
it
up,
again.
man. I hope it stays up. I mean,
Well, I'm going to leave it up, and if it gets taken
good.
down, then I'll see you guys
Yeah,
next week.
I broke
Yeah.
the cardinal rule. I was the one that did it. Well, I didn't see the first 3 hours, but
Oh man, I got him
I'm
busted.
sorry I slipped. I'm sorry.
I got him busted a while back. So no, you got just you gotta say it, man. Gotta say it.
Yeah,
You got to.
yeah,
It's okay. I mean, they didn't shut it down. I've seen live streams get shut down right in the middle. But
yeah.
seriously, when people start, I think we were fairly cool.
Well,
Um,
here's my final conclusion. Fuck them if they can't take a joke, and
yep.
that's it.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yep.
if they can't handle it, then fuck them.
Hmm.
yep.
So we'll leave it at that. They can sort it out.
Yep. Fuck them and feed them fish heads. But
Let them figure it out. Not my
but
problem.
I'll be firing it up again, so we'll be getting together, a few times a week. It won't be every day like it was before, but we'll get a couple days a week in. We can get together, and
Cool.
only what I normally do too is I share people's videos as well. You can bring content, and we can show it and talk about it as well as documents.
I'll work on things on my end too.
There you go.
It'll be in the next couple months. I've got other stuff going on, but once I get done with that, I should be able to put some more time into what I've
Wow.
been putting off for a long time. So
I'd sub you, man.
Yeah, drop your link before you leave. And
um,
anyone else in here, you drop your links, grab each other up, check each other out. Drop links to other
should be.
channels you think that we should be looking at.
Yeah, I don't have anything on that channel. This will be my channel,
That will be your channel. That's what's up.
and I'll migrate some playlists of information and stuff that it's totally vital, but it's impossible to reach for any new anybody trying to find it. You can even type it in the whole title exactly word for word, and this YouTube search engine will not pull it up for you.
That's happened to me, even trying to find my own
Yeah,
live stream.
it's amazing. You type it in exactly, certain capitalizations, everything. It won't show
Yep.
up. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
In
that
fact,
bad.
I looked for you, Plain.
Yeah,
I searched you earlier 2 hours ago, man, and couldn't find your page.
well, I'm sure that they've banned this
Oh, I
one.
got it now. There's a space in between on your
Well, he
page.
dropped the link in the chat now.
Yeah. I just got it. But I searched
Oh,
for it earlier tonight, and it should have come up, but it didn't. And yeah, exactly what you said.
Well,
Cool dog. Is that a pit bull?
yeah, you know what? I haven't updated any of that stuff. That's Lily. She passed away about a year ago,
Oh man,
and
I
it
met
was
one
hard.
this afternoon. A pit that looked like that, except more brown. That's
Well,
well. Bless your heart, man. I feel, buddy.
she's American Bull, which is like p- pit dogs are dogs, and they're good people.
Dogs are
But
wonderful.
and
I got to take mine out. By the way, he's been so patient, man, with me. Not he's due for a walk, so
yeah,
it's a good time to bid farewell for
that was
me.
that was Lily, and she was she's amazing, and
Pretty.
I miss her, but
Yeah. Well,
we had good times, you know.
are you of the mind that we may see them again? Okay, buddy. I'm coming. For real.
All right, good night,
yep.
guys. God bless.
Good night.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Take
God
care.
bless. Good
all
to
of
see
you.
everybody. Adios.
Adios, amigos. I know that much.
Leave studio. I hate to leave, parting in such sweet sorrow. My dog is scratching on the door, so this is perfect. Couldn't have worked out better. Thank you, man. It's a pleasure. I will talk to you soon, okay?
Okay, you take care, and I'll
I'll
be
do it.
checking my email more
Adios,
often now.
everyone. Don and all you guys. All right. See you soon.
All right, take care. Much love. Much love to everybody. Very happy to see everyone here tonight. Yep, you all take care. Be safe. Get some sleep. And we'll see you next time. Hopefully, you get notified. All right, take care. I gotta go. It's after 5 a.m. now. Much love. And you're welcome. Bye bye.